My goodness, guys, we have a high risk today. Strong tornadoes. This is going to be a wild one. Get ready. Buckle up. The Outbreak train departs right now. Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast. Hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now. All right, guys, welcome to Outbreak. This show is we're just getting started here, and this is going to be a long day. I'm just kind of coming from work here, so I just getting everything set up. So bear with me for the first part of the show as we start this off. But we have a crazy day, and to kind of give you guys a quick overview of today and what we're expecting, I'm going to play a quick intro video that's going to demonstrate what the setup is for today on the latest Outbreak Outlook. Hey, what's up, guys? We're trying out a new format, an Outbreak Outlook for the day. Let's get right into it.
Time now for our Outbreak setup.
All right, so here's what we're looking at today. It's going to be possibly a historic day today. So if you live anywhere in the cities I'm going to mention below, you are going to want to take this day incredibly seriously. If you're chasing in those areas, please be careful today. And this could be a really big day, a day for the record books. And you know, if you live in Oklahoma City, Norman, Oklahoma, Edmond, Oklahoma, Midwest City, Oklahoma, and Moore, Oklahoma, you are all in a high risk of severe storms today. And this is mainly driven by the tornado threat, which is, you know, a lot of times we've seen these risks actually driven up by the hail threat this year. This time it is completely different. This is a tornado threat day. This is possibly a huge tornado day, a 30% hatched risk for tornadoes. That is so rare. I think this is our first high risk of the year. And look at the year that we've had. The fact that we haven't had a high risk so far this year, and we've had all the tornadoes that we've had, is a big indicator of how today could possibly go. You know, I think today's going to be a crazy day, and really want everyone to be safe. There also is a wind threat, not as big, right? This threat's mainly a tornado threat. That's why we have a high risk. We also have a hail threat as well, 45% hatched. Now, what we mean by when we say 30% hatched, we're basically saying anywhere in that purple circle, you have a 30% chance of seeing an EF2 plus tornado. So strong, long track tornadoes are all going to be possible, if not probable, today. So even outside of that, the 30% hatched is also, you know, or 15% hatched is also 15% chance. A 10% is a 10% chance of seeing an EF2 plus tornado. So even all the way into Kansas and Nebraska, even the southern portions of Nebraska, the western portions of Missouri, the western, very northwestern portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma, and the northern portions of Texas, you're all in the bullseye for this severe weather setup today. Now, if we look at the timing of this, right now, this is the HRRR, and this is starting at 3 p.m. And let's just go. So 3 p.m. we have really no storms. Let's go to 5 p.m. 5 p.m. is probably going to be when we get our initiation. That's probably going to be when we go live. And then if we look at 6 p.m., that's now the main event is starting, right? So you have a line of storms from Nebraska down into Kansas and then into Oklahoma. And that's when our supercells are going to start to develop. And this is going to be right when we think this thing is going to get started. Look at 7, look at 8 p.m. This is Eastern time. And 8 p.m. is really when we expect kind of everything to really start to blow up. 8, 9, 10 p.m., 11 p.m. This threat's going to continue into the evening and overnight hours. So eventually it's going to form a line by 12. This is 12 Eastern, and then it's going to push to the east. And that's where that's the tornado threat will slowly diminish throughout the night, but it won't be non-zero. So everyone that is in the wake of this thing, Oklahoma and everyone to the east, you're going to want to pay attention overnight, because this is an overnight threat as well. That this line's going to continue pushing, and will kind of slowly weaken as it dissipates. But still, this is 6 a.m. Still going to be a big time threat. So guys, I cannot I cannot stress enough how big of a day today is going to be today. Please, if you live in Oklahoma, if you live in Kansas, if you live in Nebraska, if you live in Arkansas, if you live in Missouri, even northern Texas, today is a day you want to pay attention to the weather. If you're chasing, please be safe. There's going to be a lot of chasers out, so please drive safe, and make sure to not get too amped by this. And once again, this is a high-risk day, and it's going to be possibly a historic day that we look back on for years to come. Thanks for joining me, and be safe out there. I'll be live around 5 p.m. today, so I will see you there. All right, guys, that was our Outbreak setup. Thank you guys for joining. I see Fuzzy in the chat. How you doing, Fuzzy? I see Jess. I see Raymond. Raymond says, Jess, that sounded like a car coming through. So thank you guys for joining today. I see Ginger Ninja 2 in the chat as well. Thanks for joining, Ginger Ninja 2 and Carly and everyone that's watching. Just want to say thank you for watching. This is going to be a long show, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that setup. Excuse me, that setup video. And this is going to be, just an unbelievable risk today. We already have a tornado warning out right now. So really quickly, I just want to touch on that. We already have a tornado warning out right now, and it is for let's see, it's for Pawnee, Kansas, but I'm struggling to actually see that on the map. So maybe that actually expired. I'm not sure why that's not showing on my radar. Let me try and reload that here. But we did have a tornado warning out for Pawnee. That has maybe expired, I think, but we'll have to check on that. Let me reload my radar here. But that's not going to be the first tornado warning that we get today. We are going to have plenty of tornado warnings today if everything goes according to plan. Which the conditions say that it is going to be a big and really bad day for tornadoes across really Oklahoma and other areas. So let's just take a quick look at the radar and see what we got, and then we're going to go and take a look at the watches and also see what we got there. So currently, right now, we have a line of storms that extends from Grand Island, and that's up in Nebraska. It's just a little bit to the west of Lincoln, and that extends all the way down into portions of Kansas, where the line starts to kind of break up a little bit. And then Kansas, we have a kind of a couple of different groupings of storms here. We have one around Great Bend. Then we also have one around Pratt. That storm actually is looking pretty nasty. You already can kind of see a little bit of a hook on that thing. We also have another storm just to the south of Greenberg. Both of those have special weather statements. They're not warned at the moment. And by the way, I did just get a confirmation that tornado warning was allowed to expire. So no tornado warnings currently right now in the U.S. And then down in the kind of the center of the high risk zone, Oklahoma, this is going to be where we're most concerned. And we've got a broken line of storms here off to the west. As they push to the east, those are going to be a big problem, especially if they can stay isolated. So if we look at them right now, they are, there's one cell just in Woodward. There's kind of a group of a couple of cells just to the east of Higgins. And then there's another couple of cells trying to form, one down in Cheyenne, and then one just to the south of that. So those are going to be the problem. The cap is gone. There's no more cap. I don't know if you guys saw the soundings. They did a 18Z sounding. The cap is completely gone. So there's nothing that's going to stop these storms. And that's why everyone's so concerned right now, because there really isn't anything that's going to keep these storms from firing and pushing off into an area of just ridiculous parameters. So, Carly, I'll happily be your intern if you could teach me more about meteorology. Absolutely, Carly. I'd love to. Liam, good evening, all. Hope for minimal impacts tonight. Well, thanks for joining, Liam. I'm quietly hoping for a bust. To be honest, I don't think it's going to happen. Some of the other days where we've had storms out here forming along a dry line have busted. I don't think that's going to happen today. I really hope I'm wrong. But if I am not wrong and it doesn't bust, then this is going to be a day we might remember back in, for years to come. Now, that's all to say. Let's go ahead and look at the tornado warnings, or sorry, the tornado watches, and we'll take a look at each one of these here, and then we're going to go back to the radar and check out the radar. We will have a couple other freaks join us from time to time. I know Ryan is back in the green room. Ryan, I'll bring you in just a little bit. We're going to need all hands on deck tonight. That is for sure, because we've got our high risk pink right now outlining the screen here. This is whatever you see pink on these borders, that means that's a high risk day, and that means that is not good news. So most of the time we've had red because it's been moderate. Today is high. I don't think we've had a high risk this year yet. So a possibly historic day. So let's get to the tornado watches here, and we're going to start with the PDS, particularly dangerous tornado watch. This is the highest level of tornado watch that we can get, and I don't know if you guys saw this earlier, but that was a wrong thing. That was the mesoscale discussion. That was weird. Okay, so here it is. This is the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was issued, and yeah, Jess, you called it. I don't think I have ever seen probabilities this high. So whenever the National Weather Service puts out a tornado watch, they put with it, right, some probabilities. And this specific tornado watch has just 95% probability of tornadoes. 90% probability of EF2 plus tornadoes. If you guys remember, we did this on Saturday. The probability was like 40% and 60%. And we had said we are concerned. That's 95% and 90% of getting strong, long track tornadoes. Just the wording here is crazy. Numerous tornadoes expected, with a few intense tornadoes likely. I mean, that it doesn't get any scarier than that in terms of the wording here from the National Weather Service. So it's just an insane day that we're going to have ahead of us. Explosive storm development is expected along and east of a dry line. So that's going to be your main initiator. That has already started to initiate things. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Wichita, Kansas. Looks like one of our traffic cameras is stuck there, but all of those areas, those are going to be problem areas today, and continuing on really into the evening. I think Oklahoma City and Tulsa, you're in the direct bullseye. Wichita, you're just a kind of the north. I think the high risk does include you guys. Yeah, and this PDS tornado watch does include you guys. So basically all of central and western Oklahoma, and then south central Kansas, you're all in this PDS tornado watch. And this is a big deal because you don't see very many of these issued. There is 3.4 million people in this tornado watch. So just a huge number of people. Oklahoma City, you're in the heart of this. Wichita, you're in the north side of it. And if just as a reminder, a watch is different than a warning. A watch is it's basically conditions are right. A warning means it's happening. A watch means you got to watch out. It might happen, right? So, and today that watch is really a pretty stern. It's probably going to happen at some point within this watch. We're probably going to see a couple of strong tornadoes. So, I do want to thank everyone too for joining. If you are on YouTube, go ahead and give us a like and subscribe to the channel. You can see I was actually able to put our live subscriber account. So if you subscribe, you'll actually see the number go up live. So that'll be pretty cool to see. If you click the subscribe button, you'll know, okay, that was me that just made that 2045 or 2046, or who knows how high we can push that tonight. But really, that isn't the most important thing tonight. Tonight, the most important thing is keeping us safe and keeping us, keeping everyone in this zone. If you know any family that's in this tornado watch, make sure you call them. Make sure they're aware that today is going to be a big, big, big day for tornadoes. All right, well, let's get to some of the other tornado watches here, and let's look at some of these here. Let's see. Okay, so we have a total of 3. Only one PDS tornado watch. We do have another tornado watch. This is a little bit of a skinny one. This is in northern, I guess, central Nebraska. Really, all of central Nebraska. It excludes North Platte, and then northern Kansas. And this is also a 70% probability of seeing tornadoes. So, it still, even well outside of the high risk. This is in the slight risk and the enhanced risk. We still have a pretty good chance for some tornadoes to form. Let's go to the next watch. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch currently out for, I think that's actually south. Yeah, that's that's South Dakota. I only know that because we storm chased there. So Rapid City, we were there for like 3 days. And then we do have this is the PDS watch. We do have another tornado watch too. So basically, if you live in Nebraska, east of North Platte, you're in a tornado watch. If you live in Kansas, east of Dodge City, pretty much everywhere except for the southeast corner, you're in a tornado watch. And if you live in Oklahoma, in central Oklahoma, west of Tulsa, you're in another tornado watch.
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
All right.
Tornado warning for northwestern Nuckolls County in south central Nebraska, northeastern Webster County in south central Nebraska.
All right. Well, there is our first live tornado warning that we've had today. So this is in Nebraska, kind of well outside of our main event here. But still, yeah, look at that. There's our first tornado warning right here of the stream. And there's your hook right there. So if you're going to get a tornado, it would be right in this region. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. So no, not observed just yet. And this goes until 4:45 Central. So this was issued just a second ago. So we'll get that on the graphic as we speak. But this is we're gonna have a good. Oh, there we go.
Tornado warning for east central DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern White County in Middle Tennessee.
Well, that is interesting. That is a tornado warning for Tennessee. So if this is going to be any indication about how the day is going to go, we are having tornadoes. Well, if you can look in the top corner of your screen, that is in the marginal. That is in the marginal risk. So if we're going to pop off in the marginal risk today, then we're going to have problems. And yeah, you can see right in Smithville, Tennessee, we've got a little bit of a couplet here. We've got definitely some inflow sneaking in here. We've got some strong outflow pushing here. There's your rotation where those two meet. You possibly could have a tornado with this thing. This isn't an incredibly strong return, but it is enough of a return to indicate we definitely could have a tornado here. So second tornado warning of the day, and it's in the marginal. So my goodness. All right. Well, let's go back and look at our tornado warning back in Nebraska. We didn't actually look at the velocity on this. Yeah, that's a tornado. I can see enough that we probably have a tornado on the ground here. I wouldn't doubt it. You can see bright reds. You can see red next to green right here. That is a pretty, especially being in a line like this. Looks like the velocity is a little bit delayed here. This would be your tornado right here. So St. Stephen's and Lawrence, you have a possibly rain wrap tornado coming directly your way. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but I'm just looking at the velocity here. It's weakened a little bit in this frame, but you definitely could have a tornado that's spun up here, maybe here, pushing your guys' way. So this is well outside of our high risk here, but like that tornado watch said, we're gonna have tornadoes up and down this line all night long. Yep. Fuzzy says possibly 2 tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, I maybe. I mean, definitely one. There's definitely a couple here. Maybe a little bit here. We have Justin Evans joining us from just north of Tulsa. Tulsa, you're okay for the moment. Your problem is going to be later tonight when this line is going to push your way. So you won't be in trouble until I think later tonight. All right, so total we got a total of 2 tornado warnings right now. We just started the stream, and pretty much immediately we have two tornado warnings. Tim says, yeah, he gets the idea. Raymond with a little good fact here. This is the first high risk in Oklahoma since that infamous high risk bust on May 20th of 2019. I do remember that one of Ray. I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're going to bust today. There really is not a lot that's getting in the way of these storms. We're already seeing these. I mean, this is already a supercell. Spread eagle for sure. Not sure where I would draw the eye. Maybe here. But yeah, these storms are already having that look. Even though this is a severe thunderstorm warning, this storm is already having that look. So I'm not liking what I'm seeing here from this storm. All right. Well, let's go ahead. I see we have Phil backstage. Let's bring in Phil here. Phil, how are you doing? I think you're on mute. Here, I'll unmute you. Oh, I can't unmute you. Whoops.
Sorry. How are we doing early on?
We've had 2 tornado warnings already. Both have been outside of our high risk. We've had one up in Nebraska. We've had one in the marginal risk down in Tennessee, and very well could be dropping a tornado down here. But so if this is going to be how today's goes, we're getting tornado warnings in the marginal area. Yeah,
issued a tornado warning for.
it's a problem.
Tornado warning for northwestern Nuckolls County in south central Nebraska, northeastern Webster County in south central Nebraska.
All right, so that was in Nuckolls County, Nebraska. So I think that was just, let's see. I think that was just an extension of our existing tornado warning, because I remember our initial tornado warning with this was in Nuckolls, Nebraska. So I think that was just an extension or an update of that tornado. It still says this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So still a dangerous storm about to move into Lawrence, Nebraska. Definitely take this thing seriously today, because we're going to have a lot of problems with these storms as they push into an area of just ridiculous parameters here. Phil, have you? What do you think? What are your thoughts on today? Have you had a chance to look at anything, or is there anything that sticks out to you so far?
The biggest thing that I've noticed and I'm hearing is that the environment for these storms is actually going to increase. So these storms can increase as the evening goes on. So as we're already seeing these storms fire up on the dry line in western Oklahoma, as they continue to move west, the ingredients to cook those storms is really just going to be increasing as we go. The other thing I'm noticing is the very first cell that started forming actually in the Texas Panhandle and Canadian. and has now moved in and is just northeast of Woodward. I'm actually starting to see a
Yeah.
split there, or
Yeah.
at least getting the eagle spread,
Yeah.
which means that sucker's probably increasing. And I'm looking at the velocity, and there's certainly looking to start, be some early rotation underneath the mezzo there as well.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. You are right on the money there, and that was actually one that we just saw. That it's I mean, just an absolutely classic supercell structure here with a hook that's developing. We call this spread eagle because I guess it kind of looks like a little bit like a bird a little bit with the wings up here, but that's why we call this a spread eagle for everyone that is curious. But that hook down here is right where we are, probably there's probably a wall cloud with this thing. I would not be surprised, but this is a developing supercell that, as it continues to move off to the east, is already showing signs of rotation. This thing is undoubtedly rotating. This whole storm is undoubtedly rotating around like this. So all it's going to take is a little bit of rotation at the surface, and this is probably going to be our first tornado warning of the day, I bet, in Oklahoma. I would not be surprised in the next 15 minutes, 15 to 20, unless this storm completely falls apart. This is probably going to be our storm of the day. Or not, I don't want to say storm of the day, but this is going to be the most immediate threat, I think, in Oklahoma.
I do know Ryan's waiting as well, if you want to bring him in and kind of get his thoughts on things.
Yeah, I don't actually see Ryan in the he's not there anymore. Yeah, look at that. Look, right as we spoke, tornado warning.
Oh, you're right.
This will be coming in just a second. You'll probably hear the sound effect, but we just had a tornado warning live on the show that we had said probably was coming, and it came a little sooner than I thought. But yeah,
has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, east central Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma.
Yep. So that's that cell that we are looking at right now. That is really, I don't necessarily think there's a tornado on the ground yet, but I think the National Weather Service is going to be really, really try to get out in front of these storms, because these storms are going to move fast. They aren't going to take their time developing. Every radar scan, they're going to come back and be stronger and more severe, and they'll develop with the environment today. They're going to develop tornadoes quickly. So whenever the National Weather Service is going to see something like this on the radar, I would bet they're probably going to warn it. So I'm concerned about this storm, and I don't see any reason why it's not going to continue to strengthen. It's got the structure, and it's in the air that it needs to. So I would not be surprised if this turned into a tornado pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get a good 3D cross section of this
Okay, cool.
storm as well. So hold on.
Great. Justin Evans said, I noticed Tulsa is just outside of the PDS line. Will it be weaker here? I don't, I think the tornado threat is going to push east as we go overnight. I don't think, I think if I had to put one area that was going to have a strong tornado, I would say it's probably going to be closer in this area. Because by the time it gets to Tulsa, this might be a couple of like segmented lines. Still, Tulsa, you are in the high risk. So I think they're going to extend that tornado watch to the east, and Tulsa, you are still going to get possibly a couple of storms tonight. So you're not going to get anything in the next hour, but I would not let your guard down if you're in Tulsa. And also a bigger point to people, if you live in any of these areas that we've talked about, right? If you live in Tulsa, if you live in Oklahoma City, if you live in Wichita, Kansas, we don't want to be scared. We don't want to be like scared, and we don't want to be incredibly like nervous, right? It's just you want to be prepared. So if you get a warning, take it seriously, but don't freak out just yet, right? There's no reason to panic just yet in any of those areas. But when you get a tornado, if you get a tornado warning tonight, which more often, there's going to be a lot of them. But if you're in one, take it seriously and get to shelter. And I'll be here walking you through it as we go throughout the night. All right, so what Phil is showing kind of a cross section of that storm. Yeah, look at the tilt. Look at that storm and the way it's tilted. That is a very, very strongly tilted storm. When you see that, that's rotation. That's the storm being kind of blown by the wind at the higher levels a little bit faster, and that's allowing that storm to rotate. So as a clearly rotating storm, that's a clearly rotating updraft all the way from the surface. So a classic supercell here that is well on its way to possibly becoming a tornado, if not already producing one. Yikes. Yeah, I would not be surprised if in the next couple of frames of velocity we see this really start to wrap up. Yeah, so this is a GR Analyst 2. This was radar data provided by Allison House. So thank you to them for providing this. This is some of the best data in the business. This is data that's and this tool itself is actually used by the National Weather Service. So the really cool thing is we're actually looking, some of these tools we look at are some of the same that the National Weather Service, maybe a little bit different, but the actual tool itself is some of the same things the National Weather Service is looking at. So that's why we can sometimes look at these and say, yeah, I think that's going to be a tornado warning, like we had looked at that Moreland storm, because we can kind of see some of the things that they're seeing too. So. All right, Phil, we'll keep having you look at this, and then let's go over to what are we going to show here? I want to pull back up the radar just to give everyone an update on that. So here's the concern, right in here. Definitely strong winds kind of pulling around this way. We're starting to see a little bit of red here on the southern side. Still that hook, right, with this storm. Still radar indicated tornado warning. So nothing. And the thing I always like to do too is, on GR Earth, which is also provided by, let's see, which is, sorry, we messed up the graphic there for a second. But on GR Earth, we can actually look at the chasers or the storm spotters. And so there is a lot of any green car you see, that's a storm spotter. So there's a lot of people on this storm. So if there was going to be a tornado warning, or if there was going to be a tornado with this, one of these storm spotters is going to see it, right? So that's at least one of the silver linings of today is there is a ton of people driving on the roads today. So a ton of storm spotters. So if this thing does drop a tornado, we're going to get confirmation pretty quickly from the National Weather Service, because one of these guys is going to have a stream. One of these guys is going to send a picture to the National Weather Service. One of these guys is going to call the National Weather Service and let them know that there is a tornado on the ground. Now, if you are watching this stream and you are driving, or hopefully you're not watching and driving at the same time. But if you have a passenger, if you're chasing Oklahoma today, just look at the broad picture. Look at how many people we have on the roads. Look at this, just one storm, right? There's a caravan of people on I forget what, I wish I could see the freeway name, but there's a caravan of people on these roads following these storms. So a really dangerous part of storm chasing, just beyond the storm itself, is driving. There's so many people that get into accidents. So if you are chasing today, know there's going to be chaser convergence. There's going to be there's going to be everyone and their little brother, because this is only storm spotters. I can almost guarantee there's a lot more chasers on the road than this is showing. But everyone and their brother is going to be chasing today in Oklahoma. And, because this is ultimately like Tornado Alley. This is the heart of Tornado Alley. So if you're out on the roads today, be careful, be respectful, and please don't be an idiot. That's all I ask today is be safe and be mindful that there's a lot of other people that are chasing this today. So let's go ahead and bring in Ryan. I see Ryan join us. Ryan Hickman from Allison House, thank you for joining. Any thoughts on the outbreak today, possible in Oklahoma and Kansas?
My thoughts would be basically this is going to be a overnight time event.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolute have multiple choices of being able to get warnings.
Yeah.
Whether it be your phone, your weather radio, which I hope you have one, because you definitely need a weather radio, and then you need to be able to just follow the TV. There's some really great stations there that have dealt with this time and time again.
Mm-hmm. Carly says hi, Ryan, as well. Carly Lewis says hi. So, and hey, you can follow us too. We're going to be tracking every tornado warning that we get all night long. We'll go as long as we can tonight, but Ryan is right on the money there. Have a way to get weather warnings if you are in this high risk. Have a way to get weather warnings and a way to have multiple ways. Your phone weather radio is probably best, right? And have your phone can be a good backup. If you don't have a weather radio, your phone is probably your best choice at this point. And make sure those warnings are not turned off. That's a big thing. Make sure you haven't turned off the weather warnings here. So, I want to quickly look at what do we got. Why are we so concerned? What are the conditions like? What are we what are we dealing with the Cape? So let's go ahead and fill this in. So just first looking at the Cape, the brighter colors indicate, or I guess the darker the purple, the higher the number, the higher the Cape. So Cape, once again, is a measurement of energy in the atmosphere. So, really, this is off the charts Cape. I mean, these storms are on a dry line, which is kind of this boundary you see here. And they're moving into an area of 4,000 plus Cape, which is astronomical. I mean, this is like the Energizer Bunny took the Barry Bonds steroids and then went to the gym for a year. And then now he's like that. That's what this is, right? This is just a ridiculous amount of Cape here. So incredible energy for these storms, even up into Kansas. You've got 3,000 to 4,000. So really, there's just unlimited energy. And let's look at some of the other Capes to just make sure, like the Mixler. Yeah, Mixler. I mean, it's all the same. It's all the same. There is going to be plenty of energy in the atmosphere, and the cap is gone. Right, the cap is gone. The blue is the cap. There is just nothing that is going to stop these storms, and they've already started. So the cap is pretty much irrelevant at this point. So I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. Let's just look at the standard. I think Ryan, ESRH is is that the relative helicity?
Effective.
Effective. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So helicity, once again, is like it's a measurement that meteorologists use to be able to say, okay, is this updraft going to rotate? Right. The higher the number, the more likely it is that updraft is going to rotate and rotate fast. And then when you've got a rotating updraft, that oftentimes will spawn tornadoes. So we've got the red is 200 to 300. The purple is 300 to 400. The dark purple is 400 to 500, which is off the charts. Anything above 100, 150, 200, that's plenty for tornadoes. So we've got these storms. This Winoka storm is moving into an area of really high helicity. That's not good. This storm already has that look, and it's moving into conditions, even better conditions. So I'm not liking that right now. It's going to be a problem. I mean, look, it's already developing. It already has a hook. Right?
There's no cap now.
Yeah,
Cap
none.
eroded.
None.
Yep. And Brady, also the storm just south of that near Sharon, starting to develop even some rotation on that too. So wouldn't be surprised if something gets issued there soon.
Yeah, I would not be surprised either. I think
severe warned now, but certainly has the looks
okay.
that it could be tornado warned.
Yeah, and I think another. Ryan, is the MLCL? Is that like the LCL?
Lifted
condensation level, right?
Yeah, condensation. Yeah.
So this is another thing that people don't look at a lot, but so what is the LCL? The LCL is a lifted condensation level. That is basically like the level of the cloud base, right? So the lower you sometimes hear us talk about elevated storms. The lower the cloud base, the easier it is for tornadoes to form. The higher the cloud base, the harder it is for tornadoes to form. These storms are moving into an area of lower LCL, right? The blue, that's lower. The yellow is higher. The purple is higher. So these storms are moving into areas of lower LCL, which means that, once again, everything is coming together today. Every single parameter that you can have is all screaming tornado outbreak. So that's why we're so concerned, because all the parameters we look for are just off the charts, including even like the LCL, which sometimes that's a big, like, people don't look at that a lot, but that's sometimes a big reason why some of these tornado outbreaks don't happen. But that's not going to be a problem today.
Ryan, I got a question for you, obviously as a storm chaser as well. What, as we have storms building up now south of the current tornado warned storm by Winoka, what's your thought and philosophy on storms further south of the line?
Get east.
Yeah.
Like if you're on Winoka, you've got the potential to just watch the storm, tornado, possibly, even further east, and then start diving south. So just keep bouncing south and going east.
Okay.
That's just how I play it.
Do you have a history of storms further south being more potential for tornado, or does it really, you haven't seen a big difference?
Well, so I did the El Reno tornado, and that one was definitely a bounce south and go east situation, especially after some things were said on national, or maybe not national TV, but local TV. So getting south and bouncing out, you just get a lot better perspective over how the storm looks vertically.
True. Yeah.
So just, it's not as fun being so close.
Yeah. I think Greg, well, yeah, Greg would probably disagree. I know Greg likes to get right next to it, and we might actually have Greg later. I'm gonna keep an eye on his Instagram. But yeah, no, I agree, Ryan. Especially with these storms. These storms are, at least this one's moving east at 45 miles an hour. So, these. I don't think the storm motion is going to be like 60 miles an hour today, but it's definitely not going to be like what it was the past couple of days in Texas, where those things were just crawling. These are moving along. The dry line is going to keep pushing them east. So these will, and then the wind is, and their momentum is going to carry them east after that. So they're going to move along pretty fast here, especially as that low level jet kind of continues to ramp up through the evening hours, and that's really going to be when our tornado threat's maximized. Is 5, 6, 7 o'clock central. That's by about 7 to 8 o'clock central time. That's probably going to be when our tornado threat is starting to be maximized, as that low level jet really cranks up from the south and just starts, absolutely feeding these storms. And that's coincidentally, that's going to be right as they start to move over Oklahoma City. So those folks in Oklahoma City, that's why we have our high risk here. If I would overlay this here, that's really where we would get that's where we would get the problems for this. So
Yeah, I would totally agree. Like we're gonna hit the nighttime hours, and then we're gonna have low level jet kick in, and at that point, it's gonna surge east. Once it surges east, it's gonna be
jeez.
It's not gonna be QLCS like it was last time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that date was. But this is definitely going to be a lot more isolated.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever
Wow.
storms are able to absorb each
Yep.
other. Would you agree,
Yeah.
Brady?
I agree. I think up here in Kansas, that'll probably be a little bit more of a line. But yeah, down here in Oklahoma City and Oklahoma, these things are probably going to stay pretty fairly isolated. Even as they move through Tulsa. I think I misspoke earlier. You're only in the I don't want to say only. You're in the moderate risk, so you're right on the edge of the high. I still think these storms are going to be nasty for a long time. And Carly Lewis says observe tornado in White, Tennessee. I mean, yeah, that's this storm over here in Tennessee. It's in the marginal risk. So if that's any indication about how tonight's going to go, we're in trouble. Yeah, there it is. There it is, right here. Looks like So we have a confirmed tornado here. Just in Tennessee. This is in Tennessee. Let me zoom out to show everyone where we're at. Yikes. I wish I didn't have to click. But this is about, I think, let's see, 68 miles east of Nashville. So Cookeville, Tennessee. This is just to your south. We have a confirmed tornado with this kind of blob of storms here. And this did produce or is producing a tornado right now for this part of the country. So Sparta, you're not in this warning, but it's coming your way. Shady Grove, Tennessee, another area that's going to be impacted by this. And looking at that velocity, that very well could be a tornado and was a tornado, if not is still on the ground right now. Yeah. If you look back at the past, oftentimes the past is a pretty good indicator of if it's still on the ground. That frame was when, this was about when we got that report, 544, of an observed tornado. And look at it a couple of frames later, it still looks the same. So it's probably a pretty good indication that this tornado is still on the ground. It's in some respect just to the east of Peeled Chestnut.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma.
All right. Well, there's our second tornado warning in Oklahoma. I'm going to be curious to see what that is. Really quickly, I just want to see if there is any.
That's the one just south of Winoka that we were just looking at, Brady.
Okay, so they extended that warning then.
No, I think that's new.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
I
it?
think
It's
it's new as
south of
well.
Winoka. So Winoka is still tornado warned. This is the one that was by Sharon and is now over Mutual.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, if you live in Tennessee, we do have a just south of Cookeville, Tennessee, just east of Smithville. We do have an observed tornado that was confirmed here on the ground. This expires in about 4 minutes. They're probably going to extend this here.
Yeah, that couplet does not look very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Fuzzy says it's new. Thank you, Fuzzy. Okay, so let's get back here, and things are going to change pretty rapidly here. So we're going to try and do our best to keep up, and I'm going to try to see if I can pull in some cameras here at some point. All right, because I think Oklahoma has a pretty good camera network, and maybe Phil or Ryan, if you guys If you guys see any cameras as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen any out in that area yet. I think until it starts approaching Oklahoma City, I'm having trouble finding any.
Okay.
Yeah, they tend to be on the interstates.
Okay. Okay, let's pull up this radar. All right, so yikes, that's I don't like that either. So this storm is doing exactly what that Winoka storm did just a second ago, and it's really got its act together. This is a little bit of a spread eagle here, definitely a supercell, definitely developing inflow here. This is really starting to wrap up. I think in the next couple of frames, we're going to have some problems here. And yeah, huge burst of RFD on the backside of this thing. So the winds are really cranking around, or starting to really crank around here. All it's going to take is a little bit of inflow here, a little bit of winds kind of circling around this thing, to if this inflow can just get its act together and start to get going here. These winds that are wrapping around here are going to collide with them, and then that's when these winds are going to start turning. That's when you get your tornado. So that's
also, I'm going to just let you guys know. Oh, sorry, Ryan, go ahead. You didn't have, okay. I noticed a couple storm reports.
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Central White County in Middle Tennessee.
All right. Well, that was an extension of our other tornado warning in Tennessee. So they just extended that tornado warning for Tennessee. Let me just quickly see. Is that an observed warning? Okay, it's still a radar indicated warning. So I think that's, well, until they get confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground with that thing, they just made it observed. There very well could still be a tornado on the ground here, just about to move into Shady Grove. So dangerous storm there, about moving directly at Sparta, Tennessee.
So I was going to add, Brady, we've got, looks like Spotter Network. Jeremy McNaughton has reported a large funnel located near Strongville, Oklahoma. So this is the third storm down the line in Oklahoma. So just south of the Mutual, Oklahoma tornado warning storm. This is near, I think, Leedy. Ryan, you're from this area, so if we botch these names,
yeah,
at least
please,
closer to this area than we are.
You're nailing it. You're good.
Okay. So just it looks like we've got a funnel cloud reported there. So to keep an eye, if you're near Berman, Leedy, Putnam, Oklahoma, all areas that with a severe warning storm coming your way, but also reported funnel cloud.
Yeah. That's as all these storms move off to the east, they're moving into an area of pretty significant conditions. So each, we've got 3 supercells developing in a line. 1, 2, 3. All 3 of these are pushing off to the north and east, and all 3 of them are moving into an area of ridiculous conditions. So we're already seeing 2 of them go. I would not be surprised if this third one starts to go and is tornado warned pretty quickly. Like Phil said, we already have you said a wall cloud or a funnel cloud?
Funnel cloud.
We already have a funnel cloud that has been reported with this. So just that is not good news.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying to wrap up here south of Leedy.
All right. Well, let me quickly go back to our. Let's just quickly look at the satellite here, because this will also be pretty cool to look at, and will give us a good idea about the conditions that are happening here. So, this is a classic setup. This is a classic high producing or high end potential setup. You've got dry line. There's you could really tell where the dry line is, because that's where this line of storms is blowing up on, right? So you've got this boundary where all these storms are moving up on. You've got southerly flow out in front of it. You got see these clouds kind of streaming in from the south here. That's your kind of beginnings of your low level jet. So as these storms move into that area of southerly winds, that's going to be a big time problem. Because that's really when you're going to start to see these storms really start to crank up and really start to rotate. They already are, but that's why we're so concerned here out in front of this. And I mean, just look at that. That is just a classic satellite. They used to teach this in schools when it was like, all right, if you're going to have a significant severe weather outbreak, you've got clear conditions behind a dry line, you've got southerly winds out in front, and you've got an exploding set of thunderstorms right along that dry line. So not what you want to see. And I don't think there's going to be many chances for this to bust today. I really don't.
Bust is,
yeah, it's not going to happen.
it's sort of relative to, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to happen today for sure.
Yeah, and the cap's broken. The amount of moisture that's gone into this, the low level jet, when it kicks in, you're hitting a lot of locations to the east.
Yeah.
Embedded tornadoes once it gets dark. I'm in Colorado, so it's kind of hard to say, but we're at 5 o'clock in Oklahoma. That's when you start to get dark this time.
Yep.
So. Brady, so I've got pulled up so everybody can see this. I'm showing not only the radar and the current warnings in place here in western Oklahoma, but the background is our significant tornado parameter. So you can see that these storms are moving into, if you were a storm, a better environment. But you can also see the shear. So I'm pulling up 850 millibar winds and the 500 millibar winds on top of that to see our shear differential that these storms are also in right now. If maybe you want to touch on that and the importance of that if you were a tornado.
Yeah, well, if I'm a tornado, I think the problem here, I mean, is you've got winds from the south, you've got upper level, winds at the south of the surface, and you've got upper level winds from the east or southeast, right? So, you talk about winds turning with height, you talk about winds changing speed and changing direction with height. That's what it is, right? You got winds of the surface this way, you've got winds up, higher level this way, it almost perpendicular today, which is insane. I mean, that is what's going to cause, as the winds of the surface, rise in the atmosphere, they're going to meet these winds and it's going to start to turn them, right? And so that's where you get your rotation, and that's where these storms really start to crank. And as they encounter those stronger southerly level winds, which are just a little bit to their east, they are going to, and they're already encountering them right now. And you can see that's why they're developing this just classic structure. Is it's just going to cause them to go berserk. And so that's why we're so concerned.
Yeah, they're absolutely just absorbing all the wind.
Yeah.
Taking it, everything from the Gulf.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in Dina. Dina Knightley, meteorologist at the Weather Channel. Dina, you want to give a quick kind of what are your thoughts on today? Well, first of all, Dina, how are you doing? And second of all, what has it been crazy at the Weather Channel today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the digital side, so I'm trying to get everything done over there, and I just logged off, and then it's like when I even logged on this morning, I thought, okay, all the models are trending later, so you get into that window of, okay, you're going to chase. Do you want to go further east where it could be stronger, but then you have to fight darkness? And I mean, we've been talking to our co-host Greg all day too. And you could tell this stuff's starting to fire. Just how Ryan, like I came in and Ryan was saying too, the cap is broken. Yeah. I was just looking before you brought me on at some of the caps and there's no cap. So they're getting into dew points of like 60s and 70s. I mean, if you're in 70s and it's this warm, it's juicy, you've got the shear, you've got all the ingredients, everything is there. Sometimes we get these high risk days where you're like, it's just it's gonna fail, nothing's gonna happen. But today I think it's going to, and the dangerous part is that it's going to be at night. So that is my big concern. You could see right here, I think Phil had this up with the significant tornado parameter. That's a great graphic right there. You could see shear. You could see where it's the environment it's moving into. I mean, the dry line looked crazy when you were looking at it today. And I even at the upper levels, like the 200 millibar, you can see the divergence aloft. And I've always remembered Dr. Forbes teaching me, it's like if you put your hands in the tub and pull that water away, the air from underneath is going to rise, and it's going to rise quickly. And it's got everything we need. And you can kind of tell, like, look at this. You're going from severe thunderstorm warnings to tornado warnings. And that one right there, just west of Fairview, that one looks like it's getting a hook already.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. No, I would not
There
be
it is.
surprised. I would not be surprised if this thing went pretty quickly tornado. And Oklahoma City, what you're seeing on the screen right now, Oklahoma City, it still looks like a pretty good day in terms of the weather. Not anything too scary at the moment, but you've got this line of storms that it has 3 supercells on it, and each of these supercells are pushing off to the north and east. We've got some other developing ones down here just to the west of Elk City, but we already have 2 active tornado warnings in kind of western Oklahoma, and this is just the start of it, people. So if you live in Oklahoma City, you know this is coming your way. And north of Oklahoma City, this is going to be a problem for the next several hours here, and we're like I said, we're just getting started with this risk. So,
Hey Brady, this is right in the area with this PDS tornado watch. I'm sure you guys went over this before I got here, but this is like the times where like you're using your big words. That's the super serious. Some of the wording they're using is particularly dangerous situation, of course, numerous tornadoes, intense tornadoes, widespread hail to 4 inches, gusts over 75. But they're talking long track tornadoes, long lived tornadoes. So, I mean, if you're chasing, definitely, have an exit strategy. Now, north, south, east, west, every way you can get. If you're at home just listening, I mean, when you get to a watch, that's when you got to start thinking, where would I go if I go into a warning? You can't wait to the last minute because you may only have a minute. Have your phone charged, have your shoes on. I'm a big, I know I say that and it sounds stupid, but put your shoes on, because if something were to happen, I have literally seen people come out of their torn down house in their pajamas, bare feet, holding their dog. And it's you have nothing. So have all that, know where you're going. If you have family, the kids or friends or whatever, know where everybody's going. Like, don't wait till the last minute and then panic because you didn't think about where you want to go. So think about it right now. Set up like an alert, whether you have a weather radio, whether you have an alert on your phone, because a lot of times what happens is people go to bed. They're like, all right, I'm going to bed. Then they go off. You're half out of it when you're sleeping, or you don't hear it, and people don't see it at night. It's dark.
yep.
So just get your plan now. Don't waste any more time.
Couldn't agree more, Dina. The you want to be prepared. Don't be scared, right? And you want to be ready though. If you do get one of these warnings tonight, you want to be ready to move. Dina, you getting some love in the chat. Carly Lewis says hi. Fuzzy says hi. Got a lot of people kind of tuning in, and if you are tuning in on YouTube, if you aren't already subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We actually have a graphic that'll show we have had 2 subscribers since we started the show. So if you subscribe, you'll see that count go up, and you'll be like, hey, that was me. That's pretty cool.
I do see. Forbes is a legend. Yes, he is. I learned a lot from the man.
Yeah. Jess
Greg.
says hi as well. Jess says charge your devices
Hi,
if they aren't
Jess.
already. So we've got the whole crew here tonight, and if you are watching us on Twitter too, we're thankful that you're watching us there. I think if you want to chat with us live, go ahead and head over to YouTube. And see us there. It's YouTube/Stormfront Freaks, and just look for we're red because we're Outbreak today. So just go ahead and look for the live stream under live, and you'll be able to find us there. I do want to bring in. We do have Dan Wallace. Dan Wallace has been helping us out with the stream pretty much every time, and today he's chasing. So Dan is going to be chasing this threat today. Dan, let's bring you in and just see. Where are you right now, Dan?
I had a commitment that kept me in Dallas all day. I'm northbound on 35. I just passed Marietta.
Got it. Is that Texas or Oklahoma? Sorry.
So yes, Southern Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be in Oklahoma.
Okay, got it. So you just passed Marion, Oklahoma. What freeway are you on? Just so I can pull that up.
I'm looking too.
Say that again, Dan. 35.
He said 35.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so Dan. Okay, got it. Yeah. So essentially, Dan is basically moving right on 35 right now, and let me go ahead and pull that.
He's northbound on 35, and
yeah. So Dan is pushing up the 35 towards the storms. I think he's headed towards Oklahoma City. So we'll kind of Dan, we'll kind of periodically touch base with you as you move towards these things. But we've got plenty of time here in terms of the tornado warnings that we have. The good news is it looks like that Winoka storm that was tornado warned is no longer tornado warned. So the good news is that one storm right here, there's still a warning on it, but it expires in about a minute. And I would bet if I'd read this, they said, well, they still say a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So I'll be curious to see if they extend it. They have not extended it yet, and the rotation, thankfully, does not look as pronounced. Still got winds kind of wrapping around here, but we don't have our winds wrapping in here strongly just yet. So that's at least the good news. That's a silver lining on that storm right now. It still has a pretty good structure to it, but nothing to report yet in terms of that. Let's look at the storm just to the south here. We haven't looked at the velocity a lot on this yet. So still a tornado warning for moving into Fairview. And that last scan is a little bit of an uptick here. We got your winds rotating around this way. Your winds, once again, green is going towards the radar. Red is going away from the radar. So the radar is down here. Which one are we at? Let's go to the Norman radar. That actually wasn't as good.
Advanced Air Force Base is not.
Yeah.
It's dug in a hole.
Yeah. No way. Yeah. So we actually, so this is actually interesting. You've got kind of winds going this way, and then you've got some winds going this way because the radar site's up here, just to the east of Cherokee. And red is going away from the radar. So you've got winds kind of wrapping around here, but then you've got some winds trying to wrap in here as well as winds here. So still a pretty decent couplet here. Nothing necessarily that would scream tornado on the ground just yet, but there could be. So treat every warning today that we get because of the environment that we're in, treat it like it's on the ground. And if you're in the warning, take shelter, get to the most interior room in your house. Go ahead, Dina.
Hey, Brady, I'm just reading NWS out of Norman. One of their meteorologists is saying near term, seems like the tornado threat is beginning to ramp up as surface winds have backed slightly locally in Fairview, Putnam, and Butler ahead of those storms. we'll probably see this sort of medium level tornado risk for the next hour or so. After 6 o'clock, the environment will undergo another ramp up as storms cross over the moisture gradient. So they're going like from a dew point at 65 to 70 and higher. This will kick off the tornado risk.
Wow.
And don't
Yeah.
forget your sunset. I looked it up for Oklahoma City, so it's going to be pretty close to everything. It was like a little bit after 8 o'clock local time, and then it's dark, and then you're not going to see anything.
Yep. So yikes. That was me trying to write sunset on there, but but yeah. So I mean, Dina, you're spot on there. So was that from the National Weather Service chat?
Yeah, it's NWS chat from one of the Norman Oklahoma meteorologists. So he's saying this is going to kickstart the high level. I mean, we were on our personal chat. We were talking about the dry line and the dew points this morning. And when you have such, when you're getting the 70s, you expect something, especially when you have a huge gradient, like 20s and 30s on one side of the dry line.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're going to have, and it's hot. I was just looking at some of the temperatures, the surface temps. It's hot. So you got the heat, you got the moisture, you got the shear, you got the dry line. I mean, you have everything, and it's just been waiting. No more capping. And I've been kind of concerned about Enid, if I've said that right, all day. Because we were looking for Greg yesterday for his placement today, and Enid looked like almost a little too scary for me.
Yeah, and actually, I do have Greg's location right now.
I do. I was looking at it too, and luckily he's let me pull it out, zoom out.
Yeah, so it looks like Greg is just to the east of Wyandotte. So Greg is just to the east of Wyandotte. If we zoom out on our map here, so he's northwest of Oklahoma City. He's just to the, and for those that either watch the podcast or don't, I mean, everyone knows who Greg Johnson is, Tornado Greg. He is normally on the podcast. Today he is chasing. So he is right now. He was on that cell in Wyandotte. And I think he's probably reevaluating right now and seeing, okay, where do I go next? So that'll be interesting to see what Greg's does as he pushes. He's going to keep probably moving east here and keep choosing, following these supercells. The question is, does he stick with it? So Greg is probably right in here. Does he stick with this cell to the north, or does he go to the southern cell? I bet he's probably going to reposition to get out in front of that southern cell.
Yeah. What did Ryan say earlier? East and south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan. You're right.
Well, you just have to have the path outward. You cannot stick to one thing, and as soon as you start to see something, take your photos, do whatever you're doing, movies, hopefully have a south route.
Yeah. And I'm looking at that map too. He's got a lot of roads, which is good.
Yeah.
He's got some options. So, but I see I'm just looking at your map to where he is. Yeah, I mean, you could see so far when you're out in Oklahoma. So I'm wondering what he's able to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, so what he does need to, I mean, he's basically right here. He's probably got to go due east, and then he's going to have to get out in front and probably take one of these roads and push to the south, because this storm is still has a tornado warning on it, and is moving, like Dina said, the National Weather Service chat, for those that don't know, that is a chat that's used by National Weather Services across the country to kind of communicate with each other, and there's only a handful of people that have access to that. I don't have access to that, actually. So that's your kind of your insider chat for the National Weather Service. So when you hear them talking about when storms get to Fairview as they push to the east, when these storms get to Cherokee, they're going to encounter an area of really good conditions. That it's a pretty good indicator that as these storms, I mean, it's just going to take, they're going to start to take off pretty quickly here and produce. I think the good news is so far, I could be misspoken here. The good news is the only observed tornado we have seen so far today has been in Tennessee.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And that was in the marginal risk. But we have a long way to go. This
it's just starting.
We haven't even gotten to the peak of this. The peak of this is going to be in the next couple of hours. And we already have a couple of active tornado warnings. The good news is these first storms, the first salvo, if you will, has not landed, which is, I don't want to say that's a sign of things to come. I don't think it is. But at least for the folks that were in the immediate path of these storms, they haven't taken off just yet. Now they're on the runway, and we have a tornado warning where a storm could be producing a tornado. But we haven't seen the scary radar images that we expect today with the conditions that we have. So, and
that you were talking about, Greg, moving that tornado warning, that's moving at 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So, that's something that you think about now that we've chased more together too. It's not like you can outrun these things.
No.
No. So you got to really think ahead and move if to a safe place.
Yeah. Agreed. I completely agree with that. Okay, so let's really quickly let's just do a quick round robin. We haven't really done that, and then let's go back. I think there's a couple other things on the SPC site that I want to show. We still have got that camera on the top monitoring Oklahoma City. So as storms move towards, I think that's looking west. I will make sure that is looking west. But I think that's looking west. So as those storms kind of move into Oklahoma City, we should start to see them on.
I can confirm that's definitely looking west.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Red. I got a lot in my mind today. So, but let's just do a quick round robin, and then maybe I can do a quick round robin with the freaks and see if you guys have seen anything new. But so let's just go north to south here. So let's start up and let me overlay the risk as well, so I can kind of show where that is. And I don't know hold on, let me refresh this real quick.
Hey, while you're doing that, I'm just going to mention one thing while you are messing around with that. NWS chat is talking about, as you go further east into central Oklahoma, because those warnings were more to the west, there was more of a cap in the central Oklahoma and east. So we saw those storms from west to east. They were going into juicy air, and there was no cap with the ones in the west. So those caps are breaking now. And it's going to evolve now. So they're getting 82 mile an hour gusts. This was major Oklahoma. I'm not sure if that was the county north. Yeah, 9 miles north of Chester, major Oklahoma. I think that's the county. So they're getting, huge wind gusts. And you guys, if you've got a car that you have a garage or someplace you could park it, go park it under a structure somewhere.
Not an underpass. Not an underpass.
Not under an overpass. Phil will lose his mind.
Well, I think I'll lose my mind too.
Yeah.
So I'm with you there. But yeah, Dina's right on the money here, and these storms are gonna move. They're gonna be potent all night long. But let's just do a quick overview north to south here to just kind of summarize what we got. So we have, even in the slight risk to the north, we have storms moving through Sioux Falls. We've got kind of a broken line of storms, and I believe these are moving If we put this in motion, these are lifting to the north. We've got one line out in front, Sioux Falls, Sioux City, that getting hit now, and then there's a second line kind of moving to the north here. There is a non-zero tornado risk with these. So these are we may see a couple tornado warnings up here in kind of southern South Dakota, northern Nebraska, southern Iowa. You guys are all on a slight risk today. Looking a little bit to the further to the south, we have another line of storms that's pushing off to the north, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings with those. We have special weather statements with those. There's still, once again, there still is a non-zero tornado threat in Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska. I know that's the last thing folks in that area want to hear after getting those destructive tornadoes. There was a couple EF3 plus. I think there was one maybe EF4 tornado that moved through there. But you guys this is mostly going to be a linear threat for you guys. So mostly a line of storms that could produce something. So the good news is you aren't in the highest risk. Further south into Kansas, we have an enhanced risk and a moderate risk, even down into southern portions of Kansas. Right now, you have a line of kind of a broken line of storms in central Kansas. You've got a couple of isolated storms in southern Kansas, and that's where we have our severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a couple of them, and they're pushing off towards Topeka, Kansas. Topeka, they're going to take some time to get to you, but you will probably have some thunderstorms tonight. Wichita, you are in the moderate risk, right on the edge of the high risk. Right now, you guys are. It looks. I mean, right now, you guys might get split. I don't want to say this, because something would develop here, or if this storm would take a right turn in Pratt, you could get hit. But right now, Wichita. This storm probably is your most immediate threat. That might just slide to your south though. So Wichita, you're still in the danger zone, but maybe a little bit of a silver lining for Wichita, Kansas here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Then furthest to the south, this is where we have our high risk. This is where we have all the problems, and oh my gosh, Dina, you called it. Right here, this storm is looking worse and worse by the minute. So in Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, north of Oklahoma City, in the kind of the northern central portions of Oklahoma, you've got 3 supercells. All they're all about to move into the high risk area. They're all about to move into the area of greatest kind of rotation and greatest threat. And so these storms are all getting that look. Literally, look at this, guys. Look, we've got this storm had the look. When I say had the look, you can tell on radar when a storm gets that look, right? You say, okay, it just looks like it's going to produce a tornado. All of these 3 storms are getting that classic look, right? You've got this one to the north, this one to the south, and this one all the way further to the south. They all 3 look similar, right? They all 3 look like a comma. Or a backwards comma, basically. That is the classic supercell look, and that is an indication that they're really starting to ramp up in a bad way.
I think you're right on it with that, Brady. And that one to the north, in northwest of Enid, I think that could end up turning tornadic. But the one just west of Enid, I do see a signature on there. It might not be a huge tornado. The one to the south in the tornado warning. Yeah, that one. Yeah, right there. That one does have a little bit of a that's definitely got some rotation. Definitely there it is. You see it?
Yeah.
So it's not huge, but they're definitely warning on it.
Yeah. No, they definitely are. And I mean, it's still a radar, or it's still a radar indicated tornado warning. So, it doesn't look too incredibly impressive right now, but like you'd said in the National Weather Service chat, right? These things are going to keep getting worse as they move off to the east. I think the fact that we have 3 isolated supercells here, right? That's a problem, because these things are isolated enough from each other. They've got some clean air to work with. As long as they can stay relatively isolated like this, right? Because we've got winds pushing in from the south. So if as long as this one doesn't push out in front of the other one, the winds from the south, the low level jet's going to work its way into all three of these, and as it does so, that's going to be when your tornado potential gets maximized. And really, after for the next probably hour to 2 to 3, maybe about an hour or two, that's when you're going to have your maximum potential, really, and continuing on after that into the night hours. So,
Hey, Brady, I'm checking out NWS Norman, Oklahoma, getting more concerned with the storm south and east of Alva. Radar depiction showing a bit more organization at the low and mid levels. May need to upgrade that one. So there's Alva. I see it at the top. So I'm not. This was only like 4 minutes ago. So I assume he says south and east of Alva. That's it. Probably was down a few. It was probably down a further south a few minutes ago, but. They do think it may upgrade. So we'll see. I mean, it's definitely looking decent.
Looks like it has a bunch of backing wind too.
Yeah.
Wrapping around the storm.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, if we put this in rotation, and Raymond called it right, the one to the north is spinning like a top, right? If we put this in motion here, you can clearly see this thing just this whole thing
it's
is
looking good. It's looking good. It's
now,
trying.
It is. The only thing I think that is at least it doesn't look incredibly strong yet on radar. It's not very big. It's pretty. That doesn't mean it can't produce a tornado, but it's not very big on radar just yet. And it still is kind of working itself out. And to your point, Dina, maybe it's starting to get organized. But at least in the short term, it still has just a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And
So Brady, I'm just I wanted a quick show. I'm going to do this first. So just using GR Earth. This, what I wanted to point out is this is the SPC outlook, and obviously the high risk circle. All of these storms are about to move into that. Those that are in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice graphic, Phil. Glad you put that up.
Thanks, Ryan.
Hey, do you have thank you, Ryan. Hey, can you flip Phil to like say a dew point at the bottom? Let's see. I'm just curious because I was looking earlier and it was that weather, temperature, and even the dew point. Look at that. 70, 72. I mean, come on. That's hitting some moist air.
Yep. And
it's had all day to heat up.
Yeah. The factors whenever you have dew points, right? A lot of the setups we've talked about that we've had have had 60 dew points, right? 50, 60. The last time we did this, and Ryan, you'll remember this, the last time or one of the last times we had talked about a dry line, it was 60-degree dew point, and these storms had a frankly that event kind of busted overnight. I know we saw the tornadoes during the day. We didn't get the tornadoes that we expected. And I think the reason for that, one of the reasons for that was it wasn't moist enough, right? Today we have 70, right? That's 10 degrees. That's upper 60s to 70. That is just a really high number. And if you have 66, 65 and above with these conditions, that's a problem, because that higher, the more the moisture that you got, the higher the the instability that contributes to the instability, and that can cause some big problems. So
Yeah,
And
until
look
do you
at
have
look,
the goes? Can you slap on the goes?
oh yeah, let's do that.
and you could see those that orange contour
Like
sliding
around the
north.
mezzo? Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Look at
And
that
it's
dry
in the
line
sun. Yeah.
going just right along the Poncus. Look at that dry line.
Yeah, that's insane. That's a problem. I mean, that's a big time problem there, because I don't know if you guys noticed that too. You Phil, you want to zoom in into like Oklahoma City?
Yeah, look at that. 34 and then like 35 and then 61. 68
Yeah.
in Elk City. That's I think you could find a dry line there.
Do you guys
This time of year, it gets really cold behind. That's why I hate chasing in eastern Colorado at this time of year.
Yeah.
It's cold. You gotta wear it.
Then you need your sweatshirt, then you got to take it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys see the those clouds coming in from the south?
Yeah.
Those like little cumulus clouds.
Yeah.
That's your low level jet.
That's exactly it. Good job.
Right.
Yeah, that was perfect.
That's so it's still, those storms are just starting to move into that area, and that's why they're going to continue to be a problem. I'm very concerned that we've got 3 isolated supercells right now. It's not good, and I know I keep saying this, and I don't mean to harp on it, right? Because I don't want people to freak out, but they're unless these storms just don't produce for whatever reason, we're probably going to see a couple. Each of these supercells is probably going to be, I think, the bottom 2. If I would put a bet right now, my money's going to be on the bottom 2 supercells. The one to the north is kind of struggling, to be honest. The cell that's moving into Clio Springs and Fairview, and the cell just to the south of that in Oakwood, that's where I've got my money on if there's going to be 2 supercells that are going to go off.
And you could see like where you don't have the steady stream of clouds, like the solid white, where you have the cumulus. That's got time to heat up. Oh, look, it went.
Tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, southern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, northwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, northeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma.
All right. Well, we have a new tornado warning that's issued, and I do want to just look at this because this storm has the look, and I think let's just look at the velocity here. I think this is actually a frame behind, but there would be your couplet. Let me just look and see if the correlation coefficient here. Let me see if I can look at a different radar. Let's look at Norman.
Yeah, some of the you got to. I feel like I'm switching around to some radars too.
Yeah. So this
Try
storm
VNX.
right here. Yeah. Which one?
VNX. I can't remember the name of that. Whichever one that is.
Advanced Air Force Base.
Yeah. Okay. So this is still. Yeah. Let me look and see if we can see higher tilt here. Okay. So this storm. I mean, just looking on radar, this storm definitely has an appendage here. Definitely has a hook. Definitely has inflow kind of streaming in here, and definitely has kind of winds wrapping around this way, right? So definitely. Well, I've said definitely like 10 times, but I'm seeing why the National Weather Service extended this tornado warning, because just looking at the actual radar presentation, it looks like it's about to drop a tornado. Now, the velocity is telling a little bit of a different story here. And maybe I'm just, we're not able to see fully into that storm, but it doesn't look like it's got incredibly strong, tight rotation just yet. But that doesn't mean it's not dropping a tornado. And also, I mean, if I look at this storm, this radar beam's got to kind of go through the actual storm itself. So, it could have some problems there, but Regardless, we have an extension of the existing tornado warning that we had that was just south of Fairview. So Cleo Springs, you're in this. Helena, Oklahoma. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Woods County, southern Alfalfa. Oh, this is like 4 counties. Great. Or 5 counties. Southern Alfalfa, southwestern Grant, northwestern Garfield, and northeastern Major County, all in northern Oklahoma. So dangerous storm pushing your way, and it's moving. It's moving, I think, pretty fast. The fact that they've extended this tornado warning pretty far out. This storm is moving at east at 45 miles an hour right now, and is going to be trucking along pretty quickly. Just Highway 60, 60. This is going to go just to just kind of skirt you guys to the north. So if we got any chasers, anyone on Highway 60, that storm is moving your way.
And you might want to kind of move because you've got another one to the southwest moving. That would kind of worry me too. I mean, it's this thunderstorm warning, but still, it's moving into a favorable environment. Things are popping now, so it's not just tracking. Oh, what's Phil got here?
So this is just to give you a little view of kind of a 3D view of what that storm would look like. Maybe even if you were there looking at it right now, kind of what the cloud structure would look like. At least this goes, let me zoom out a little bit. What are we at here? Looks like the radar goes to about 10,000 feet and then starts from there. But at least at that height kind of gives you an idea. You can see the notch, that little notch here, and here's kind of where the circulation and the updraft is. Going and slanted, going into the storm, going up. But yeah, nice little 3D view there.
Maybe that's why we're just not seeing some of that rotation at the ground there, Brady.
Yeah,
but I mean,
we're at
60,000 feet.
Yeah, being that high.
And 60,000 feet, I mean, you're probably going to see overshooting tops on the visible satellite too, because mainly we don't really go over 60,000. That's kind of like the top of the tropopause. And the only thing that's going to get past there is some overshooting tops. That looks pretty cool.
This
there.
is pushing 60,000 feet.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, like I said on a past stream, the cruising altitude of a 747 is generally around 30 to 40,000 feet.
Yeah.
That's almost double. I mean, that's almost if you're flying right, I guarantee you. And I wonder if any freaks, maybe Dina with your pilot background, I would love to see like an image of the planes right now. I bet they're just all diverting around all of these storms because you're not flying through that. I got news for you.
No, they're going around that. And the one thing, I was actually just doing a explainer graphic today about this, how high it goes. I mean, even that's twice as high as Mount Everest. Mount Everest was like 29,000 and change. I can't remember 20. I'm sure I have it written down here from today, but 29,000 and change. I'll just leave it at that. But that's double.
I'll tell you what, the one
gonna fly. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the one south of that is looks like it's got even higher ecotop.
Wow.
So here's the tornado warning storm, and that's and Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but I'm looking at orange being between 50 and 60,000. But if you look down by the Putnam Oakwood storm, that's pushing 60,000 feet plus on that.
Can you query that? Can you click right on that and query it?
Crazy.
What do you mean?
You should be able to.
Like if you just click on it, it might give you a query about the height. I'm not sure. I'm not great with GR Earth, but no, maybe not.
This is GR2, right? So it's
I'm on GR2.
I forgot how to do it. No.
But anything above that, the only thing you're gonna get there is like supersonic planes going above that,
Yeah.
So everybody's gonna be going around that.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess two things. One, Elizabetta, hello. Thank you for joining us, Elizabetta. I appreciate you joining. She's a regular that is around here. Michael Simmons. Mike, I think this is Ryan, your cousin. Love that. He's giving you some love in the chat. Anything you want to say to
Hey,
your cousin
cuz.
right now?
No.
Any embarrassing details you can reveal on live YouTube?
No.
Oh, are you sure?
They're
Okay.
they're all not live things.
All right.
That was kind.
All right.
Hey, here's one more thing, you guys. NWS Norman is on it today, I gotta say. As the ongoing storms in northwest Oklahoma advance eastward, sufficient ingredients continue to increase the further east you go, which is what we've been saying. Therefore, an area will need to be monitored closely between now and 7:30 p.m. local for the potential of tornadoes. So their timing is from like now for at least another 45 minutes. Oh wow. Nice. You got FlightAware up. Good job.
Yeah, there's our flight tracker. Everyone's dodging this whole system here.
Wow.
Phil, you have a whole like career as a weather producer, I'm telling you. But yeah.
Yeah, that's their. I mean, looking at those planes, they're completely just all. I mean, well, look. I guess look at a couple trying to fly between the line there. Yeah, they're cutting it close. They're trying to get into what is that?
They're like, move out of the way, man.
Yeah, they're trying to get into Wichita before the storms hit, right? But
yeah,
that's pretty hilarious. But yeah, there's none down in Oklahoma that are trying to thread the needle there, and that's rightfully so, because they would be in trouble if they tried to do that.
Those westward bounds one are definitely going to DIA. Denver.
Yeah.
They've got to be going to Denver.
Are those drones, Phil?
I don't know. They must be. They look like chopper symbols.
Oh, they do look like helicopters.
I think those are legit helicopters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that maybe one of the?
Look at that! This one flew into it.
What?
Yeah.
Look at that track. Oh, can you see that?
No, it didn't update.
Hold on. Let me share this screen. I'll show you what this one looks like.
I don't think drones report ADSB.
Yeah. I would. Yeah, you're probably right. They wouldn't show that.
Let me here.
Oh.
He said, "Screw this, man."
Yeah, what? He said, "I'm getting out of here." That had to be delayed. Like, he had to have flown there when it wasn't there. Because if he would have flown into that thing with that helicopter, it would have probably been a little bit more of a dramatic.
It's Helicopters Inc. Aircraft type is a Bell Jet Ranger.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, that's
maybe it's a news chopper. Could it be a news?
It might
chopper?
be. It might be. Raymond says news stations.
I was thinking, remember when we were in Oklahoma City and we were at that like weather thing they had at the mall where like everybody showed up with all their toys, and like there was a ton of helicopters there. I mean, we took pictures sitting in them. But they're talking now. They just put out some more information. I'm going to read this real quick. This is out of Norman. The threat for strong and potentially long track tornadoes is expected to increase this evening. Very large hail will also be possible with any supercell. So the 3 mature supercells that are ongoing that we've been showing across northwest Oklahoma as of 5:30 Central, that initial development occurred in an environment characterized by warm temps in the 80s and dew points generally in the 60s. However, dew points downstream in the ongoing cells are going into near 70, supporting greater buoyancy, higher cape, favorable thermodynamics for tornadoes. And I'm trying to make it easy. I'm trying to like cut out some of this.
It's not good news. That's
right.
What this is. It's basically saying we've got these 3 mature supercells, and they're going into it. They were in a bad area, and they're going into an even worse area. When
and
we
it's
say worse area. Yeah.
And this will support rapid increase in potential for strong and possibly long track tornadoes. So just because it's not happening now, don't just blow it off.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. And I guess the graphic was a little delayed, but it finally got here. And here's kind of that graphic where this meso discussion is. So it's a fairly small area, but it's still, it's still basically
Mhm.
from anywhere from northern central Oklahoma, where those 3 supercells are. That's where this measure to scale discussion is for. So
Yeah.
I think the potential for a rapid increase in potentially strong and possibly long track tornadoes as storms spread northeastward this evening is pretty evident. I really hope people aren't taking this threat. I know people aren't taking this threat lightly, but I really hope, because things haven't gotten off to a fast start, that people aren't like, oh, it's not going to happen. Because if we look on radar, right, like there's still, we still have 3 strong. This north one is kind of struggling, but we still have 2, and really a third actually following behind it, mature supercells. And just because they aren't dropping a tornado right now, that does not mean that they won't, and they almost certainly will. But they're just, this is a threat that has, we went live early, right? We went live relatively early because we wanted to make sure we were in position if stuff did kick off fast, that we would be there for it. And it really hasn't. Stuff hasn't really kicked off as fast as I don't want to say initially thought. It just hasn't kicked off fast. It's taking some time to get going here. But that does not mean that things aren't. That does not mean that that's how the night's going to go. It really doesn't. And these storms are just now moving into the high risk area. So we've got a long night ahead of us. And unfortunately, I don't have room service tonight to be able to deliver my meal. I'm back at my house, so I might need to call one of my friends.
Uber Eats, baby.
Or DoorDash. Although they can never find my apartment. I don't know if anyone watching the stream, or if any of you guys freaks, I know you guys probably all live in houses, but I'm in an apartment and they can never find it. And they always have to call me. I always have to go downstairs, and that's not going to be I'm not going to be able to do that tonight. So
they're lazy. They just don't want to go up the stairs. Hey, zoom in on that severe thunderstorm south. Yeah, right there. That one. Oakwood right there. Oakwood. They're saying there's a rotating wall cloud there. So, I mean, things you just a minute ago said this stuff could start to fire, and it can. So,
yeah, I mean, look, honestly, if I would bet, see that kind of area blue down there that I circled, I would bet that's probably some feeder bands, like low clouds just streaming in, and that's a big, at least from what I've seen, just doing Outbreak over the past couple of month or two, I've been looking at a lot more radar than I normally do, and so I've seen things that I've noticed things, and I just feel like every time I see a developing tornado that's about to drop something big, I've pretty much most of the time seen like a strong inflow signature of winds rushing into a storm like we're seeing now. So that's a pretty decent indicator that this thing might wrap up pretty quick here.
And there's, I think I'm looking at a visible satellite right now. Like the stuff, there are some really high thunderstorm tops, like Phil was showing with his 3D radar, and then out ahead of it, it's broken. So it's been heating all day. I mean, you normally do get your highs for the day in the evening. So, I mean, it's juicy, it's hot. We've got it. I mean, any of these things could go.
Juicy and hot, Dina. It's juicy and hot.
Hey,
juicy and hot.
that makes me think of what Raymond says. He should order an 8-cut or 6-cut pizza. That'd be nice. That'd be nice and juicy and hot.
It's juicy and hot.
Hey, I'm just showing a traffic cam. This is actually all the way up in Nebraska. But, we've been focused on Oklahoma quite a bit. And, there's still obviously some severe warning storms. Thank you. Up not only in Kansas, but also in Nebraska. and this is along I-80, kind of near York, Nebraska, facing west to an approaching storm.
Yeah, and that storm. So that is a pretty big line of storms, and has winds of 60 miles an hour. It looks like, and a lot of lightning with some of these. So is that, you said that was along I-80?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty good set of storms there. So I would bet there's some pretty good lightning with that. But and really that
And
whole
it's
line.
funny.
is
Yeah,
severe
that
thunderstorm
where
warning.
you see the like the edge of the clouds, like I'm looking at the visible satellite at the same time, you could see that hard edge right there. I mean, it's very interesting to look at something, see it
Yeah.
on satellite, see it on video, look at it on radar. So some of this stuff has a break in the satellite to heat up, where there's no cloud cover, and it's cooler under that cloud cover. So where there isn't cloud cover, you're turning the heat up.
Yeah. Fuzzy says show. I think she meant to say show tittle. I think. Yeah, that could be. Could you imagine me like changing the title list after to just something like that? People would be so confused. Like, wait a second, what was this? Where is that, Phil? That's also Nebraska.
Belvedere, Highway 81. So this is south of I-80.
That is a cut.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
You can clearly see that. That's like a nice little shelf cloud moving in there.
Yeah.
It looks pretty elevated still, which I guess is good up there for Nebraska folks. But I mean, that whole line of storms that Phil is kind of showing the traffic camera of is it's all severe thunderstorm warrant. So God, I love how they overlay that. That's
I
actually
do
pretty
too.
cool. Yeah, that's okay. So that's right there near Hebron. So that's
North
It looks like a rain-free base on the
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Let me see if there's any rotation up there, because I am not seeing. But that's a beautiful screenshot, and I think we've got some people driving away from that. They're probably like, "All right, get me the heck out of here," because
Hopefully,
I'm sure
you never know.
Well, I'm sure everyone in that part of the country is still, that's close enough to Lincoln. That was where we had some still those just very destructive tornadoes move through a couple of week, but a little bit less than a week ago. And so I'm sure everyone today in that part of the country is pretty freaked out because they're close enough proximity to the high risk. That was probably from Nebraska to Kansas to Oklahoma City. I'm sure that was all over the news the past day or two. But that's pretty cool, Phil. Keep an eye on that as we continue to watch those. And we just got a new tornado warning with that. So we're going to hear
popped.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southwestern Washington County in north-central Kansas, northwestern Clay County in north-central Kansas, eastern Cloud County in north-central Kansas.
All right, so we this was just to show everyone, that was the this storm right here was the storm that Phil was looking at, that we were looking at on the traffic camera. The newest tornado warning that we have is just to the south, and I see that we got Storm Chaser Logan joining us. Thank you for joining. And sorry, Fuzzy, I'm so sorry. You are.
We love you, Fuzzy. Come on.
We love you, Fuzzy. Fuzzy, you know what? Can I just give a quick shout out to Fuzzy? Fuzzy is always retweeting and liking. Fuzzy might be up there for our number one fan. So Fuzzy, we love you a ton. Thank you for that, and just appreciate you kind of watching and being an amazing supporter. All right, well, let's look at this tornado warning, and this is our one of the. I think we've had another tornado warning in Kansas, but this is one of the most recent ones. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, so nothing. No one's confirmed this just yet, but still, it's a still dangerous storm. This whole line of storms. we're probably going to be getting periodic tornado warnings from this line all night. So this specific tornado warning is just to the northwest of Clay Center. It includes Clyde and Clifton, Kansas. It includes Washington County, northwestern Clay County, eastern Cloud County, all in north central Kansas. This goes. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I just remember timing this out earlier just for our stuff at work, and I was trying to just show the timing from like start the worst of it. And it was like, I know the watch was over at 11 p.m. local time, but it was right around like midnight where it was just out of that high risk area. Granted, stuff's still going. I'm not saying it's over, but that high risk area was going to be at least until like 11, 12 to 1. So say 11 to 1. So if you're sleeping, just, stay up and watch a movie or something. I don't know.
No, I'm with you there, Dina.
You know what I mean? Like,
completely with
don't go to bed. Don't take a melatonin or something tonight.
Yeah.
Don't do anything like that.
The probability of 2 or more tornadoes is greater than 95%.
Yeah, that's insane.
Well,
I have never seen it that high. Have you, Ryan?
I haven't seen them do the greater than 95%. So be ready.
Yeah, that's they're according to the National Weather Service, tornadoes are an almost certainty, which you do not hear even in this part of the country, right? This is still not normal thing for even this part of the country. So and
you got to be pretty confident because people would rather kind of tone it down a little bit and then go up, and then have to and pull it back.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you look bad and then people don't trust you and
Yeah. And the National Weather Service generally is very measured with with the products they put out. So when they say greater than 95% chance of tornadoes, that is crazy. Okay.
Yeah, well, this is the Storm Prediction Center as well. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're very
these people know what they're doing.
They do. Mm-hmm. They're the best in the country. Yeah.
And they reside in Norman. So
yeah, exactly.
They definitely have a lot more interest in this particular area, but they definitely care about the entire U.S.
Well, not only that, but think about they live in that part of the country. They live in Norman. They live in Oklahoma City. Their families might live in Norman. They might live in Oklahoma City. Their friends might live there. So I'm not saying they don't put a bunch of time and effort into all the forecasts, but this one is incredibly personal, probably. And so I'm sure they have done, and they know their weather, right? They've lived there at the Storm Prediction Center, and so they know what it's like. Plus, if they get it wrong, all their friends and family are all going to let them know. So
no kidding.
They're for sure. They put probably a little bit of extra time and effort into this forecast. But
when there's a tornado warning and your house is near it, I've watched it. I'm like, I know my kids are right here at school. I'm right here. There's a tornado warning. We're watching that.
Yep. So here was this tornado warning. This is in northern Kansas, and this is a part of this kind of line of storms that's pushing to the north. It's QLCS. And decently strong signature. Nothing that screams tornado on the ground, but it's enough, I think, especially today, to say, hey, we've got some green, we've got some red next to each other. We've got, where's this radar? We've got some wind. We've got some wind moving this way. We've got some wind moving this way. That's a broad area of rotation there. So that could be producing a tornado. So take this warning seriously if you're in Clifton, if you're in southwestern Washington, Clay County, or Cloud County. We got tornado warning for you guys.
I love how there's like reports, like I'm looking at radar scope. Like there's an actual report out of that. Rain.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Oh,
because I wouldn't have guessed that one. Thanks.
I don't know if you guys.
I don't mean to be a jerk here, but come on.
I don't know if you guys have seen Twitter lately with some of the reports. that have come out, but it's pretty hilarious. Some of the different reports that are that have come out recently with the storm spotter network has just been just bad. Like someone said he was like having explosive diarrhea, or I don't know.
Oh, geez.
So
Yeah.
some
Well,
of
I
those,
run Spotter Network, so to
yeah,
an extent, and that person got banned.
yeah, yeah. That there was a
That's a good
couple.
call.
Ryan, you should some of the crazy ones. I'm sure you've seen some crazy ones. Like
I,
put out a compilation or something. And actually, that might actually encourage people to do it more.
Yeah,
But
that would
Yeah,
be the
really.
problem, I think.
yeah, never mind. Maybe we could do that for Weather Fools or something sometime.
yeah, most
But
of these go to the National Weather Service, and that's the important thing. And these are
yeah,
supposed to help the National Weather Service, and that's why we run this organization. And
oh yeah,
it's just not a great thing to have
yeah.
that polluting the air, so to speak.
Yeah, it is really annoying that people don't, because it's a great concept, right? And it's a needed concept to be able to almost have like the ways, right, of storm spotters, right, and being able to like crowdsource and have people be put in reports, because ultimately, like we're not going to be able to see every part of the country. We're not going to be able to, the National Weather
Mhm.
Service is not going to be able to see every part of the country. So being able to have people, boots on the ground of people that are there, is needed, right? And so when people kind of take advantage of that and don't really take it seriously, it's really kind of annoying. So
Yeah, and your
And just
choice
think
through
about the
NPing is just.
infrastructure.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just think about the infrastructure we have in the United States. Like, not only do we have radar sites everywhere, we have satellites, we have observation stations, we have stuff everywhere. Plus, we have people out in the field. It's not like the government has to pay a storm chaser. We get their information too. It's just when they screw it up, it's bad. I mean,
yeah,
I remember just years ago even before Twitter started, like, I was like, I don't want to be on Twitter. I don't want it. And then I'm like, man, I'm missing everything, because you get people out there and they're seeing it and they're taking pictures. And I'm like, all right, it's time to do it.
yeah,
But, you know, i- if they're going to be screwing around, like, come on, man.
yeah.
Yeah, not appropriate.
No,
No, there's times for jokes and there isn't.
yeah, especially on a day like today,
Yeah,
you just don't want to be messing around with that. So, all right, well, let's
man.
let's go ahead and take a look at where's Greg. Let's do our annual where's Greg in Oklahoma. So Greg has been slowly trekking to the south and east. So Greg has started up here in kind of northwestern Oklahoma, and Greg is now pushing south and east and is just to the west of I guess just to the north of Okeen and Hennessy and Homestead, Oklahoma.
Okay, because he's got that severe thunderstorm warning. That's to the west of Hennessy. Um, and it looks decent, but it's still just a severe thunderstorm warning.
yeah, so Greg is let's see where Greg is. So Greg is basically, I think,
There's Hennessy. There's
El Reno. Yeah, I see what you're
Helena,
talking about.
Okeen.
Yeah, so Greg is like basically somewhere in here. Greg is waiting.
Yeah,
I think he's targeting this supercell right here. So Greg is
yeah.
kind of waiting to see one of these materialize. And honestly, and we got to watch the one behind it too. The supercell behind it
Yeah.
looks like, I mean, that one's starting to get a pretty good structure here. But let's see too. We have this radar indicated tornado warning still ongoing for just northwest of Enid. Enid, I think. Is that, did I pronounce that right, Ryan?
I think so.
Enid. It's
Enid.
Enid, not Enid. Yeah.
Enid. Yeah, okay, Enid. Okay, so we've got that's the only tornado warning in Oklahoma though right now. We have a total of 2 tornado warnings. One in Oklahoma and one in Kansas. And remember that one in Kansas was for that line that that was up there. That was for that tornado that was just to the north there, and is kind of now pushing into portions of just to the northwest of Manhattan. We do still have 3 developing supercells here. Interesting, guys. Look at, remember that one supercell that just was kind of struggling? Look at how itty bitty it is now. That thing is really struggling. Really struggling to
It's
form.
got a tiny little hook. He's trying. He's trying.
He's really trying. That is right.
I know.
But he just can't. He can't seem to get his act going.
He just
can he?
can't do it.
No.
Hey, did you guys? It's been 18 minutes ago, apparently, and you might have mentioned it, but there's a MD out for the tornado watch currently in Kansas.
We did
cover that already?
We did, yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yep. Oh no, you're totally good, Phil. Things are changing pretty quick here, so we are trying to. I'm also trying to keep our traffic cam. I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm trying to keep our traffic cameras updated in the background. The Oklahoma City one keeps pausing, so it's quite frustrating. I'm trying to get that to work, and it just does not want to cooperate with me. I think I have to accept the terms and conditions, which it just keeps not letting me accept them. So that's hilarious. But we'll keep working through those issues. Don't worry.
Do those terms and conditions include streaming it?
It's more like the cookies, I think.
Oh yeah.
And it's making me accept the cookies, but I can't actually accept the cookies in the thing. So
why would you not want cookies?
I don't know. That's a great question. I would, you know what? If
Everybody
anyone's
wants
out,
cookies.
I would love some cookies. If anyone is out there in the Columbus area and wants to bring me some cookies, I would very much. There we go. Okay, we're back in business now. I would very much love some cookies. Yeah. Ooh, has anyone in the chat ever had insomnia cookies before? I would love to hear that.
Very good.
They are addictive for sure.
Insomnia cookies.
All right, so Jess, thanks for keeping us honest here. We now have an observed tornado. So this is our first observed tornado in Oklahoma. This is just as that Enid storm, and this is just to the northwest of Enid. So let's go ahead and look at the velocity here. Yeah, pretty strong inflow here. We've got some outflow here, and there would be
a hook.
It does. So this is an observed tornado. Let's see if it's a PDS. Yeah, so this is it's a confirmed tornado. Still not a PDS tornado warning just yet. But there is a tornado warning there is a tornado that's on the ground with this thing. And I think the thing that's working for us today is there's a lot of storm spotters that are on this right now.
Yeah.
So
I'm seeing 3 reports right now of tornadoes.
So if we look at
it's the same thing, but
yeah. If we look at the storm spotters, right? So this is this cell. We have look how many storm spotters we have on this. I mean, there's like 40 or 50. So that's the good thing about today is, I guess the one silver lining is if we do have a tornado that is occurring, we're probably going to know it, right? And because we have all of these storm spotters right now that are looking at this, they have visual of this tornado, and they were able to confirm, yep, there's a tornado with this thing. This was confirmed about a minute ago, so we likely have a tornado on the ground ongoing.
So Tanner is the one that reported a tornado, was on the ground for literally 2 seconds, but wall cloud funnel is rotating rapidly still.
Okay.
Whoever that one spotter was, like a gold tree, I could see it on it. They better move a little bit. They were making me nervous. There was somebody like right there at Gold Tree. Yeah.
Oh, I just cried.
Where you
I
had
just
that
exited
up.
out of it.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know who it is, but move your ass. Come on.
Okay. Let's look.
Brady, you're quick on this. I love it.
Hey, I gotta be.
Yeah, look at that.
Right?
Look at those 2 up there. There's actually 3 right there.
Yikes.
You didn't need to be that close. Come on. And it looks like there's a road.
We shouldn't shame them live on the air, should we?
I don't know who they are. Don't click on their name or anything.
Ryan, what's the delay on that? Do you have any idea on what the delay is?
1 minute updates.
Okay.
It just depends on whatever they report. Yeah.
Look at this guy. Okay. Oh my. Okay. This is Brandon Kopich. Look at him. He's right He's right in the center of that hook. I mean, that is just no fear.
He does.
See, I wasn't going to give names.
Adair. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Brett Adair. Oh shit.
He's right in the middle of that. Brandon Ivy, who we just had on the podcast a couple weeks ago.
I wonder if he's got his tour there.
Yeah.
Or
I
if
mean,
if he's chasing on his own.
I mean,
they're all getting wet too. That's for sure.
Could you imagine just like being in his tour and being like, oh yeah, we're going up to this storm. He's just driving us into it. You know, that is wow. I will say this.
Did we not just talk about zero metering?
Yeah, I think we did. But these guys, I mean, they're skirting the edge
edge
of danger
want to
here.
move a little.
Yeah,
at least,
Tony Laubach is staying on the backside at least.
the good news is it at least looks like there's a pretty decent road network here.
Yeah, there does.
It looks
I
like there's
can't
a lot
tell
of
though if
roads.
those are like dirt roads or, you know.
Yeah,
They're
there could
mostly
be.
dirt.
Yeah.
Tell you that
So you
they
don't want to
are
get
almost-
stuck on those. I think
Yeah.
that was like lesson number 1 I learned from Serena out chasing is the dirt roads.
Never get stuck on the dirt roads. Yep.
Yeah.
So Everett Pajansky is also chasing there. He just has reported a funnel cloud on that storm. Said there was a rapidly rotating funnel, possible touchdown about 6.5 miles to his northwest about 3 minutes ago. And he is on, he's near Mino, Oklahoma. And so he is southeast of where the couplet is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, really it seems like everyone and their brothers on this storm. I think both Fuzzy says both Brandon and Vince Walty are on it. Rena's on it.
Reed's on it, but he's in a tank.
Yeah.
He's in a tank.
Yeah, so he's in a tank. That's a really good point.
He is.
Yeah,
he's in the Dominator.
I wouldn't have a problem getting on that, getting on a storm if I did tank. So it looks like we have kind of 2 clusters of tornado, storm spotters and storm chasers. One up here just to the west of Goldtree with that northernmost cell that's got a tornado warning on it, and then we've got another cluster of storm chasers that are, and this is I bet this is where I think this is where Greg is. That are just to the south of and kind of targeting these 2 supercells. So kind of both like 2 different kind of groupings of people, and actually it looks like most folks are on this northern cell. But I mean, it looks just the more I look at it, it's still you guys see what I'm talking about. It's still kind of ragged. Like it doesn't really look like it's. I mean, it doesn't look as mature. The interesting thing is, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I haven't really seen the hail cores on these. Right? Like I know this one down here for sure does, but I haven't really seen that impressive of hail on these storms. And that's interesting to me, right? I know there wasn't a big hail threat today anyway. There was still not a non-zero threat, but it is interesting to me that just some of these things are having a little bit hard time getting and staying organized.
So this is, I'm going to show you guys NATOcast. This is a combination of a couple different models that are brought in, but does a pretty good job of tracking and identifying really tornado risk. And this just came out an hour ago. And you can, the thing to note is look at how far east it's still forecasting things to go. And I think the thing to point out there is, as what we've been talking about, is it has been forecasted that things are still going to be dangerous into the evening. So we're still maybe just seeing the early parts of what's happening and what's going on.
Oh, we're absolutely just
100. Yeah.
early part.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And Brady, even the ones those storms to south and west of. We get another one.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma.
All right. Well, there is our newest kind of tornado warning, and Phil, this is great. So this is we're going to have to watch this trend because this could be. I'll be really interested to see if this means that I know the tornado threat is going to continue, but if this graphic were right and completely right, then the threat's going to continue well into Missouri, or to the western portions of Missouri. And right now, the high risk stops, right about at Tulsa, Oklahoma. So that'll be an interesting trend to watch as we go throughout the next couple of hours here. So let's go ahead and get right to that tornado warning, and let's just show everyone where that
Yeah.
tornado warning is, and look on our,
because they've said they've seen funnels out of it, and yeah, that thing was looking good.
Yes. Ooh, wow. Yikes.
Yeah.
I don't like to see that. So this storm, just to give everyone a bearing of where we are, this is kind of the southernmost supercell here. And there's still some storms to the south that are trying to develop, but this is the most well-organized southern supercell. And this definitely has a hail core here. Both of these storms look pretty impressive. But the one to the south is the one that has the tornado warning. So this one is a radar indicated tornado warning. It's for northwestern Blaine County, southeastern Dewey County, and this is this goes to about 7 o'clock Central Time. So I'm thinking we could possibly have we also have golf ball size hail with it. So huge hail. Here's your hail core right here. Here's kind of your hook back there, and that's what you got your winds wrapping around. Then you've got your inflow winds pushing here. Here would be your tornado, and I'm thinking, it's still radar indicated tornado, but that's a pretty impressive. Velocity. I would not be surprised if we had a forming tornado.
The other thing to keep an eye on is the other storm that's just to the northeast of that. Already recently has a couple rotating wall cloud reports on that one, and you can see some rotation on the velocity a little bit on that too. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're hearing something on that storm soon as well.
Yeah.
Phil, where are you seeing the rotating wall cloud stuff? Because I always try to find
that is a spotter network report.
Yeah, I'm just seeing spotter network rotation. They're just saying rotation.
Okay, I have it up on GRF. I'm just not sure.
I had to. It's a place file that you.
Oh, got it. Okay, no problem.
Separate.
Okay.
But I got James McGonigal reported a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud, as well as Danny Gassaway.
Okay, got it. Well, there's a shout out to both of those chasers. Okay, so just looking at the radar presentation, you've got one supercell here, you've got another supercell here. They're both right in line. They both probably have the most impressive structure. This one to the north still has a pretty good structure, but both of these to the south have a really, really classic supercell structure. And I was debating this the other day, Phil and Ryan and Dina. What do you guys think? Like, I think this is more of kind of like a whale, right? I don't know why we don't teach, why we don't teach that in schools, that this is kind of more like a whale structure. There's kind of the tail, there's kind of the water.
Or it could be the claw.
Yeah.
The claw.
It is kind of the claw too. I like that. It
just reminds me of
I like that.
Who is it? The oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on the comedian. The claw.
Tom Cruise.
Shit. No, a comedian who's the Grinch. Who's
anyone
Grinch?
in the chat? Anyone in the chat has I'd love for anyone in the chat to weigh in.
For southeastern Alfalfa County in
there's another one. No more screwing around.
County in northern Oklahoma, northwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
All right, so that's an extension of our Enon storm, and that is it's a radar indicated tornado warning. So we still the good news is I think that tornado is probably lifted, but that doesn't mean this. It looks like this storm is recycling a little bit. It's trying to get itself better organized. We have this kind of area of rain on the south side of it that. To be honest, could be kind of will probably become a part of a newly forming hook. We've probably got some low level kind of clouds flowing into the storm here, and so once those clouds kind of flow into the storm, and this will reorganize, I think we're going to probably have a new tornado threat develop. But right now, this It's just a radar indicated tornado warning. So it looks like the tornado has lifted for the moment, but the National Weather Service knows or thinks that this storm is probably going to reorganize and could drop another tornado maybe shortly here. So we'll have to keep an eye on this storm.
Ooh, jeez.
Yeah, and so it's still, I mean, it's still pretty broad.
Yeah.
I mean, really, because this is really like your storm right in here. It's still pretty broad rotation, but this is probably the initial stages of something reorganizing. I mean, you can already see this every frame. This is starting to get pulled more and more and more into this. So we'll have to
Luckily,
keep
the
an eye on
chasers
that.
aren't in all that under all that hail.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Lots of wind chills there.
Yeah, I know. But I think the most immediate threat here is this storm to the south. This storm to the south that has a radar indicated tornado warning.
Yeah.
The Oakwood, we're going to call this the Oakwood storm. We're going to call this whale number 2. And whale number 2, this storm, let's look at the velocity here. So still a pretty, not an incredibly incredibly eye-popping rotation signature, but it's still there, and it's still pronounced enough for them to have a radar indicated tornado warning. And so let me
All
just
full
see.
size hail out of it.
Yeah, regardless, if you're in the path of this thing, you're going to get some pretty big hail if you live just to the north of Oakwood. We've got a pretty good size hail core. So
yeah, that's looking pretty good. Jim Carrey, Fuzzy, you're on it. Yeah.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
Jim Carrey.
Wait.
It was from Liar Liar. That's what it was. The Claw. I think it was anyway. But
First kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael was on it.
See, you guys normally get all my movie references.
Dina, I feel like we need to have like a show where you just kind of educate me about movies, because I wish I was good with movies, but I'm not as good as you guys.
Movie night.
Who's
right.
Scott?
Yeah,
who's
but this
Fuzzy?
Oakwood-
Fuzzy's been like Fuzzy's an OG. Fuzzy's been in here since episode 22 of our podcast, which I was a child then. I was like 8, I was like 20 when that occurred. So Fuzzy's been here for a long time. And Scott, we're happy you joined today as well. Michelle says Jim Carrey, happy you joined as well, Michelle.
Mhm.
I do want to take a quick second here to kind of, if you are watching us on Twitter, or if you are watching us on YouTube, go ahead and if you are on Twitter, I would go head over to our YouTube page for kind of the best experience that you can be able to see us on. If you're all watching us Twitter and you want to stay there, that's fine. And we would love for you to keep watching us there. But on YouTube, you can actually and you can subscribe to the show, and you can chat with us as well. So being able to chat is pretty fun, because you can interact and see what we're doing here, and we can put you on the stream as well and feature your chat like we have done with the previous folks like Fuzzy and Raymond and everyone else. But if you are on Twitter, go ahead and give us a thumbs up if you like the show, and go ahead and I had to pause it there, and go ahead and subscribe to the show as well. And I realize I can't subscribe to it since I am on this channel, but they're right where this analytics and edit video button will be. There'll be a subscribe button, so go ahead and hit that. And what that'll allow you to do is that'll actually allow you to see our podcast, see whenever we go live. You'll be able to see that. And also, you'll make that number above my head go up. It's 2046. So we've had a couple people subscribe since we started the show. And so if you hit that button, that number is going to go up, and you're going to know that was me. And so that's actually a fun thing to do. And as we build this channel out, just you guys here are helping us do that. And so, this is the first kind of couple of steps of this show. We're going to continue learning and continue getting it better. But, really, really appreciate everyone that's been watching so far and that continues to watch and support us, because you allow us to do what we do and do it every day and do it as much as we possibly can. So thank you guys so much for watching and subscribing and liking and everything along those lines as well. So All right. Let's do a quick check-in while these storms are kind of continuing to happen here. Let's do a quick check-in with Dan and see where Dan is. Dan, where are you? Where are you right now in comparison to these storms?
I just came into Oklahoma City.
Say that again. You came into Oklahoma City.
That's correct. I'm about 7 minutes away from I-40.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. So Dan is, if we were to put this on the big screen, so Dan is just coming in. Oh, I thought that was a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for a second. So Dan is in Oklahoma City, and he is starting to. Dan, do you know? I guess I don't know if you if you've been watching radar or you've been watching the stream. Do you have of these supercells? Do you have one that sticks out to you where you're like, this is the one I'm going for?
I'm probably going to go towards the Oakwood storm.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
It's this one right here.
Yeah. He's got to be hauling some ass, so.
Yeah. Dan, the good news is well, I guess I don't want to say the good news. Oh, hey, we just had another person subscribe. Look at that. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. You made our number go up one more. But yeah, so Dan is gonna target this Oakwood storm. And I think that makes a lot of sense, Dan. This kind of the southern storm of the two. This storm of the north and Enid, you probably won't be able to catch anyway. But that I mean, we're just, if we'd overlay the SPC with this, these storms are just now moving into the high risk, right? So we're just kind of getting started here, and by the time Dan catches up with this, this storm could be cranking pretty good. It's still, I mean, it is a radar indicated tornado warning right now.
Yeah.
But
and it's definitely got to be frustrating when you're trying to get there and you know where you want to go and you just can't get there fast enough because you've only got a little over 2 hours before sunset. So he's got a brief window.
Dan, have you stopped anywhere to get any good gas station food, or you been kind of cruising along?
No, I'm just cruising along. I am going to have to make a stop, probably along I-40 for some gas, and then yeah, I'll definitely check back in with you when I get closer to that cell.
Cool.
Yeah, be careful, man.
Yeah, be careful, Dan, and get some good energy. Get some maybe some. I don't know what your guys' favorite snacks are, but mine are definitely like those Gatorade energy bites, or I'm a big like Nerds Rope. I don't know if we have any Nerds Rope lovers in the chat, but that's definitely
just think about all the crap we have in our car when we chase together, like when we've had Serena, me, and Brady in one car. There's like snacks and crap everywhere. Like I haven't eaten enough crap this year. So I'm going to eat it all in this week.
I joined the live stream at just the right time. You guys are talking about food. I'm like, oh, this is sweet.
Hey, and just want to give a warm welcome. Everyone in the chat, go ahead and give a warm welcome to Serena Arnold, meteorologist, is joining us here. Serena, glad you could join. Have you been following the event? Do you have any thoughts so far of things you're seeing or trends you're seeing or things you're like surprised by?
Yeah, no, nothing surprising right now. So I've been helping to forecast the event for a couple different people, and I've also been talking about it on like my social medias and trying to let people know what's going on. And the big thing that I just can't repeat more, and I feel like I've said it 600 times today, is we are talking about strong overnight tornadoes, right? Like we all saw what happened in Nebraska with Elkhorn. That was really, really bad. We saw what happened last time we had nighttime tornadoes in Oklahoma. That was also really bad. There were 4 fatalities, then we saw where Sulphur was damaged. And I've been through that town many times. Tonight's going to do it again. Like, you just need to have in so many ways to get warnings. Keep your phone on, make sure it's like charging while you're sitting here waiting, while you still have power. Just make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts, because this is going to be one of those really dangerous, scary nights, unfortunately. Like, I mean, as much as we love the weather and how awesome it is, I mean, we even talked earlier today, like within our Stormfront Freaks chat, right? Some people, some of us would elect to not even chase today because it's looking that scary.
Yeah.
So just got to put that into perspective.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, Serena. And it's a great point. You need to have multiple ways to get your warnings today,
Yeah.
because just this is going to be a threat for the next several hours.
Mhm.
I'm going to try and stay live for the next several hours.
I don't know
My
You're a
how you
trooper,
do it,
Grady.
man.
I'm gonna have to
It's-
need yeah. If you're watching the stream, please bring me something to eat, because I'm not gonna be able to order DoorDash, and I don't have any
It sounds
groceries.
like TV, like when like working in TV, somebody just hands you some food. As long as you
Exactly.
don't have to pee, you're good to go.
And I'm in an apartment by myself right now, so I got no one
Yeah.
here to bring me
You're a one
anything. So
one man show. Because now that I
yeah,
feel like Serena's here, I've been going since this morning too with with my day job. I may hand off the baton because you guys are killing it. Wow, look at that thing though.
yeah,
It's like it's
yeah,
hard to let it go, but
yeah.
I got to start again in the morning.
Yeah, I know. Well, and I think we're gonna have multiple rounds. This
Yeah.
today is a big day, and it's an important day, but it's not going to be the only day of severe weather we have.
No.
Right?
And
We've got
Wednesday, I mean, there's only I bet you Wednesday gets upgraded too.
Yep.
Wednesday is going to be a problem. Tomorrow even got upgraded for the Ohio
Yeah.
Valley. I know. I mean, right out
Yeah.
my back door is an enhanced risk, 10% tornado risk for tomorrow. So. Really, the next couple of days is going to be a problem. Scott, Fuzzy, Elizabetta, Jess, all say hi to Serena. We got
I
a
love
lot of
you
people that
all.
love Serena in the
I know,
chat.
aren't they
Thank you
great?
guys.
Thank you all. I swear to God, you guys are the greatest. You guys are so amazing. And you know what? I get to
All right,
go.
well-
So we're talking about the severe weather in the Midwest. I actually have to fly into Nashville on Wednesday, and I'm looking
Do
at the
you
forecast,
really?
and I'm like, cool. I
Man,
actually
there
made
was
this
a tornado not even far from Nashville just before I logged off from work. It was
Oh,
Yeah.
just today?
before. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. And I
All
was
right.
like, oh my God. And then I actually found some stuff on Twitter, like people were actually posting some pictures. So anyway, Serena's here too. I'm going to hand off the baton. You guys stay safe tonight. Okay.
Thanks for joining, Dina.
All right.
Really appreciate
Love you,
you joining.
Dina.
Hopefully Dan makes it. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you, Dina. Thanks. I just tried to do a heart, and that was like I don't know what that was, but anyway. Okay, so I think we actually had a new mesoscale discussion out. So let's go ahead and
Nice.
quickly look at that.
So for the
this is-
TikTokers, I can see, I mute this every once in a while so you can see what's going on. Lawton, Oklahoma outlook. Nice thing is if you're in Lawton, you're pretty far south for this event today. You might see a stray storm still in a substantial risk area. But if you are in Lawton, I'm a lot less concerned than if you were between like Oklahoma City and the Kansas border.
Yeah, and I would second that, Serena. I think the Lawton, Oklahoma is definitely going to be in that kind of area that we have, and we do have a new mesoscale discussion that was just issued. This is for I think that's South Dakota, so that's well away from our high risk, but still. And this is basically just saying, looks like the severe thunderstorm. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for this part of the country, and this mesoscale discussion looks like it's just saying, hey, the watch is. It's going to slowly, the threat's going to slowly diminish over the next couple of hours. It's still there, but it might, continue to kind of diminish as we go and the sun sets. So,
Cool.
That's Iowa, friend.
Oh, wait, say that again.
That is Iowa.
It's Iowa.
The MCD, I believe it is Iowa.
Is there an MCS in Iowa? I can take a look at them.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh boy,
Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that.
It barely clips. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let me look. But we
Yeah,
also
so-
have a viewer in Nashville as well. Go ahead, Serena.
Oh, sweet. No, that's awesome. No, I was gonna say I see 4 mesoscale discussions out right now. There's one for Western Iowa, there's one for Southeastern Nebraska, there's one for Eastern Kansas, and there's one for Northwestern Oklahoma. And so mesoscale discussions, for those who are watching, it's basically the storm prediction saying, hey, there's an area that we're watching, and we think we're gonna have to take action on this location. So it could be with additional watches or warnings or changing alerts or stuff like that.
Warning 4.
Tornado warning for northwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern
3 tornado
Blaine
warnings.
County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma.
Yeah. And Ryan, you were totally right. I don't know what was going on with my storm prediction center. It was completely and utterly out of date. So that what we were looking at was an old mesoscale discussion. So just rewind everything that I just said, because that is not, I guess, probably not applicable anymore. But we did just get a new tornado warning. That new tornado warning is for this storm right here. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, and this is a nasty looking little couplet that we have here. Where we've got winds kind of pushing in this way. We've got winds wrapping around this way. A nice little inflow notch there. Let's look at the velocity and see. Yeah. So a pretty good, I mean, we've got winds wrapping this way, winds wrapping this way. If this can tighten up a little bit more, definite hook, right? Fuzzy, you're totally right there. I think that it's very clear you've got winds jutting into this thing, right? The inflow winds are just absolutely screaming into this thing. You've got a strong kind of a downdraft winds that are pushing around this way. So I would bet this is probably going to wrap up pretty quick. I would not be surprised if this produces a tornado. And the good news about today, like we've been saying, we're going to know if tornadoes on the ground, at least while it's still light outside, because there's so many chasers on these things. We're gonna, we'll see this upgraded to an observed tornado pretty quickly if we get it on the ground. So we don't necessarily have to have visual confirmation to be able to know, okay, do we, are we going to have that tornado on the ground just yet? Looks like our Oklahoma City camera actually looks like it's picking up some storms. Let me see if I can pull that up. Ryan, anything you're noticing about that tornado warning that was just issued in Okeen or Hennessy?
Yeah, have you been able to pull up GeoEarth and RMS? The rot. I can share that if not.
Oh yeah. I've got it up right here. I think it's this right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're on the 1 hour. It looks like you could even just do the.
I'm still getting used to this.
That's all good.
Yeah. Why don't Ryan? How do I turn this off 1 hour? Wait.
There's just rot and there's one rot. 1
Oh,
hour.
okay. I see it. There we go. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So do you want to give a quick like overview of what this is, what rot is, and what we're looking at here?
Yeah. So this is what we call azimuthal shear, which basically just says that the winds are crossing, and that this is very beneficial for a tornado to develop, or it already exists. When you start seeing the turquoise color, is that turquoise? I'm colorblind. You start to understand the grouping of the storms. So if you group that with, switch to the BR.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northern Dickinson County in central Kansas.
All right, so that's a new tornado warning for Kansas. But say that again, Ron. You said switch to the what?
Base reflectivity.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So looking at the hook, you're starting to see all that wind going in and coming in through that notch, that area of no precip flowing in
right
counterclockwise. Always goes counterclockwise when you're doing that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can tell if you go base reflectivity, which is just the radar to rot, you can tell there's the rotation, and then there's the hook, right? So it's those two line up pretty good, and like you expect them to, and that's a pretty good indication that all right, this is a rotating hook. This is probably a rotating wall cloud that is trying to drop a tornado. So that'll be interesting to look.
This is a very simplified version of it. So
100%.
But the tornado warning, tells you everything you need to know. Like just be safe.
Yep. I guess the cool thing too about the spotter network too is it sometimes shows whether someone's streaming or not. So Sean Cobb. So the fact that we've got someone on this storm that's streaming, it's a good thing that the National Weather Service will be able to use to basically see, okay, is there a tornado? Is there not? They'll be able to, I don't want to say they're pulling up the streams, but sometimes they will. They'll probably, sometimes they'll have that actually, or they can use that to have video and evidence that there is a tornado or not with this thing.
And it looks like they're diving north to try to get into that, get close enough to the notch to see it, but they're still well out in front of it.
Yeah.
And this will continue to trek northeast.
Yep. And I'm actually trying to find that traffic camera that shows, because I think we have a pretty good. And let me actually just.
Carly Lewis is saying tornado on the ground, O'Keene, which is right where you were. Right where you were.
Let's see. Yep, it is. Yep. Okay. So we do have a tornado on the ground with this. So this was the exact the cell that we were just looking at that Ryan was kind of showing us the rod and the hook. And it just was updated to a tornado on the ground here. So just south of O'Keene, this is your tornado, right? Just like what we said, the velocity was really starting to wrap around this thing. Oh my goodness. Do you see that? Oh my goodness. 100%. There's your tornado right there. Oh my gosh. That is, the good thing is I don't see a big debris signal just yet. But we do have an observed tornado that's on the ground that's moving toward Hennessy, Oklahoma. So Hennessy, Oklahoma, this is heading right for you guys. And there is a tornado right now that is on the ground that has been confirmed by storm spotters. This was confirmed by broadcast media. So my guess is they probably have a chopper, which is what we saw. We saw the chopper. So they have either a chopper or they have someone like one of their chasers that's moving, that's seeing this tornado that is formed and is pushing off to the east northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So this is one of our first confirmed. Oh my goodness! And look at this! Look at the signature up here.
There's a lot of velocity couplets. That's wild.
Things are starting to get pretty serious here. Just like Dina had said, as these storms pushed a little bit off to the east, they're encountering an area of pretty significant wind shear and helicity, and these storms are starting to really get organized fast. So we do have one tornado that's on the ground in Tennessee. We have another one that's probably trying to form just to the north of Enid, and then we have a third tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. That is this Oakwood storm. And guys, we can't forget about these storms, which are going to probably skirt the northern areas of Oklahoma City. They're looking more and more organized every scan. And so we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here. These are going to keep sliding off to the northeast. And there still is plenty of stuff for this to get going. Oklahoma City, just because these storms are to the north, doesn't mean you're not going to get impacted later tonight.
Yeah, I remember looking ahead at the forecast models, and it's like, I was watching the tail line of this to see where it was going to be going, and it's like, just passing through Morse from some model runs, some other model runs had it even going a little further south than that. So, I mean, if you're in those areas, you're not free and clear. This is a northern event, but look at that velocity. And there's been a few questions about what a velocity image means. So real quickly, red and green are ways, which by the way, if you're colorblind, is the worst color combination you could ever possibly do. Green means you have air moving towards the radar, and red means that it's moving away. And so when you look at like a clear blue sky day, you'll see all one side of the radar green and all the other side red, because everything's like moving across. When you see these tight couplets together, like Brady's showing you right here, it's rotation, because you have the green quickly moving away from the radar and the red quickly moving. Shows you have circulation where you have rotation, depending on the could be that you're looking at a mesocyclone, like a wall cloud, or the rotating part of a thunderstorm, or it could be a tornado.
Yeah. Yep, Serena, you're right on there, and I mean, this is a right. You're looking right where the red and green touch. That's your kind of strongest rotation, right? So anywhere where you have bright, kind of brighter red and brighter green next to each other, that is a pretty good indication of a tornado. And in this case, I think, this is a tornado that is on the ground, confirmed by broadcast media. So this wasn't just confirmed by a chaser. This was confirmed by broadcast media. And still, I mean, it looks like we might even have maybe another tornado trying to form to the south and one to the north. So I would not be surprised if this thing went off. And look, just to the south, they
I
just
think
extended.
that thing was trying to wrap in. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
The northern couplet was
Tornado
trying
warning
to
for
wrap in.
southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma.
So that new tornado warning is for this storm. Go ahead, Ryan.
I just figured on the velocity, the way that if you go back to the previous frame, just it seems to be going it, just wrapping in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's in
You're
its cycle
totally right.
now where it's trying to pull it into the southern side of it. And as
You're
it
totally right.
ingests,
Yeah, and that's so Ryan is right on here. This storm, I mean, look, so this was at 7:40. This is at 7:41, 7:43. Didn't have a tornado warning yet, but we saw this signal to the south. We saw this kind of inflow start to jet into this thing, and then that inflow got pulled up. That out, kind of the downdraft right here started to pull to the south, and you can see that couplet get really strong here. And to Ryan's point, right? This is that red that we're seeing here is actually that inflow that's now getting pulled around this way, and in a matter of minutes, it completely switched directions from going towards the radar to now getting pulled away from the radar, which is a big indication of a really strong rotation. And so, this could be a big tornado that's trying to form, or it was confirmed to be on the ground, but this thing could be getting bigger and it could be getting stronger, and is a nasty, nasty couplet that you don't want to see.
and all that inflow from Ames, even
Oh my
it's just
gosh.
all inflow into the tornado. It's just
Look at this, Ryan. Look at this. Look at these blues. My goodness, that is just sucking. That's just like a vacuum. All of this air just getting pulled into that
what does CC
developing
look
tornado.
like?
Yeah,
That?
let's look
Do
at
you have
that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least not yet.
right. It shows the bulge at least
Yeah.
that we have to focus on.
Yeah. Scott, yep, that's a good question. So kind of the direct cities that are in the path of this thing. Let's look at the velocity here. So Parvin, Lacey, Hennessy, Cato, Bison, Bar. You guys are all in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm, and this is in kind of north central Oklahoma, about maybe 30 to 40 miles to the northwest of Oklahoma City. This is a dangerous storm here, and is pushing to the northeast. So Hennessy, Oklahoma, this storm is going to skirt you guys to the north. If you're in Hennessy, I would still prepare for every scan is getting worse and worse with this storm. So there is a tornado that was observed with this. There possibly could be a secondary one developing to the north as this inflow really wraps around this thing. This is a mean-looking radar presentation, and is not looking great right now. I see. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
It's Torrar now.
Oh gosh. Yeah. News 9 saying it's a mile-wide tornado. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado just to the east of Okeen. This is just to the east of Okeen. It is a confirmed tornado, and it looks like there could be possibly a double, or I guess twin tornadoes. Maybe this could be one giant tornado that has twin circulations in it. We could be looking at suction vortices right here. So this is not good. This is definitely a multi-vortex tornado, to Carly, to your point. So we are watching live a very dangerous tornado start to unfold And my goodness, guys, things went from 0 to ramping up real quick. So not good news here for anyone in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous situation just to the west of Hennessy, Oklahoma.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of hail that Dan sees. Or is it just white balance maybe?
Yeah. My goodness, though. Okay, so to give everyone a summary too, we have a couple other tornado warnings as well in Oklahoma, a couple other supercells that we have, and I do want to make sure that we get all of those warnings right now. And let me go ahead and put them in the graphic. Gosh, it's going to be so nice, Ryan, when we can automate this, because every time I have to go and put the script in. But we have a total of 3 tornado warnings right now for Oklahoma. We have one. This is the storm to the north of Enid, Oklahoma, to the west of Ponca City. This is for Pond Creek and other areas. That runs for about 18 more minutes, and it's a radar indicated tornado warning. We've got a lot of chasers on this, so the good news is it would probably be observed if there was one on the ground, but still take this thing seriously, because this is still a supercell. We have a second tornado warning that is observed, possibly a large tornado just to the east of O'Keene. Hennessy, this storm is coming, or this tornado is coming right at you. Might just go to the north. We have a third tornado warning just to the south of that. It includes Hitchcock and Wontonga. Did I pronounce that right?
Wontonga, yeah.
Wontonga. All right. If you can't tell, I'm not from Oklahoma. I will say this: if people came to Ohio, there'd be a couple cities that people would be like, I don't know how to pronounce that. But anyway, we have a third tornado warning, another rotated, a radar indicated tornado warning. So 2 radar indicated, 1 confirmed tornado warning in Oklahoma, and then we also have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings just to the south. Clifton, you're included in the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning, and Putnam, you're included in the northern severe thunderstorm warning. Both of those storms are kind of getting their act together, so they're not a problem just yet, but they could be pretty quick here. So those are the 3 tornado warnings that we have right now, and this Hennessy storm is looking worse and worse every frame that I see. Oh my!
Notch is so scary.
We're looking at, and Greg, I don't know if you're watching, or Dan, I don't know if you're watching the stream, but this is this storm is a dangerous storm, and it looks like, actually, if we look at where Greg is in Loyal. Greg is in Loyal, Oklahoma, and this is just this Loyal, Oklahoma is down here. So Greg is right here. I'm gonna see if Greg's Instagram has anything streaming, because I know Greg
looks like he might be driving. It's hard to tell. Driving north.
Yeah. How do you tell? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'm just south of Piedmont.
Say that again. You're south of Edlon.
Piedmont.
South
of Piedmont.
Where is Piedmont?
I'm going to be coming up on 81 here shortly, and then that's going to take me into Kingfisher and then the Hennessy area.
Got it. Okay. Got it. So I think he's like right here. So Dan's going to push up to try to get this out. Yeah, Dan, that's I mean, this is producing possibly a huge tornado with a large circulation. I mean, this could be a massive, I mean, the inflow on this is just getting absolutely sucked in, and just, I mean, this is not a good situation. And if we look at correlation coefficient, the good news is I'm not seeing an organized debris structure just yet, but yikes. I mean, look at this though. This is almost just like the radar that we saw where it's trying to develop an eye. I mean, this is rain basically wrapping around this probably would be tornado. So just a dangerous storm that's possibly dropping a tornado as we speak. It's still a confirmed tornado that was confirmed at 6:58 Central. So that's 2 minutes ago, people. So this is a tornado. It is on the ground, and it is moving into Lacey and Cato. You're in the direct path of this thing. So this is a nasty, nasty, nasty storm that's dropping a potentially large and significant tornado.
Yeah, Dan, I hope you have a plan to get north and east. I know you're taking 81, but I'm not sure how you're going to get east.
Well, let me see here. Let me actually get some gas and take a look at the radar over here. And but I am listening to Oklahoma City TV IFB transmissions, and so they are still confirming on the ground, and their voices are very excited. You can tell that this is a high tense situation.
Yep. Yeah, it's very, and I heard in the background rain wrap tornado. Definitely. This is definitely a rain wrap. I mean, you can see it on radar. Definitely a rain wrap tornado with a donut hole in the middle. There's your tornado right in the center of this thing, and the rain curtains are wrapping around this thing. So the rain is actually, just really starting to ramp. I guess conceal this thing. And so you're not going to probably see this coming. It's going to look like a wall of rain in your Lacey and Cato and Bison. It's going to look like a wall of rain is coming your way when really there's a tornado. And sorry, Serena, I just realized you're in the backstage.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, my internet, I got all goofy and I know
Oh,
I had to leave. But yeah, so I've been looking at a bunch of stuff while my computer's been resetting. National Weather Service Norman has been saying, do not wait to see the tornado with this one. It is rain wrapped. Seek shelter if you are in this location. For the one that was southeast of Okeen 18 minutes ago, Lacey, Bison, those types of places, they say just you're not going to see it. Take shelter.
Yeah, I'm actually curious why. I mean, maybe it's because this isn't a big population, but I'm curious why this isn't a PDS warning. Because it's clear that there is a large, possibly dangerous tornado on the ground. That is just, I mean, it's here and then it's wrapping around here, and this could be a very large tornado. For all we know, this whole thing could be your tornado. And then you could maybe have like some subvortices underneath of it. There was reports of it being a multi-vortex tornado, and I'm seeing very clear indications of different kind of areas of rotation here. So this whole thing could be a huge tornado, possibly that's moving through in Lacey. And to your point, it is 100% rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. And this is a dangerous situation that we have right now in Oklahoma.
Yeah. And I also want to mention too, we've got the 3 ongoing tornado warnings in Oklahoma. There is 1 tornado warning in northern Kansas as well. Just so people are aware, there is one up there. Yeah, exactly. So there is one that was up there, maybe, and it might have expired by now. I'll have to look and check what it was.
I think it literally just expired because I had it just a second ago on my thing, and now it's not there anymore.
Yep.
So, it just expired.
Yeah, so there's stuff to be watching up there too, but definitely the big show, as forecast really well by SPC, is in that northwestern corner of Oklahoma, moving into north central.
Yep. And the way I view these 3 supercells tonight is they're probably going to take turns, right? They're probably going to take turns. This one's going to take its turn and drop something. This one will take its turn, and then this one will take its turn, and then maybe these will take its turn. So I think we're going to be kind of alternating and kind of competing here. And this north cell is still trying to get its act together. You can see that evident here. It's still kind of has a little bit of a ragged kind of appearance on the southern side, not really defined. So I think it's still got a tornado warning on that, but it hasn't dropped anything just yet, I don't think. And the rotation is still pretty broad. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Could you look at KTLX?
Yes.
Just someone from Oklahoma giving the way that KVNX digs down into a hole I hate that.
Really? Okay. Well, there it is then. I mean, that looks like yeah, you're totally right there, Ryan. That is a much better couplet than the KVNX. So you said this radar just like in lower elevation or something?
It's lower. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So this one is just like you're not going to really see it as much as and that's actually wild. This radar is so much further away, but it's so much better to be able to tell. So there's your couplet here. So this is still a dangerous storm. Still has, I would bet there's probably still a wall cloud with this, but there is a lot of storm chasers on this. So it doesn't look like what we have a tornado on the ground. There could be. I mean, this is a pretty strong couplet here, but the fact that this is still a radar indicated tornado warning probably means there isn't a tornado on the ground just yet.
And you can see that edge where it's that's about 248 nautical miles. So close to 260-ish miles out from KTLX.
Yeah. Wow.
On that.
Yeah. So that's a pretty high. That's pretty high level.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, I mean, the two storms right now that we're most concerned about is this storm near Hennessy and then the one to the south near Hitchcock. I think the most immediate threat of this storm in Hennessy that's just, I mean, has clearly a rain wrap tornado, and then just to the south in Hitchcock, it's trying to get going here, but still a radar indicated tornado warning with that one.
Serena, do you have any input on this? Like as far as the radar distance and what you're looking for as far as how that plays out?
Yeah. So, it's interesting. So with the weather radar, you only have so many miles you have to look at, right? So weather radar, they don't look straight out. Otherwise they'd hit trees and other stuff like that. Even the lowest elevation angle of a radar, and they look at several elevation angles, is slightly ticked up. And then you also have the curvature of the earth as it bends away from these radars. So when you get further away from them, you're starting to look up higher. So when you start, sometimes a lot of the velocity imagery doesn't even work really far away from the radar. You just start to get the signal gets too noisy. Once you can see it though, and you're looking at some of these things, you just have to think about where you're looking. Are you looking at the wall cloud? Are you looking at tornado level? Are you looking higher up within the mesocyclone? So just kind of eyeballing how far away you are from the radar that you're looking at. So this is the one out by Enid or what have you, or out west of Enid we're looking at. Yeah. So that's a good place to be looking at storms in this area for sure. Where if you're looking at, Oklahoma City's radar, the one out of Norman, you definitely are a lot more miles away and you're looking at the same thing. So it's interesting to look at the two and compare. Helps give you an idea of how high up that rotation goes, and it can be interesting to look at. But if you're looking for tornadoes, you definitely want to see that lower scale rotation, and you want to look at a radar that's close to you as possible.
Yep.
And from my experience, Vance Air Force Base, theirs is much lower and has to look up much higher.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know how the base elevation scans change. I could see that totally being the case in some locations where base elevation scans have to be altered.
Just on the terrain, I think, is the real issue there. When you have Vance Air Force Base down in the hill, it has to look up, and that's tough. Like it doesn't show a great representation, so you really have to combine both of them, and that's where you have something like MRMS that is able to combine those on each scan, even every 2 minutes. So that's pretty helpful when it comes to the azimuthal, shear, and rotation.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all these things, like, they're all clues, right? Like, none of us are there to see it, and the best we have is looking at these different things. You could look at weather station observations, you could look at radar and different pieces that, like, they all tell one part of the story, and it's how you put all that stuff together that really paints a picture of what's going on. And no two severe weather events are the same when it comes to that.
Yeah, and especially with just having chasers out, this is important. Of course, I'm sure the convergence is kind of insane today, but
yeah. The interesting thing. So I was just pulling up a camera here. This is just to the west of just to the east of Hennessy. I can't get any cameras that point directly west. This camera, however, points south, and it's pretty interesting how you can see in the top part of the screen. Look at the blue sky right here. That's blue sky, and then above it, you just see the tippy top of the anvil. It's really over. I think that's from that supercell directly, and you can tell it's like dark because the anvil is like covering the sun. So this is a massive storm here that is just encompassing everything around it. The anvil, and this is way far away from this storm. We see someone kind of pulled over on the side of the road. I bet we probably could
Taking
get
a picture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I bet they're probably taking a picture. They're like, "What is going on?" But I would bet too. I think this might be the highway that Dan's gonna come up. I think it's either gonna be 81 or 35. So that'd be pretty funny if we watch this. And so we saw Dan drive by.
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Western K County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Grant County in northern Oklahoma.
All right, so we just got a new radar indicated tornado warning. That's for this storm up here, and that is for this couplet right here. And if we look here, you can definitely see a couplet here. This storm is really looks like it's starting to get its act together. Let's look on the reflectivity here. Yeah, I mean let's just look at this to see the structure. Yeah, so the you can tell because in the last couple of frames here. Just watch, see how the hook is kind of straight up and down. Look in the last couple of frames here, the hooks start to really kind of start to take that really subtle twist, right? That really subtle twist here. That means it's starting to rotate. It's starting to rotate around that hook. And I think the if we look at the velocity, it'll also be very apparent that there still is that kind of couplet here. So still a radar indicated tornado warning right now for this storm. Just to the east of Pond Creek, but this is going to be a problem here as the storm moves off to the east. Raymond says Brady needs a break. Maybe Raymond. I don't know. It's going to be a long night, I think.
Stormcat 5 takes no breaks.
No breaks at all. I might only bio breaks from time to time. So
yeah, exactly.
There might be one coming up here since you guys might need to.
No, if you want to, it's cool. Feel free to go do what you got to do. It's pretty, from a meteorological perspective, it is really cool to see all these supercell storms lined up in a row and seeing how there's four now? 1, 2, 3, 4. One warning's kind of duplicative, but seeing, all these storms lined up in a row, 3 of the 5 in Oklahoma currently have tornado warnings on them. Southern ones have severe thunderstorm warnings too. So it'll be interesting to see how far south this stretches, but just goes to show you the severity of the day. And what we're going to reiterate one more time is that this is not the dangerous part. The dangerous part has not come yet. This is no fun. There are very large damaging storms out there right now. It's what's going to be happening overnight tonight when conditions are actually even more favorable for these storms to continue to strengthen and to have very strong, long-lived tornadoes after dark. So we're showing you what's going on now, so you're aware and you're staying weather aware. But this isn't the big show. This is the warm-up. And people just really need to know that. Yeah,
and I'm just going to go ahead and circle this, and maybe Ryan or Serena, you guys can talk about this couplet, because this is a pretty strong couplet here. This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is one we've been tracking for a little while, right? So this is the one that I know that's moving into Hennessy. You're just going to be skirting north of Hennessy right now. And I'm trying to find the details on this exact warning for everybody.
It's media confirmed.
It's the media confirmed one? Okay, yes, I can find that one pretty easily. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it's at 7:07. So, we're looking at 8 minutes ago already. Confirmed tornado. So 7 miles west of Hennessy. It is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. They're talking about a damaging tornado and tennis ball size hail. Broadcast media did confirm this one. So just you have to understand that with some of these tornadoes, you aren't going to see them coming. So if you're placed under a warning, please just seek shelter. This storm has already produced rain wrapped tornadoes, and so we know it's probably going to continue to do so. So don't wait to see it. National Weather Service has already been tweeting out and putting out several messages this evening saying you will not see this one coming. It is rain wrapped in heavy rain. You will not see it. And that message keeps getting repeated every time I look. There are other places that are repeating it and saying it. So this isn't one to be taken lightly. You're not going to be seeing this tornado coming. You just need to seek shelter.
Yeah, and we're on the edge of the radar spectrum here too. So it's we're seeing a little bit higher up into the atmosphere than what we normally would be. We would be typically looking a lot closer to the ground.
Yeah.
It's difficult in this area.
Yeah.
So
Help show though that this isn't like just some small rotation at the surface though. And you can see by kind of where there's that gray line, that gray gap to like north and west of where we're looking at this velocity image. You know, that's showing that you're getting into the questionable range of looking at a velocity image on this radar. And so we can see there is broad scale rotation. There is a very large mesocyclone here that is going to be supporting this and continue to support this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely has that feeling where it possibly moves straight east if it wraps up. And that's exactly why Norman's issuing a warning that looks like it's, going straight east instead of it pulling up northeast. And that's because of the rotation.
Yeah. And I'm, scrolling through while I'm on here with you guys, I'm scrolling through all kinds of other social media. First of all, some of these photos, one of the things that I'm such a sucker for is when you see like that tealish color from hail cores and rain cores in these supercell thunderstorms. Phenomenal images coming out tonight of this storm because of it having this tennis ball size hail in it and being rain wrapped. And talking about rapid inflow into the storm, seeing this teal color, and it is just like this wall of teal that I see in photograph after photograph from chasers that are on the ground there. Just reiterating, you will not see this coming. You're not going to go core punching and go finding it either. When you've got tennis ball size hail coming down, it's coming down fast. And then this thing surrounded by rain, you're not going to hear the difference. Like as awful as that sounds, you're not going to hear the difference.
Yeah, I think we've got one person. We've got one poor soul trying to core punch right now, looks like.
They are having a very bad day then.
Victor Scarborough, I think, looks like he's core punching. Well, trying to. Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, this is look at all the chasers on this. We've got a lot of chasers on this. So but I think we're gonna, there's it's going to be hard to be able to even see this tornado. So if you're near this, please be safe and try to get clear of this, because I think this storm itself is going to be this tornado is going to be hard to see. It's going to be really hard to see. And there's not a lot of roads, I think, to get, at least not a lot of main roads to get out in front of this thing. So just please, if you're chasing this, if you're chasing this thing, this is a dangerous rain wrapped tornado right now that is that's moving and has a lot of chasers on it. So please be safe as you do so.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing too. You talk about the roads.
Just went out. I can't hear you, Ryan. Let me go ahead and bring on your screen, and you can share if you just want to share it quickly while I do my headphones real quick.
Yeah, so this is just the base velocity from Vance Air Force Base, which is to the directly north at this point.
Nice.
You're starting to see the wrapping of this. The winds are. I wish I had Brady's markings, but you also still have these indicators that tell you, hey, when you're having the red and green sharpness there, that's not a good sign. We can do let's see. So this is storm relative velocity combined with the.
Oh, nice. I love seeing those side by side.
Mhm. Yeah,
That sounds really cool.
you're able to see this donut hole start to form. It's just wrapping up and wrapping up. It does look like it'll probably stay straight toward Bison. At the same time, this is just not a good situation. Ooh, yeah, Norman's even projected this all the way out. And I've got, surface obs. So in front of this, we're looking at.
Yeah. And NWS Norman once again just tweeted 9 minutes ago again saying, a reminder this evening, tornadoes aren't always high visibility events. The tornadoes across north central Oklahoma have been heavily wrapped in rain, and soon it'll be dark. You can't rely on waiting to see tornadoes before sheltering tonight.
Wow. Yeah, the interesting thing is, I think Ryan was showing what Ryan's showing is this storm. Oh wow, yeah. There's a little bit of a donut hole in the latest scan, but this is a really broad. Well, this is a really strong rotation, but it's completely wrapped in rain. So this thing is going to be impossible to see. And it's going to be like the fact that we don't have any visuals right now. That's why, I think that there really isn't any like pictures or anything coming out of this storm. And so a lot of times when people don't see that, they might not take this seriously. But we can tell on radar that this is a really strong rotation that's continuous and keeps pulling stuff in, and it is most likely it did drop a tornado, and it's most likely continuing to drop a tornado. It'll probably go through some recycling. Maybe it's recycling a little bit right now, but there is a really, really strong set of inflow here with this thing. And this probably had, if not has, a strong tornado that's could be a pretty big tornado on the ground, moving just north of Hennessy, Oklahoma.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
Really?
Okay, so
Ooh.
yeah,
Right.
I believe. Oh wait, okay. So wow. Okay, so this is really interesting. So it looks like they've put now. Well, let's look at the storm motion here. Yeah, look. Excuse me. Look at the last couple of frames here. So this is an extension of the tornado warning that the observed tornado that was just north of Hennessy. That they've extended that tornado warning to the north, because just look in the last couple of frames here. This storm is taking a little bit of a jog to the north. You can really tell when you slow this down. If you zoom in here, you can really tell that this thing is rotating. Right. Just look at the rain, the rain bands kind of spin around this thing and spin into this thing. So that's really interesting to see when you have that. But it's very clear if we look at the velocity that this is, look at that. I mean, I'm actually surprised that, and I'm very thankful that we're not seeing any debris with this thing. And maybe it's just because we're too far away from the radar. Like maybe if I look at a different radar, but we're not seeing any debris balls, which that is really good news. That doesn't mean there's no tornado on the ground, right? But the fact that we're not seeing that is a little surprising to me, just with the velocity that I'm.
Yeah. Well,
So
and another thing is. Oh, go ahead, Phil. By the way,
I was
what's
just
up?
going to say, you guys probably covered this. I know I'm jumping back on again, but you were talking about any visuals. There was a storm report by Hans Duren. Said trees uprooted, single home structure damage, power lines snapped. And this is between Hennessy and Okeen. When this happened, looks like 8:06 Eastern, 7:06 Central.
Yeah.
Yes, so that would have been probably right in here. And that was actually Phil. That was when we got a tornado on the ground report, like about right here. So that's probably right where that report came from. And you know, it's so hard with this thing because, you know, um, it's impossible to get a visual on this because it is wrapped in rain. So they're very well could be a big tornado that we can't see and that the National Weather Service can't seize. And that's why that we can't you know, confirm this and upgrade this to an observed tornado because, you know, frankly, there's just too much rain to be able to say, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground there. But and maybe, you know, we might be having a new developing tornado here, just to the north of Hennessy. It looks like it's going through some recycling, but we've got these winds pushing in here. All it's going to take is for them to wrap a little bit around like this, and there you've got your new tornado. So still a dangerous storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the National Weather Service's warning they put out, they issued at 7:22. It goes till 8 o'clock. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Tornado and golf ball size hail now associated with that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dangerous storm. You know, so all right, so we haven't done this in a second. But we're gonna go. I do want to look at I do want to look at the visible satellite too, because I think there's an interesting trend that I'm seeing on that. But and we'll probably maybe redo our outbreak. I always forget to go back and redo kind of our setup for the day, Phil, but we can take a look at that as well. But let's just do a quick round robin of the storms that we have. We haven't done that in just a second. And then we'll go to the visible satellite, and then we'll go to the SPC and see what we got going on there.
Do you mind if I jump in, Brady, quick?
Yeah, jump in.
Before you do that, I want to share this camera. This is
wow.
on I-35 in North Oklahoma. And I'll try and get.
Looks like we're looking north.
Yep. Looking north into the Kansas border. But there was definitely some, there was a lowering right here, right kind of central, just to the left center of the screen.
Yeah, you can still see it a little bit.
I don't know if that's a rain shaft or what. It's lightened up a little bit here just in the last few seconds that I first saw it.
What, so Phil, where is this again? Remind me.
So it's on I-35 in Oklahoma, right near the border. So I'm gonna, so just north of Bremen, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Actually, it's right on the border.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's looking north, correct?
Yes, looking north.
Got it. Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because that camera's about to get. We should keep that camera in our pocket, because that camera's about to get. It's just in the north part of that tornado warning, and if we would, like, I'll just quickly show. So that camera Phil was just showing is right here and is looking north. So it's looking at this cell, but just to the south we have another supercell right here that's got a tornado warning, and this storm is moving right towards that camera. So we'll have to keep that camera up, because especially if this storm just lifts a little bit further to the north, we could get the hook could go right over top of that.
So that is, you're correct. That is north. So what we're looking at is mostly rain at this point.
Yeah.
Not the base of the storm.
Well, yeah, it's still the base of this storm, right? So it's kind of like this. These storms too, kind of, I think, are one. This is kind of one big blob of. You got a supercell on the bottom, and then on the north part, you've got a kind of a blob of some other stuff up there. Wish I had a better weather term than blob, but I don't, and I'm not.
It's universal.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know what? We don't want to get too fancy.
No, we don't. We definitely don't want to get too fancy. Okay, so let's just quickly do the round robin, and then I'm gonna look at visible satellite, and then we're gonna look at some trends to see if we can figure out what's gonna happen in the next couple hours. So right now we have a line of storms that's moving through Sioux City right now, Sioux Falls, you're about to get a line. I mean, this line extends all the way up. Look, oh my gosh, you see that? It just keeps going and going. Wow.
It was cool.
Yeah. Phil's getting oh my gosh, Phil's getting demolished by his dog. That's awesome. Phil, what's your dog's name? Here, I'll unmute you. I got you. Wait.
It's Buckeye.
Buckeye. Oh, I
Buckeye.
love that. Buckeye's awesome. All right, I had to put that on the screen. So there is a a line that goes all the way into North Dakota, and that line of storms extends. I mean, really, this is just like some shower activity up in North Dakota. South Dakota, you've got a pretty strong line of storms. No warnings on those though. Sioux Falls, you got that continuation of the line. Sioux City, you're going to get some rain and some lightning moving through the next couple hours. Nothing too that sticks out. That's too severe. To the south, Omaha, you're going to probably get split right now. Lincoln's got a pretty strong storm. Just to the north, Fremont, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. That storm is pushing through Fremont. So strong winds and some hail and some rain with there. And then Lincoln, Nebraska, like we said, you're going to have a storm just to the south. Nebraska City looks like you're going to get hit by a storm that's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. No tornado warnings in Nebraska right now. So that's good news for those that are in Nebraska. We do not have any tornado warnings currently for Nebraska. Kansas, same thing. No tornado warnings, but we do have a pretty strong line of storms with winds possibly about 70 miles an hour, maybe even higher with this line. Really strong line of storms that's going to be pushing into Junction City. It's pushing in, I'd say, probably Manhattan. And I think Topeka, this is probably, let's just see if this is going to, this is going to go to your north Topeka. But really Manhattan and eventually pushing into Seneca and Holton, you guys are going to be in the path of this line of severe storms. So winds is 70 mile an hour and maybe some hail here. Just to the south, Wichita. The good news is it looks like, kind of Wichita, you've avoided the worst of this, it looks like. Now, we still have a long ways to go, but Wichita, Kansas has had a couple of storms move through, but it looks like the main event is probably going to miss you guys, is going to split you to the north and to the south. So Wichita, Kansas, at least right now, we'll keep an eye, but could get lucky here. Now, the big kind of our main event is down here in Oklahoma, where we have a couple. We have 2 active tornado warnings. One here to the west of Ponca City. Yeah, there we go. See, Ryan isn't here to help me with my names. Maybe Serena, you can help me with my names here. And then just to the south of Enid, Oklahoma, you have a second tornado warning, which is a radar indicated tornado warning, but that's definitely the most dangerous storm of the day here so far that we've had an observed tornado on the ground. It's now in a radar indicated tornado warning. And then just to the south of that, we have a couple of supercells. Looks like they're kind of in a blob. Once again, there's the official weather term. And then we do have a secondary supercell off to the south. So those are going to be what we're going to have to keep an eye on, especially this southern one as it pushes off to the east northeast. Still plenty of energy, still plenty of helicity, still plenty of shear in the atmosphere. So yeah.
And Brady, so earlier Jess had a question and said, are these storms kind of organizing into a line? And I want to answer that and address that because I think it's a really good question. So first of all, Storm Prediction Center put out in their forecast discussion saying that the eventual organization of more of an eastward progressing convective line is anticipated, with the resulting line moving across southern Nebraska, northern Kansas, and places like that. That in those areas, a primary threat of the line is going to be gusts up to 80 miles an hour. That definitely saw some interesting things where you could have some bow echoes and things like that happening. Some line embedded QLS tornadoes are also possible, particularly as the line enters southeastern Nebraska and northeast Kansas later this evening. South of that, though, for the Oklahoma area that we're looking at, they're talking about the same thing where they're saying that, you're going to have these isolated storms, but eventually this is going to be becoming a little more linear in discussion. But where it does, that doesn't mean that you're out of the woods with this. We're talking about from 0 to Z to 6Z time frame. how things are really going to continue to increase, continuing to actually get bad. They're talking about giant hail up to 4 inches in diameter, severe gusts up to 80 miles an hour, and long track intense tornadoes are all possible between 0Z and 6Z. And to put that into perspective for Central Time, you just subtract 5 from that. So if I can do math in my head, which after 8 o'clock, I don't do math very well in my head, that's basically like 7 p.m., until what, 1 a.m., that they're looking at the worst of it. So, it was a great question. They are going to kind of organize and do a line, but that does not mean that you are free and clear.
It doesn't. Yeah. Good point.
So, and with that, I'm going to have to hop off, guys. It's been super fun. I'm glad Phil's here. But I do have to run. It's been a nice hour with you guys.
Thank you, Serena, for joining. And I really appreciate it. You've been awesome. And hopefully you get some great sleep. And, I'm hoping this maybe just dies down and just quits. That would be the best case scenario. But
we all want the forecasts to be wrong sometimes. And this is one of those times where I would like to see the forecast be wrong. But just once again, before I leave, for people listening, first of all, if you like this too and are listening, please hit the subscribe button, because Stormcat 5 is amazing and is doing a really great job to keep you guys informed. So make sure you're subscribing. When you do, and we go live and there's severe weather you need to know about, you will be notified. I subscribe even as a Stormfront freak, and it's been really, really great. So make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings tonight if you're in any of these affected areas, because these storms are going to intensify and continue to produce long, damaging, large tornadoes overnight. So, the satellite image, oh my God.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got to see this before you leave. Definitely the chat was sending some love.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you all. I'm going to look at the satellite image and then I'm out.
Yeah, it's let's see if I can get a better view.
The National Weather Service has
We'll go to that tornado warning in just a sec.
Tornado warning for southeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, southwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma.
It's just a machine. Like you look at that and it's just like watching the dynamics of the atmosphere. It's just, that's like a very well-running engine, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you've got multiple overshooting tops here. You've got, I mean, just what I was concerned about is on the south side.
has issued
All right.
a tornado warning for.
Now we're cooking.
Tornado warning for southeastern Riley County in northeastern Kansas, southwestern Pottawatomie County in northeastern Kansas.
All right, there's a Kansas tornado warning. But
wow.
What's going on?
Tornado warning.
That's all right. Well, eat some food.
I haven't had dinner yet. So
yeah. So before you do that, Serena, before you go, I just want to note that everybody watching not only said hi, Serena, yay, Serena's here, but now they're like, oh, bye, Serena, see you later. I'm looking for anybody saying hi or bye to me. I've been on and off and back on again. Nothing. Like, screw Phil.
Yeah,
we're tired of seeing you and hearing you.
Let's give Phil some love in the chat. Come on, guys. Let's
none of us would be here if it weren't for Phil. Phil's awesome.
That's true. That's true.
So, Phil's
you don't
amazing.
need to make me feel good.
That's the.
We're gonna make you feel good.
I'm glad you're on, Serena. Thanks for coming on. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm just living at the satellite image. Like, oh my God, it looks like when the atmosphere looks like it's boiling, you're in trouble, and it looks like it's boiling. So.
Yeah. Well,
cool.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night, y'all, and for anyone listening, please stay safe. Stay safe.
Peace out, Serena. All right. Well, I've got the food out of my mouth, so that's good. So now we can actually talk about these new tornado warnings. But I wanted to show the satellite view because, I mean, there is just the south side of this is really showing explosive development, and so, I'm thinking these south storms are going to be a problem, and really you can see some more cumulus developing to the south. So I think we could still get some more development here. The storms that we have, there might be some more that actually that develop to the south. But this south one, right here where I've got my mouse, that one could be a problem as it moves off to the east. I would not be surprised if that did have a significant threat as it kind of moved into the area with the high helicity and the low level jet and all that good stuff. So
Can you give an update on the towns that are, I guess, in the warnings, the 2 warnings that were just issued?
Yeah. Yep. So let's just do a quick round robin. I think, let's see, which one was the most recent? Okay. Well, 2 things. One, that cell we just looked at, that was just warned. That was just tornado warned. So that cell that we just looked at on satellite, they just issued a tornado warning for that. So that the cell that we thought might be a problem, that was a new tornado warning that we just got. And it's for just to the north of Clifton, Arapahoe, and Custer City in Oklahoma. This is for southeastern Custer County, southwestern Blaine County, all in Oklahoma. This is a new tornado warning that was just issued for you guys. And this is a possibly a developing tornado and golf ball size hail with this storm. So a dangerous storm that we're going to be dealing with. And this is probably going to be the new storm that we're going to have to watch because it's got a radar indicated tornado warning on it. It's got some rotation. Let me see if I can. I mean, that's got to be noise, right? There's no way that wind is. Let's just, for funsies, let's just see what that. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, I don't think there's 140 mile an hour winds. At least I hope not. I hope there's not 140 mile an hour winds with this. But that's probably just some radar noise. Let's look at. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's yikes. I don't like that. So this is a new tornado warning that we're gonna have to watch just to the north of Clifton. The second tornado warning that is. Let's see here. Oh, I don't like that. Is still a radar indicated tornado warning, and it's for Douglas, Oklahoma. This includes. Let's see, what county is this in? Enid, Fairmont, Douglas, Oklahoma. You guys are all in this tornado warning. This is that same dangerous storm that we looked at. That's been really trying to drop a big time tornado. It's got, it's got a dangerous hook here. Here's your inflow. Here's this wrapping around here. So it's a classic tornadic structure, and it's still, the rotation is still fairly broad. If you look at this, right, so you've got your winds here, and then it switches to red here. So that's still your winds wrapping around this way. So it's trying to form a tornado, and it's got really, really strong winds wrapping around the backside. Yeah, Ginger Ninja. Yeah, that is a strong storm, and that's a strong rotation. It's still pretty broad, right? So I don't know if this is actually a tornado that's on the ground per se, but it is and there was no debris, which is good. But this storm in general has been really rotating strongly for the past really 30 minutes here to an hour. And then, sorry, we actually have a third tornado warning, and this storm is looking less organized by the minute here. Looks pretty linear. This storm does not necessarily scream tornado to me. It doesn't really. It's kind of lost its structure here. It's kind of lost it. There's really no. I mean, there's a little bit of a hook here, but still a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. For southeastern Grant County and Kay County in Oklahoma. This is about to cross the Kansas border, but doesn't really scream tornado to me just yet. Still some broad rotation here, but nothing not nearly as concerning as the cells to the south. And then we've got a fourth tornado warning. And let me go ahead and make sure our graphic is updated here. Yep, no problem, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining. Guys, too, I encourage share this stream with your friends. If your friends are weather nerds, share this stream with your family. Share it with anyone that's in Oklahoma, Texas, Nebraska, Kansas. Would love to kind of help if there's anyone in the path of these storms. We had some Saturday night. We actually had some folks from Texas join that were in the path of these severe storms. So if we have anyone that is in the path of these things, go ahead and send them a link, and they can drop on, and I can actually give them a kind of precise forecast here. We do have one of the newest tornado warnings is for Kansas. This is the only tornado warning right now in Kansas, and this is for this little appendage right here, and this is pushing to the north towards Westmoreland. Yeah. And yeah, there could be a little something here. This is a QLCS. Could be a little spin up here. Nothing too impressive on radar, but I've seen signatures that have had less intensity produce a tornado. Interesting thing is, like, I would expect the hook to be up there, but it's not on the radar. It's like down here. That's weird. Anyway,
There was Brady 8:27 Eastern, 7:27 Central. Aaron Spencer reported a tornado, brief road tornado. This was the one that right now is near Douglas, Oklahoma. So there was a report of they said brief tornado. Looks like that thing's been going for a long time, but.
Well, and I mean, let's look at the velocity. It is really trying to form. You got winds wrapping around this way, and this is actually looking a little bit more well organized than it was just a second ago. But like if you look back at the history here on this, I mean, whoops, here, let me pause it. That was probably a little tighter than it was than it is now. That, to me, that screams tornado. That screams tornado. And then it looks like I don't know. It just kind of, it's a broad area of rotation. That the problem with this is this whole thing is wrapped in rain. So if there's a tornado, we're not going to be able to see it. No, all the storm spotters aren't going to be able to see it. It's starting to get dark there. So, they're not going to be able to see that either. So the problem is we may not be able to get confirmation of this thing on the ground, because it's just so wrapped in rain. But regardless, we have a dangerous storm that has a tornado warning on it. Douglas, Covington, you're not in the warning, but this is coming towards you. This is probably extending that warning, maybe.
Tornado warning for northern Dickinson County in central Kansas.
Never mind. All right, so this is a new tornado warning that was just issued for Kansas. So now we have 2 tornado warnings in Kansas. So Kansas is still not out of the woods. It's for this storm just to the south of Abilene, Kansas, and it's for this couplet right here.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
I wonder what that's going to be.
Tornado warning for western Leon County in northwestern Iowa, northwestern Sioux County in northwestern Iowa, southwestern Rock County in southwestern Minnesota, southeastern Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota, central Lincoln County in southeastern South Dakota.
All right.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Is that a tri-state tornado warning?
That is a tri-state tornado warning that includes South Dakota, that includes Minnesota, and that includes Iowa. So this warning, actually, if we zoom in here, right? So here's the Iowa. Wait. Yeah. Whoops. There, getting lost here. There's the Iowa. There's the Minnesota, and there's the South Dakota part of it. So this is a part of the line of storms here that's pushing off to the north. It's right now just in Canton. Canton, South Dakota. This is really going to test my geography to know which of these cities belongs in which of these states. I'm not going to know. I'm just telling you guys right now. So if you're watching and you're going to correct me, do it. Actually, I would love that. But I'm probably going to be mistaken with these towns. But anyway, this is a kind of a little bit of an embedded QLCS tornado, possibly radar indicated. Probably right there is your little burst. That probably was what prompted the warning. I wouldn't think there'd be any debris or anything like that. So you could have a little spin up here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a little hook right there. Could be a little bit of a small tornado there going through that area. Not too concerned at this point, but still, new tornado warning for Sioux Falls, just to the southeast of Sioux Falls. And we did kind of jump quickly away from this Abilene tornado. And yeah, I mean, there could be something there, guys. I mean, at least from what I'm seeing, that is a decently strong signature, and there is a hook, right? There is a hook on radar. So Abilene, Kansas, you could have a tornado coming right at you. So just be ready for that. Junction City also.
The National Weather Service
all right.
issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for western Noble County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
I think the National Weather Service is just trying to get me out of sync. That's what I think they're trying to get our graphics out of sync. Because every time I go and update our tornado warnings, they come out with another warning. I did that literally 3 times in a row. So that is a new tornado warning. Go ahead, Phil.
Just quick show you. We were looking at the flight tracks before, and this is in Oklahoma. There is a plane right now.
No way.
That's 0 metering.
No way.
The storm.
No.
Yeah, like this. Like if you look at the whole, like every plane is going around.
Dude, that's the tornado warning.
Yeah.
It's driving right into it. What is it doing?
It's DFW to OKC as well, which makes no sense.
That is insane. So
this is Envoy Air 3917 out of Dallas Fort Worth, but apparently going to Oklahoma City. So I don't know what's going on there, but it departed 6:48 Central. It's supposed to arrive 7:48 Central Time, which has passed.
I
don't know.
Years ago. Oh.
I am very curious to see, like, I'm literally watching that to see if it's going to like go down, because if it's actually flying through a 60,000 foot storm right now, there's no way. Right? There's no way. That is insane.
It's weird because the flight path that I'm looking at, because you can click on it. Here, I can do this. It looks like it landed.
Yeah, they spoofed their GPS now.
What did they do?
They spoofed the GPS to the point where you can't see where they're at.
Like they do that on purpose?
Yes.
So is this like a dignitary or someone important on Envoy Air?
No, I think pretty much all of them do it.
Wow. Well, that's pretty hilarious that this spoof is literally taking it through a tornado warning in a supercell. So
why would they spoof it? That makes, like, I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, it is very weird. They definitely. I promise they do it. And I have family in Perry. I have family in Stillwater. I have family in Edmond. Like, this is where I'm from.
Yeah,
so.
that's yikes. Well, I think at least the good news is just, well, looking at this, it's still a radar indicated tornado warning. It has some pretty large hail, golf ball size hail. I think I've yet with this storm, which has been tornado warned probably for about an hour and a half now, I still haven't seen any debris, which that doesn't mean that it's not dropping a tornado, and it very well could be right in here. But I have not seen a strong like debris signature. So, but if you do, to Ryan's point, this storm is coming right at you, Perry, and it's not. I mean, this is a long track supercell. This storm is not going to quit, right? It's not just going to fall apart. So those that are in Covington, this and Douglas, the storm's right on top of you, but Perry, you're up next. Morrison, you're up after that. So this is a dangerous tornado warned storm that is moving directly at you, Perry, and then behind it, Pawnee and Red Rock, Blackburn. You guys are all on the path of this this dangerous supercell that did drop a tornado in the past. So I think we'll have to keep an eye on this, and Ryan, we'll definitely kind of keep an eye on this storm for the family there, and I'm hoping it kind of just stays broad like it is, because it's still, I mean, it's a really powerful. This is a really powerful area of rotation, but it's broad, right? And it hasn't really tightened up just yet.
Yeah, it looks like on the south side near Marshall is what I would be worried most about.
Yeah, right here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. If this, I think this is a broad mesoscale, right? This is a broad rotating area of rotating clouds, and the concerning thing is if this tightens up just a little bit, anywhere along this line, if you get a little bit of a tightening up, that will pretty easily drop a tornado. I'm not incredibly concerned, like saying there is one on the ground right now, because it still looks pretty broad. But regardless, this is a dangerous storm, and we've got more. We've got more down, and just got another tornado warning just to the south of. It's just to the north of Weatherford, Oklahoma. I haven't really taken a look at this in a long time.
Hey, Brady, while you pull that up, I'm going to quick share. We've got a storm chaser sharing some images with us. This is Hunter Hurley, and this is actually the heading north of Marshall, Oklahoma. So I'll pull up so you can kind of see where he is. So he's north of Marshall, just southeast of Douglas. And here's the photo of the storm.
Wow.
So that's storm chaser Hunter Hurley sharing that with us.
Wow. So that's totally, how long ago was that, Phil?
This was about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally, I mean, you can tell that whole storm is rotating. That whole storm is completely rotating. And, it's just a matter, but also look at the bottom. No rain-free base, completely rain wrapped, completely rain. Awesome structure, like Scott was saying. Awesome structure with it. But you won't be able to see a tornado, which is not a good thing, because it's going to make it a lot harder to be able to identify these tornadoes, whether or not they're on the ground or not, especially when you're seeing this broad area of rotation like we're seeing. We're not going to be able to tell when it's on the ground. But thank you, Hunter, for sharing that with us. And if you do want to share more stuff like this with us, please, like Hunter did, go ahead and tag either at Stormfront Freak or at Stormcat5. We'll be able to share your content on the stream. We try to not just go on Twitter and pull people's content without them giving us permission. So if you do tag us, we'll be able to share your pictures, your video on the stream, and get you on the show. And if there are any chasers watching too, that want to be on the stream and want to get and want to kind of showcase what they can do, reach out to us too. We would love to have you on the show. To be able to kind of have a live feed along with like Dan and some other people that we have chasing. We might have Phil chasing. Actually, no, Phil, you're not going to be chasing tomorrow. But we might.
I might squeeze in an hour or two.
Yeah. Hey, family comes first, my friend. Family comes first. So, and if it's Ohio, anything I know about Ohio is Ohio usually busts. Not this year, but Ohio usually busts.
So you're talking about chasers too. Oh, go ahead.
I said that was Iowa for me.
Yeah.
Iowa. Typically bust.
So Greg Johnson is reaching out and said in our chat, said worst chase ever. Number 1 inside tornado warning box all day, did not see anything. High precip, low contrast, and number 2 chaser convergence was insane. He said it was a total waste of his day. Now it's dark.
Oh geez.
Dan's got
I'm
a
sorry,
nice
Greg.
wall cloud over there.
Yeah, he does. Wow, Dan, does that look like a wall cloud?
Yeah. So I'm west of Kingfisher on Oklahoma 33, and there's some activity over there, but doesn't really. I mean, it's starting to actually ramp up a little bit this last scan.
So Dan, remind me, where are you right now exactly?
He said Kingfisher.
Kingfisher.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
So yeah, I am. Second.
Yeah. So Dan, it looks
here.
like. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I'll get up here and find a place to stop.
Yeah, just pull off to the right and
Yeah.
give you that southwest look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dan, it looks like for everyone watching, Dan is near Kingfisher, and he's looking directly at this Hennessy storm. So the tornado warned storm off to the northwest. Dan is gonna be a little bit behind that one, but that's fine because that you're not gonna be able to see that one anyway. To be quite honest, that if there is a tornado in there, it's gonna be rain wrapped, and it's just gonna be a complete mess to be able to see. And honestly, yeah. But then Dan is looking at this storm, which I mean, there's definitely some rotation in those with some really strong winds behind it. And then right behind Dan, just off to the south and west, is another possible developing supercell. This one, this one's probably going to be a problem. And Dan, if you can hear me, there's a supercell off to your south that's going to be sliding up towards Kingfisher. So you might be able to just, stay on Highway 81. And then as this storm kind of slides towards Highway 81, you can just kind of push a little bit to the south here. And you should be able to see a pretty good vantage point of this storm, because this probably looks like our outside of this Covington storm up here, this storm to the south. Whoops, that was a terrible circle. This storm to the south is probably our second best looking storm in terms of possible structure. And it's the only other storm in here that has a tornado warning. Go ahead, Dan.
I've got family to call. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can, Dan. Oh my gosh, look at that.
So I am.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for.
Sorry, Dan, we're getting a tornado warning.
Sarpy County in east central Nebraska, northwestern Cass County in southeastern Nebraska.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
This is the area of rotation near Loyal.
Okay, so that's an area of rotation right near Loyal, and it does look like a little bit of a wow. That is beautiful. Oh my goodness, that is a
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Sorry, Dan, we're getting tornado warnings left and right.
Tornado warning for northeastern Pottawatomie County in northeastern Kansas.
Wow, look at that, Dan. Look at that sun. Is that like the sun right there? It looks like. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful. All right, so the storm that Dan is on right now, and while Dan's repositioning, we'll go ahead and put this back on here. But the storm that Dan is on is right here, just to the south of Hennessy. So he was looking north, and wow. Look at that. You see that little lowering right there? That's a part of Dan. What direction are you looking? Oh my gosh.
So I'm that was north. Now I'm that's roofing.
That's beautiful.
With the grass, it's hard to see ravines, and I could look like a straight shot. Well, yeah. So
look at that in the center. That's like the sun poking through on the backside, but that is oh my goodness, that is a crazy storm. So Dan is looking, I think Dan is looking directly. Are you looking directly east?
West. That's the
West.
sun
Oh,
setting.
sorry. Okay. So he's looking. Yeah. Whoops. Sun setting. Sun sets in the west, rises in the east. That's what I remember from grade school. But my goodness, that storm Dan is looking at is a mean storm. And if I look on the velocity here, it does have a pretty north to south orientation with the wind, and really, I mean, if that thing just has a little bit of inflow that kind of makes its way into there, I could see it dropping something pretty quick there. And so Dan was just looking. Dan was just here, just north of Kingfisher, was looking into this storm, and it was a beautiful storm with pretty north to south, like I said, rotation on it. But if just a little bit of that low level jet sneaks in there, that's anything along that line of straight line winds could drop something. Dan, was there any sort of like low? I know we saw a couple lowerings. Was it easy to tell? Was there any sort of rotation in those clouds?
There was motion in there, and it looks like it's trying to get organized. I'm headed back east towards Kingfisher. I'm going to get into another better position and then turn back around.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, and you've got a radar indicated tornado warning. I'm sure you see that cell off to the south, and that'll be probably. Let's see how fast that's moving. That was moving. Let's see, east at about 35 miles an hour. So that storm will be probably that'll be just to your south, and that'll move towards Highway 81 probably in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Actually, let me time it out for you just to see that's not the right thing. 35. Okay, so that'll be in Kingfisher in about an hour, Dan. So that storm will be in Kingfisher. That is gonna probably force you to take a dive south here. That'll be in Kingfisher in about an hour, and that's the other tornado warning that we have in Oklahoma. So Jess says gorgeous shot. Dan's a little quiet. Yeah, no worries. We'll see if I can turn up Dan's volume.
I already did as far as I could get it up.
Okay,
Brady.
cool. Okay. I guess the other solution would be Dan just to scream really loud into his mic. I'm sure he'll if he's chasing with anyone, I'm sure they'll love that.
Ryan, is your family all right? Your friends?
Yeah. I didn't hear from them, but this is going straight toward them.
Yeah.
Perry.
Are they in Perry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely where I'm from.
Oh,
so.
yikes. Okay. They just updated the this tornado warning to an observed tornado warning. Actually, I don't want to say they just. Let's see. It's 7:56 Central. So this was about 10 minutes ago. So it did have a let's look at the base velocity here to see if there's any trend. I mean, probably up here, right?
Yeah.
This is probably your tornado up here. Like we had said, this is a really broad area of winds wrapping around this mesocyclone. So anywhere along this line, you get a spin up, you get a tornado. And it looks like there is your tornado. So just to kind of the north of Lucien and Gansel, Oklahoma.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Let's just go here.
Tornado warning for northeastern Dickinson County in central Kansas, northwestern Geary County in east central Kansas, southwestern Riley County in northeastern Kansas, southeastern Clay County in north central Kansas.
Okay, so that's up here. Wow. Okay, we're gonna have to come back to that storm in just a second. But for now, let's look at this storm down in Perry, and I think if there is a tornado, it's going to be up here, which there was a tornado about 12 minutes ago. And I think that's moving to the north. To the northeast. So let's go ahead and just quickly put this in motion. So I think at least Ryan, the good news is it looks like if this is in fact your tornado, it looks like it'll potentially miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anywhere in this warning, I would treat this like an observed tornado because this is one giant rotating updraft here. So this is your I mean, this whole storm is just rotating on an axis and has got really strong inflow out in front of it. And so anywhere along that line,
So
you get a
Brett
tornado.
Adair is reporting he had on video a tornado forming just south of Covington, Oklahoma, about 10 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, the thing's gonna pull north, straight in. We'll see the next radar update. So,
yeah, but this is just a rain rep mess. I don't know how he saw that. That's pretty impressive because this is just if there is a tornado, it's somewhere back in that rain, and it's not going to be easy to see. It's not easy to see on radar.
Service has issued a tornado warning for
Probably an extension, maybe.
Tornado warning for northwestern Leon County in northwestern Iowa, northwestern Rock County in southwestern Minnesota, eastern Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota.
Okay, so we'll come back to this in just a second because this is about to hit Perry or about to hit just north of Perry. It does look like the rotation maybe has broken up a little bit. So that's at least the good news. But yeah, I think you're right, Ryan. This is probably going to miss Perry just to the north, unless we get some sort of deviant motion out of this thing. But just really quickly, the two new tornado warnings that we got were up here. One in this was a radar indicated tornado warning. This is in Kansas. This is in central Kansas, just west of Junction City. We have a tornado warning. Moonlight, you're in the direct path of this storm. It's pushing up towards Upland, Kansas. So a dangerous storm there. Radar indicated tornado warning. And then a secondary tornado warning. I think it was for this storm. So this is a secondary tornado warning that's like the south side of this line. We have a kind of radar indicated tornado warning, and this is in this was issued, I think. So this was actually issued about 3 minutes ago, it looks like. And this is for Wheaton and Onaga, Neuchâtel. Probably not pronouncing that right, but this warning includes all of you guys, and this is a dangerous storm that's pushing up north and east at about 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. And then lastly, we have another tornado warning that was issued a little while ago. This is in Nebraska, and this line of storms is kind of coming right at Omaha, Nebraska. So Omaha, this is a possibly a tornado producing storm that's kind of pushing into the suburbs now of Omaha. The good news is radar indicated, so no confirmation just yet, but it is looking a little bit less organized. If you are going to get a tornado, it's going to be a quick spin up, probably. Not seeing any indication or anything like that. But let's go back down and just quickly check on the. Let's quickly go back and check on the Perry storm to just see if there's a latest scan. Okay, let's look at a different radar here.
Yeah, it seems like you're right. It's definitely going to pull north of it. It's just pulling a whole lot of moisture in.
Yeah, it is. It is. The winds are really pulling in here. And so if there is a tornado, it's probably going to head just to the north of Perry, Oklahoma. And it would probably be right in here, right? Because here's your kind of wind wrapping around here. So here's and the fact that I see a little bit of a green thing here, it's indication that these winds are kind of wrapping around. So I would not be surprised if we did have a tornado right in here. But the good news is this is probably going to pull directly north of Perry, unless this has some sort of deviant motion on it. But no debris ball, no strong debris signature in this. Regardless, if you're in Perry, you're about to get hit by a pretty strong storm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Hey,
no PD. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I've got a bit of a lowering here.
Yeah, look at that. Oh my
And
goodness.
where are you at, Dan? Sorry, I've been missing that.
Still west of Kingfisher, on 33, looking to the northwest. That's going to be that area of rotation. And it looks like it's trying to ramp up a little bit. It's the rotation just west of Dover.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you even have a TVS marker.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So Dan Wallace right now is, and I'll put him back on the screen in just a sec. But Dan Wallace is directly here, and he's looking. I think he's looking up. Whoops. Dan's looking up here towards Dover.
Dan,
So,
what's the chaser traffic like?
Folks are going by me. No one stopped here. Everyone's kind of going their own way.
Yeah, Phil, I'll actually put that. I'll show you what that is. So the chaser traffic does not look well. So if I go here, there's not a ton of people here in this storm. Let's see if I can find Dan.
Those are the ones that at least have markers.
Yeah.
Obviously, not
you're
everyone's
right.
going to have a
There could be
marker.
some
But
more.
I feel like a lot of people are chasing warnings. So
I agree with that. But Dan, that is a beautiful looking storm.
so I'm gonna back up a little bit. I came up to where someone's property line starts. The fence line was right where I stopped. So I'm kind
Okay.
of on the east.
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, that's definitely a lowering. You can kind of see in the with the lightning that illuminates it. There's that kind of clear where the light is. That's definitely a lowering that has clouds streaming into it. So definitely a strong updraft there. Rain-free base, and the fact that it is kind of right along a line there of of rotation. We could see something drop from there. Not an incredibly strong signature just yet, but man, Dan, you've got a beast of a storm coming behind it too. That's about to slam into Kingfisher. So.
Wow. I was trying to get. Yeah. There we go.
Wow.
Trying to negate traffic.
You got an axe? We could maybe cut down that tree.
So yeah, I'm trying to get a good shot. What's this? Hang on.
Raymond says no PDS warnings. Is that a good sign? Yeah, I mean, I think that you're right. We have not had a PDS warning yet on the stream, and that is really good news. That is not saying that there won't be one later tonight, right? But so far, we have not had any. Looks like, I mean, we have not had any long track tornadoes, right? We have not had any tornadoes that have been on the ground for a long time, which is good news. Like we thought. There was a point there at the beginning of the stream that I think we thought that that we were going to have some problems there because there was a couple of supercells that were really starting to look mean, that were really starting to look nasty, and then they kind of started to form into a little bit of a line, and really didn't really drop the significant tornadoes yet that we thought they were going to. Now that is not saying that this is going to change, but anyway, go ahead, Phil.
Mesoscale discussion for Kansas.
All right. Look at that, Dan. Look at that little lowering there.
Yeah, so this is I'm looking kind of north now, and you can see I guess it's moving into
Dover, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what looks like southeast of Tennessee, and just northeast of Dover.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a notch there. Just a little bit of like an indent on if I would quickly kind of show, and then we'll get right back to Dan. But there, so Dan is basically down here, and Dan is looking up here. So there's a little bit of an indent here where Dan is looking little, and there's a little bit of a lowering on his stream. So yeah, ooh, look, you see that? You see that little indent right there? That's right where Dan is looking, and where we could have some, if we can just the inflow just sneaks in a little bit there and starts to wrap around, we could have an issue there. Wow.
So I zoomed in a little bit. I've got zoom on this camera.
That's perfect.
I've also got, along with Dan, I'm going to quick show Brady. This is near Orlando, Oklahoma.
Jeez.
And you can see the cloud, the shelf cloud, whatever that is. This is actually facing south on I-35.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Moody County in east central South Dakota, northeastern Lake County in east central South Dakota, southeastern Brookings County in east central South Dakota.
Is this going to be one of those nights where we just have all of the tornado warnings are the north? Remember that when we did that stream a couple of streams ago? Yeah, Phil, but that looked more like a flying saucer. That could be a shelf cloud. That was a nasty storm.
Yeah, that was definitely coming overhead.
Yeah,
kind of going west to east as that camera was facing south. But
yeah. So the newest tornado warning was actually for South Dakota. So I don't know if you guys caught that, but the new the most recent tornado warning. Gosh, Dan, that is a crazy storm. Really strong storm that's about to push through the northern parts of Oklahoma City, and is hitting Tennessee right now. Kingfisher, you're right in the path of that, and you can really see the wind picking up on Dan's stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back towards Kingfisher and then maybe drop south.
Okay, yeah, that's smart.
Do you want to hit the kind of go through the towns there in
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Nebraska?
Tornado warning for western Nemaha County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Otoe County in southeastern Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, go through, if you can, why don't you go through the Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Kansas, those last 4 tornado warnings.
Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to work north to south here. So
that's crazy that's not even what what we've been trying to pick.
Tornado warning.
Another one.
Minnesota.
Tornado warning for
unbelievable.
southwestern Pipestone County in southwestern Minnesota, eastern Moody County in east central South Dakota, northeastern Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota.
I should get MJ on.
Whoops. You should get MJ on.
I'll tell him.
It's the wrong one. Yeah, 100%. I would actually love to hear what MJ is thinking right now. But so we're gonna start and go north to south here with these warnings. And I'm just kind of getting things situated on my other thing. Well, I'm gonna have this radar. I'm gonna keep this in the north, the kind of the northern part of the screen. I just said the northern part of the screen. That's where my brain is literally at right now. So we have it's 3 tornado warnings along this line in western or eastern South Dakota, and then starting to push into western Minnesota. I don't know. Do you remember chasing this, Phil, 2 years ago? We had like a moderate risk up here. Yeah, we stayed in Sioux Falls, and then we chased this line that went down in Iowa.
There was not big, but there was a rain wrap tornado that hit Alexandria, Minnesota, north of where we decided we just weren't going to chase it anymore because it got messy.
Yeah, there was this big line that was pushing north. We were on the discrete stuff to the south, and that kind of didn't materialize. All the tornadoes were all north though. But right now that we have 3, count them, 3 tornado warnings all along this line of storms that's pushing pretty almost due north. This has got a little bit of an eastern component on it. This one's pushing directly north. And the way you kind of tell is the directions of the warnings kind of give you an idea about where these storms are moving. But all three of these tornado warnings are on a line from the first one includes Bookings. I think that's South Dakota. That includes Moody County, Lake County, and Bookings County, all in kind of South Dakota here. The second warning is also a radar indicated tornado warning for Pipestone, Moody, and Minnehaha. I think that's
right.
is that
Minnehaha.
how you? I think I remember hearing that in the warning. Minnehaha. I love that. So that includes Minnehaha. You know what? I want to move to Minnehaha. That just sounds like the place to be. People in Minnehaha are pretty happy. At least maybe a very small happy, right? They're not too happy. But anyway, so and then I think the third tornado warning is just to the south of that, and then it's includes Valley Springs, northwestern Rock, and northeastern Minnehaha. So there's another Minnehaha. Minnehaha is covered in both warnings. It looks like so. Both of these tornado warning, or all three of these tornado warnings. Let's see if there's any. Well, yeah, look at the detail on the. I think because we're really close to the radar here, but here's where your possible tornadoes are. Right here, just to the north of Beaver Creek. In the second warning, right here, I think is probably where your tornado. You've got a really kind of a pocket of winds, of strong winds that are probably kind of pushing out ahead of that line, and then your northern tornado warning. Your tornado, if it would be here, would be right in this area. So these are all kind of spin ups along the line that we could periodically see throughout the night. Now, just because it's a spin up doesn't mean it's not a strong tornado. Sometimes you can get really strong tornadoes to form from these lines. So take these warnings seriously. Usually they're pretty short lived though. So that's at least the good news is, especially in a line like this, it'll spin up a little bit and then it'll dissipate and maybe spin up again. But looks like we could at least have 1, 2, maybe 3 tornadoes with these. I think probably this is probably the best signature, maybe followed closely by that one. But really all three could be producing a tornado. The second set of tornado warnings is down just to the south of Omaha, Nebraska. We have a just to the south of Nebraska City. This tornado warning is for western Nemaha and southeast Nemaha. All right, great.
That's
I'm really
Ryan. That's my state, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm really talented at producing or at naming county names, as you can tell. It's one of my great talents that I have. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Once again, this goes until 8:45 Central, so about 15 minutes from now. If you look at the velocity, nothing incredibly concerning from this, but still, it looks like we could have a little bit of a spin up here. This is once again a part of that big line of storms that reaches all the way up into Minnesota and South Dakota. We have 2 other tornado warnings right now, both for eastern Kansas. We have one just to the west of Junction City, one to the north of Westmoreland, and this expires in a minute. To the north of Westmoreland, that'll probably be let expire. It doesn't look the storm's kind of moved out of that warning. But this one just to the south of Wakefield that's moving through Upland right now could definitely has a little bit of rotation in there, and it does. Just look at the structure, right? It does have a hook. It's a small hook. It's a little mini hook. I wish it was in Minnehaha so we could make a little pun on that, but it's not. But it does have kind of that U shaped structure. So we could have a little tornado in there just to the north of Upland. So take that warning seriously. And then, we have just a smattering of severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas. So it looks like Kansas is actually going to get hit with couple rounds of storms here. One just to the north of one round just off to the north of Manhattan, and then the second wave will be coming through Junction City and Manhattan, probably about 20 to 30 minutes. And look at that. There goes that tornado warning. It was allowed to expire here. So we no longer have that tornado warning down there. And then lastly, where our main event is, we actually have no tornado warnings, no current active tornado warnings in all of Oklahoma. It looks like this line is really starting to almost kind of line out. All of these supercells, they've all kind of lost their structure. They no longer are isolated, and they no longer have a kind of a classic supercell structure. They're really starting to form into a linear line, and that is that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet, right? That is not even close to being, saying all clear. We still have active severe thunderstorm warnings for these cells, but the good news is it looks like the kind of discrete part of this thing that hasn't really materialized to these long track tornadoes yet. And so that's really good news. That is really good news. And frankly, Phil or Ryan, I don't know if you're surprised. I am a little surprised by that, because everything I saw pointed to a big outbreak today.
Yeah, at this point, I certainly would agree. We're not done yet, so that's like you mentioned. I'm looking at, and I can maybe share this, or Ryan. I don't know, Ryan, what you've been looking at here lately. What you're keeping an eye on.
I was worried about family
initially.
So.
That's true.
Which Ryan, which area are they in?
That I went to school in Stillwater and Perry, Stillwater area. I grew up in Edmond, Oklahoma.
Okay.
So, it seems like it's gonna stay. That's closer to OKC. Seems like it's gonna stay a lot further north of that. It definitely feels very linear.
Yeah.
And if you're getting anything, it's embedded, but no one's out of the woods.
No.
In front of that, no one is out of the woods. This is not going to stop.
Yeah, it's not. The line. You're totally right, Ryan. This line is going to keep. It has gotten a little bit more linear, but we're going to see spin ups along this. Absolutely. And the good news is, I was just looking at the velocity just over Perry. I don't see any signs that there was like a, this frame right here, these couple frames. Yeah, there probably was a tornado there, but it looks like it lifted
north. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it definitely went north.
Lifted. Wow. Yeah.
And it definitely looked like it lifted. And then now it's just kind of a mess of, Perry's probably getting shellacked with a pretty good storm and some lightning and some heavy wind, but I don't see any, this is just a big mess, looks like. And it doesn't look like there's no real strong signs to me that there's a tornado. Now just out in front of it, there's a little bit of a notch there. So it's still rotate. This entire storm is still rotating, but there's going to be a really strong storm just to the south of Oklahoma City. I bet we could probably find some traffic cameras. It looks like Dan, did you make it out? It looks like you made it out of the rain there and were you able to make it out in front of this thing? It looks like there's a lot of lightning though.
So I'm south of Kingfisher, south on 81, and trying to get kind of further south because it looks like this thing's got a notch on it and some high wind.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely trying to form a notch just west of Okarchi.
Yeah, right. So Dan basically said he was just south of Kingfisher. So Dan is like right here, and there's that's got to be a delayed. But yeah, there's a little bit of a notch trying to start to form here. So there's no tornado warning on it just yet, but this is definitely a little really in this whole line, right? This whole line is pretty straight.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
I bet this isn't in Oklahoma.
Tornado warning for northwestern Rock County in southwestern Minnesota, west central Murray
Another one in
County,
Minnesota.
western Minnesota, southeastern Pipestone County in southwestern Minnesota.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, get MJ on, Phil. We got to get MJ on here.
He just said he's on his way home from St. Cloud. Didn't even realize storms were supposed to be moving into Minnesota.
Unbelievable.
Which if you look,
has issued a tornado warning for.
Another one, Minnesota. I bet it's Minnesota.
Tornado
I'd put
warning
any money
for
on it.
north central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was wrong.
Right along the border north.
Oh, whoa. Oh,
kind of a discrete cell there.
Yeah, that's a problem. That is and that just kind of came out of nowhere. And this is why we said even Tulsa, Oklahoma. I know we're on the edge of this, the high risk here, but you are not out of the woods yet. This is look at the look at the velocity here. I mean, that's a very clearly a tornado. If this radar is accurate, let's look at a second radar. Yeah, 100%. That it's a radar indicated tornado, but I can almost guarantee you that is a tornado that is probably on the ground here. And let's see if there's any debris here. Okay, nothing yet. But we have a pretty scary situation here where there's probably a tornado on the ground. Blackland, Oklahoma. It looks like this storm's pushing right at you. And I think this thing is kind of tracking. It's tracking almost due north with a little bit of an eastward component on it. Yep. So if you live in Blackland, or if you know anyone lives in Blackland, or you're there chasing it, we most likely have a tornado on the ground right here, and it's going to push towards the Kansas, Kansas Oklahoma border. So if you're in Elgin and Hewins, Chattanooga, Chautauqua, I don't know, Chautauqua, you've got a dangerous, most likely a tornado on the ground here that just kind of formed. Let me just see what happened here.
What's happening, Brady, is I'm going to just quick share the GR Earth. And this is again from the Allison House data, but
that's so cool.
Look at those discrete supercells forming out in front now of that line of storms that are catching that environment before that line is chewing it up.
Yep. They're catching the environment, and that's the low level jet is what essentially formed those. And so those storms are being directly fed, where the storms off to the west are kind of linear. This storm that Phil has on the screen is being fed by the low level jet, and that's really causing this rotation to be ramped up. So I think this is probably a tornado on the ground, and it looks like possibly a scary situation just to the west of Blackland, Oklahoma. But yeah, that is crazy though. So we're probably going to have to watch just that cell just to the west of Tulsa. That cell that Phil has right there just to the west of Tulsa. That's probably going to be your next area that I'm concerned about, because that's in that same area of that's forming along that low level jet. And if one does it, that's a pretty good indication that a second one's probably going to do it. So I would be, this cell right here just to the west of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm actually going to look and see if I can find any traffic cameras. I know there's a bunch in that area, but that is definitely concerning here. That we could be seeing.
I can look for those too if you want.
Okay, yeah, do that.
If you want to pull up some other stuff, but I just pulled up again. This is from Allison House data, but the significant tornado parameter, and we're still, all these storms are still in a very high. In fact, what is that? That's a 5. Ryan, all that dark purple in there.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. So is this the tornado parameter?
Yeah. STP.
Okay. Yeah. So Jess actually asked us to pull up the meso analysis. So maybe we can just take a quick look at this real quick. So yeah, my goodness.
Here's our dew points.
71 in Oklahoma, 68, 71 in Stillwater, 71 in Tulsa. Yeah, just I mean, this is crazy. The energy. Can you go back? Let's go back to the tornado parameter. I want to see. Yeah. So I mean, still This is why we had a high risk, right? Because the tornado parameter was so high. Whoops. I want to leave that on there. The tornado parameter was so high, and you have winds that are like Phil is showing, the winds that at the surface are almost due south, and the winds at the higher levels of the atmosphere are coming out of the east or the west southwest. And the fact that we haven't had more long-lived supercells is frankly it's kind of confusing to me, because I mean, this is a very, very potent environment, and we're going to have, and maybe these two cells are going to be our problem children right now, because I would bet there's probably a tornado in that northern cell right to the south of Cedar Vale. And that second cell is starting to develop some rotation as well. So, but yeah, Allison House is providing this data, and it's really cool to see, because so often you can tell what's going to happen if you can just look at the data. If you can look at the data like this, the story is there's still plenty of ingredients here. We just one of these storms, just like it's all it's going to take is just a little bit of organization, like that storm that we just saw got that tornado warning, and it's going to go just like that.
Ryan, anything else we should look at, or you want to look at on this?
Just southwest of Kingfisher. Like you want you don't want the southwestern end of Kingfisher. Tilla and Charlie is what we tend to call them.
Yeah, good point.
It just looks like it's feeding in. These things are going to feed into high populated areas. They're going to pull northeast, but they're still going to be back building. You can even still see the back building on those. They're like even just southwest of Kingfisher, Weatherford, you can see that moisture just trying to join. So that would be my concern right now. Just
hey, Brady, also a brand new tornado watch issued for most of western Missouri. And if Brady's not on.
Oh yeah, I am. Here I am.
You are. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was just standing up taking a quick stretch break, but Dan looks like Dan's in the thick of it, man. Look at that. Dan, looks like did the rain catch up to you, man?
Well, I've kind of been in light rain this whole time. I'm in the town south of Kingfisher.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Lincoln County in southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Pipestone County in southwestern Minnesota,
Dan?
northeastern Moody County in east central South Dakota, southeastern Brookings County in east central South Dakota.
That's affirmative, I
am. Dan, are you going after those storms in Minnesota next? Is that?
I think so. Yeah,
I'm 35 here shortly.
Yeah.
Okay.
The crazy thing is that I mean, just the most I think the most tornado warnings that we have right now are up in Minnesota. We have 4 clustered really for 2 storms up here. And it's for this kind of persistent notch and for this persistent notch. So these actually, and I would not be surprised. There's another one down here too. This was warned. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets warned again too. But this is a pretty unbelievable. I feel like every time there's going to be a big event, this happens, where where we least expect it, we get a bunch of the tornado warnings, right? and think about when the outbreak happened a couple weeks ago, or like a week ago in Nebraska. The day after was actually supposed to be the big day, but it turned out the day before Lincoln and other areas got hit pretty hard, and the day after there were still tornadoes, but it was not as potent, I think. But regardless, I think there still could be a tornado on the ground right here. Pretty strong rotation just to the north of Foraker. Still a radar indicated Foraker. Yeah, great. And by the way, too, I'm sorry if you do live in these towns and I butcher your town name. I love every small town or big town in America. I love you all. So know that if I do butcher your town name, it's pure ignorance.
It's out of love.
Yeah, it's out of love. Exactly. And I would love actually for you guys to butcher my town name that I live in as well. So but anyway, so that's the only active tornado warning right now. And where Dan is, where we just looked at, there's rotation trying to develop for sure. Just actually, Dan, to the south of Kingfisher, there is definitely a notch developing to the south of to the southwest of Kingfisher, and that's
where I'm looking.
Oh, that's where you're looking right now.
Yeah, with those
lightning
shots.
There are a bunch of spotters that are in a painted center median area, and so that's where I'm sitting as well. We're out of the roadway. We're in the essentially the median, and we're looking west.
Wow. Yeah. So Dan is looking right at. And we'll go back to Dan in just a sec. Dan is looking right at this little inflow here. This little kind of this is definitely like an area of inflow that we're gonna have to watch that, Dan. Definitely keep an eye on the radar here, because this is let's see if we can see anything. That's definitely a little. I mean, that whole line is is all north to south except for that one notch. So that's a pretty good indication to me that there is definitely rotation there. And we could be looking at possibly something trying to sneak and develop here. So it's a little hard to see, but I think we might see. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a lowering that we can see from the lightning here. Lizabetta's come back. Lizabetta's come back. Thank you, Lizabetta, for staying with the group.
I hate chasing by lightning, Dan.
Yeah.
It's my...
Not a fan?
Nah. Can't do that.
So I was trying to adjust the brightness a little bit. Not much I can do, but yeah.
I mean, I definitely could see
yeah.
Looks like a pretty well-defined cloud base when the lightning, right?
Yeah, on the left end.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do with StreamYard. Like
whatever. I'm adjusting the cameras. Yeah, I'm adjusting the camera settings in XSplit.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I'm doing it on webcam through my laptop.
Oh, nice.
There is out in front of that Kingfisher storm, there is a bunch of lightning starting to ramp up on radar. Like right in here, there's a bunch of lightning, so that's a good indication to me that we've got a pretty strong updraft that's developing, and that's this whole line doesn't have any lightning out in front of it except down here. So that's a interesting point that we're going to have to watch. I don't like what I'm seeing here with that storm.
It's all feeding in. If you look at the satellite, man.
Is that a police officer, Dan, or is that a chaser?
No, that's the reason I turned a little bit to show there is a police officer over there. I think it's out of focus for his distance,
okay.
But yeah, he's over there as well. I'm not sure if he's got someone pulled over or if he's over there spotting as well.
Okay.
Hey Brady, do you want to go back to that tornado watch in western Missouri and maybe just cover that for anybody that might be listening from that area?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and pull that up, and Dan we'll keep an eye on this too. I did want to just quickly mention, as of just a second ago, this was updated just a little bit ago. We only have 9 tornado reports, and there was, for that kind of long-lived supercell, that had a couple in Oklahoma, and then looks like there was one, maybe a couple up in South Dakota, one in Nebraska, one in Kansas, and then I bet we're probably going to get maybe a couple from Minnesota, because Minnesota's kind of popping off right now, apparently. But let's go and take a look at that new tornado watch for the group. And let's just look at,
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northeastern Rock County in southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Nobles County in southwestern Minnesota, southwestern Murray County in southwestern Minnesota, southeastern Pipestone County in southwestern Minnesota.
Minnesota's popping off, just like we all thought, right? At the beginning of the day, we all knew Minnesota was going to be the area that we needed to target. But
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado
$5 says it's Minnesota.
Tornado warning for eastern Mills County in southwestern Iowa, southeastern Pottawatomie County in southwestern Iowa.
Okay, I was wrong.
So that's getting into that Missouri tornado watch, kind of in that general area.
Yeah. So I just pulled up a mesoscale discussion, but let's just go and pull up this tornado watch. So this was a new tornado watch that was issued.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Gotta be Minnesota.
Tornado warning for southeastern Elk County in southeastern Kansas.
Okay.
County in southeastern Kansas.
I was wrong. That is for Kansas.
That's an extension of that tornado warning that was going across the border.
It is.
Yeah, it's a handoff to Wichita.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big tornado warning. So I would not be surprised if that is that could be on the ground, because that was a pretty strong signature that we saw. But so this tornado watch that we have was issued about 11 minutes ago, and it covers basically all of western Missouri except for the very southern part of it. Now this is Joplin, Springfield, Kansas City. You guys are Kirksville, Missouri. You guys are all in this tornado watch. Moderate risk of tornadoes, about a 50% probability, but a low probability for EF2 plus tornadoes. So that's good, and that's exactly what we thought at the beginning of the day, that there was going to be a lower risk as it moved off to the east. And still a non-zero risk, but a lower risk. Shreds ask, how's the weather looking for Grain Valley, Missouri? I would probably bet Grain Valley's in this tornado watch, but let me just quickly verify that. Let me just quickly think. Phil, I wish we had our Trollbot sound effect. I can play my Trollbot sound effect, or the computing sound effect, to just to pretend like I'm computing that. Okay, so Grain Valley is just to the west of Kansas City. So that tornado watch does include you guys in Grain Valley, but the good news is, and let's just look at the radar real quick to look at Grain Valley. Dan, by the way, it looks like this is still a pretty solid area of rotation. I would not be surprised if this did drop something just to the south of Kingfisher. And look at that. There's your tornado warning. And I actually think that might be for this to the south. So I think we're going to get a tornado warning sound effect in just a second here.
There's your tail end, Charlie, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, you called it. So really quick. Yep, there it is. Dan, new tornado warning for you guys.
Tornado warning for southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Canadian County in central Oklahoma.
All right, so we're quickly just going to look at Grain Valley here. So Grain Valley, I know Shreds wanted to kind of look at that. So you're probably about an hour, maybe an hour and a half away from getting this line. So you're probably going to get either this portion or this portion. It's going to be a noisy night probably for you guys in Grain Valley. But I think the good news is you still have a risk for tornadoes as this line pushes your way. It's a non-zero risk, but I think the strong tornado chance is just off to your west, southwest. Really, down here is kind of our main area of concern for the next couple of hours. So Grain Valley, you'll probably get some storms. Not too concerned. And thanks for joining us, Shreds. I haven't seen you here before. If you want to go ahead and give us a like and a subscribe, if you do like the show, that helps us out a ton. And if you do subscribe, you'll actually appear on the graphic above me. It'll go up by 1. So that'll be kind of fun to see that be updated live on the stream. I know we've had a couple people click that button.
That Cedarville, you're starting to see in southern Kansas 2 separate areas of rotation where the north of Cedarville is starting to get rid of the southern storm.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Oh, so. Yeah. Ryan is Ryan, you're right on here. We could have two tornadoes ongoing at once, just to the west or just to the east of Cloverdale, and then just to the south of Hewins. And that's both in Kansas. But Ryan is right on here. Both of these are actually included in this tornado warning. I would bet they probably are going to issue another tornado warning that would include this area. But we potentially have 2 active tornadoes ongoing at the same time. And yeah, Ryan, you're right. These are
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pawnee County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Okay, so remember that storm that we talked about just a little bit ago as being in the kind of low-level jet that was out in front of our storms that we've had that we said might be a problem in about 20 to 30 minutes? Well, it just got tornado warned. So this is a new... okay, here we go.
Tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southwestern Leon County in southwestern Minnesota.
Yep.
Southeastern Lincoln County in southwestern Minnesota. Northwestern Murray County in southwestern Minnesota. Northeastern Pipestone County in southwestern Minnesota.
All right, sorry, I'm going to go back to this. I love Canada warnings. Look how the entire state of Canada is in a rainfall warning. Also, that's interesting how Canada has rainfall warnings, and that expires in 943 minutes. Okay, all right, we got to get back to these storms because we have looks like we have a couple of new tornado warnings that look fairly dangerous. And I'm going to go ahead and update our, oh my gosh, there's so many in our graphic. Oh no.
Got 10 tornado warnings.
Yeah. Oh no. This is going to test the test.
And then that Gary, Oklahoma tornado over by Dan. We've got to check in with Dan. How you doing?
Okay, go ahead. Phil, we'll pull that up in just a second. Okay, let me just quickly go through these, and then Dan, we're gonna check on Dan here because that is a pretty nasty, actually looking storm. We have a couple new tornado warnings just to the west of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, we talked about you guys earlier as being kind of out of the risk, but hey, I see someone subscribed. Thank you for subscribing to the show. But we have this tornado warning for this cell. Looks like a broad area of rotation. Just to the west of Tulsa. This is moving north. Cleveland and Barnesdale. I'm pretty sure. No, that was a different Barnesdale, I think. But that is a radar indicated tornado warning. We have a second tornado warning that's just to the north of that, just to the west of Cedarvale, Kansas. And this is really 2 areas of rotation. We could possibly have 2 tornadoes right now with this storm. So we're gonna have to watch that. But that's another radar indicated tornado. But with this presentation, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 2 tornadoes with that. and looks like this rotation is starting to strengthen. The third tornado warning that we have that was issued a little bit ago is just to the west of Oklahoma City. Pretty broad area of rotation here, but our friend and streamer Dan Wallace is actually on this storm. Dan, I think if I would guess, Dan was here and is probably trying to get south of this. Dan, where are you right now?
Yeah, I'm back in motion. I'm south on 81. Yeah, 81, headed towards El Reno.
Say that again, Dan. Are you going? You're going south on 81.
Yeah, south on 81. I'm about 12 miles away from El Reno.
All right, so Dan, if we put him on the tracker here, sorry, I'm just stretching my legs because I've got a little bit of a cramp here. So Dan is right here, going south on 81, and he's going towards El Reno, and this storm is pushing to the east.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for.
That's 10 tornado warnings
In northern Oklahoma.
Yikes. Okay, so things are starting to really pop off here. So let me sit down and get back to this. Go ahead, Phil.
All right. So if you're going to go ahead and type in, I want to jump. I'm going to quick jump up to the Minnesota tornado warnings that are up there because it just sounds like they keep going off and going off. And Ryan, you can also help me on this too. But you can see the line of storms that's running basically southwest end of the state, just right on the very southwest edge. But the key is if you look at this line of storms, and I'm going to go back just a couple frames, but what you can see in the velocity radar to the right and on the left again is our reflectivity, rain precipitation radar. But if you look here along that line, you can see a spot right here between Leota and Edgerton. And I'll kind of put it in motion here in a bit so you'll be able to see it. Then there's a spot here south of Holland, north of Hatfield, Minnesota, and then there's a spot up by Verdi, Minnesota as well. And when I go back, you can just and go forward, you can see those the red, and you don't see the couplets that we're used to seeing, but you can see a little bit brighter red along those lines. Also looks like there might be something forming here east of Hatfield as well, but they're just little spin ups. And I shouldn't say little because we don't know how big they really might be, but they're spin ups on the front edge and the leading edge of that line of storms that is creating that they're issuing the tornado warnings off of. So that's why right now, anywhere along these line of storms that are stretching from eastern South Dakota, even down a little bit into the northwestern edge of Iowa, this whole line of storms, you just kind of need to be on the lookout on those. They're all, I'm going to pull up our severe warnings as well. And I'm not, unless they're not pulling up, I'm not seeing any severe warnings on them.
No, there's no severe.
So it's just a tornado warning is all it is.
Yeah. So on that second, the right panel, if you go up to SRV in the top, turn that yeah.
So this is storm relative velocity?
Yes, and then right click one of those warnings. And then go to storm motion from warning.
Okay, right click the warning. There we go.
There you go. So
now what's that showing us? Can you?
So this is the storm relative velocity. It's very similar to the base velocity, but in this regard, it actually knows which direction the storms are going. So it shows you the winds in and out a lot more, I wouldn't say accurately, but it represents them better. I guess is probably the best.
Yeah,
way to
you're
put it.
right. You're right. I wasn't even aware of this view. That's good. So as you can see, that's why there's all these tornado warnings going off in southwestern Minnesota right now, is because that line is creating these spin ups on the leading edge of these storms. So I just wanted to share that. But yeah, I like that, Ryan.
Yeah, that one southwest of Slayton is very curious to me, and even the one just northwest of Holland. These are, yeah, the radar presentation for these kind of fascinating. Yeah.
But it's interesting because obviously the real reflectivity radar on the left, which is really measuring the precipitation, it just looks like a mess, right? Line of storms and
Yeah, you're not able to even see anything from that. You definitely need to be able to see the velocity in the winds.
Shreds says tornado outbreak now.
Yeah. Yep.
How many do we got, Brady?
8.
So
Eight?
yeah, we got 8, and I wanted to check back in on this storm because this is where Dan is. Dan is trying to get to the south of this thing right now. I think Dan is really pushing to the south, and this is a pretty scary looking storm here. This is the south end Charlie, like you had said, Ryan, and it's got a pretty clear inflow notch, and it's got a hook. And so Dan, I don't know if you can hear us, but this is definitely a dangerous looking storm. And to be honest, I would not be surprised if it drops something. Maybe here, maybe here. It's definitely got some strong rotation on this, and it's really got nothing in front of it. This is pretty untouched air that hasn't really been there hasn't been a storm that's gone through this area. And so that's concerning, right? When Ryan was showing the tornado parameter earlier, like this is still a pretty primed space. And so this is on the south side of this. It's got winds flowing into it like this. If we put it in motion, you can clearly see the low level jet here kind of flowing in, right? You can right there. It's pretty evident over here that here's your low level jet with all these winds flowing in. So as this kind of these winds are going to flow into this thing, I mean, you can look at the motion. You can really see it rotating on when you put this in motion here. So this storm is clearly trying to drop something. And so Dan, I want to make sure you're being careful here because this is a dangerous storm. It looks like that's possibly about to drop a tornado here.
It's really windy in front of the cell. It certainly is.
Yeah, Dan, where are you exactly right now?
Still on 81 south, headed southeast. I don't have a mile mark now. But,
okay. Have you gone through like it's not raining where you are, right?
That's correct. I was trying to show my position on radar. Let me go ahead and turn on my location, and then you'll be able to see me on GR.
Oh, on Splatter Network, yeah. So have you gone south of our Okarchi? Yes. Towards El Reno? Okay, yeah. So you're in the rain-free. It's yeah. So you're gonna have to take 44 if you need to go east, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm actually just I'm tweeting something out here, but yeah, this is a dangerous storm. So Dan is essentially, if we pull this up, Dan is like about here, trying to get to the south of this thing. We've got a possible rotation headed right for him, just to the south of Okarchi, and if there would be a tornado, it'd be right in here. This is a tornado warned storm. This is about to move in. And this is kind of headed towards the very northern the suburbs of Oklahoma City. So this is a dangerous storm, and folks in Edmond, Arcadia, and Lakeview and Seaward, this storm is a dangerous storm that's currently got a tornado warning, and it's pushing your way. And it's going to be there probably in about 20 minutes or probably about 30 minutes to an hour. So, yeah, go ahead, Phil.
So this is a traffic cam in northern suburb of Oklahoma City, kind of facing north, a little northwest. And you can see the lightning and backing the cloud bank a little bit here on the left side of your screen. So this camera is up near Edmond, kind of near Edmond, Oklahoma, which is just north of Oklahoma City.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. I'm actually just tweeting something out real quick to our followers, just letting people know.
Oh. Sounds like Ryan's got family in Edmond as well. So he's making some phone calls to his folks.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good call because I mean, just in the last couple scans here, this is really showed signs of wrapping up. This hook, the hook itself, has got you can see is starting to wrap around this way. So it was linear, and now it's really wrapping around. So possibly a dangerous situation that's developing just to the south of Okarche and Kingfisher, Oklahoma. So Okarche, this is a warning for you guys. This storm's kind of this hook and this appendage is headed right for you. This is going to be trouble as it is in an area of untouched air, and it's just every radar scan, it's looking a little bit worse.
Do you want to go up? I'm sorry, Brady. Do you want to go up as well? Just northwest of Tulsa, near Cleveland, Oklahoma. There's another tornado warning storm that's really developing a hook.
Yep.
And kind of hit the towns and cities in that path. And look at that one. It's wrapping up.
It does. No, I agree. So we've actually got 3 tornado warnings, 2 in Oklahoma and 1 in Kansas. And this is that same storm that we talked about could be a problem. And Scott's talking about Kingfisher. Yeah, those are 2 cities that we're going to have problems in. But this is this is that same storm that we talked about as being forming in that low level jet. And
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for
Minnesota.
North Central Pottawatomie County in southwestern Iowa, southwestern Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
Iowa.
Okay.
That's interesting because there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay. But we have so that tornado warning for Iowa. So we'll get to that in just a second. But we have a possible. I don't like the look of that. Possibly a tornado here moving towards Barnesville, Oklahoma. Hominy, it's just off to your south. Osage, this just moved through your area, but this is not a good signature. I mean, winds here and winds here. This is definitely wrapping up. It is in an area that we've seen produce these conditions in this area have produced tornadoes. It looked like it did produce a tornado with this storm up here. And now this rotation is looking pretty tight. And so I would not be surprised if this did drop a tornado. This is a pretty strong signature. And if we look at the correlation, I'm going to be honest, that could be noise. That could be a little debris. Let's just see if I can match that with the velocity. Yeah, I'm not liking that signature. So, I mean, this is possibly a developing tornado moving into Barnesdale, Oklahoma, Avant, Oklahoma. You guys are in the direct path of this thing. Bartlesville. We definitely have been here before. I remember I'm getting like deja vu when I couldn't pronounce these 2 town names, but these are both in the path of this storm.
Barnsdall.
Barnsdall. Yeah. Dan is all over that. Dan remembers that. But still, this is a dangerous storm.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for north central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right, so that was we've got actually a couple. This is a pretty colorful palette here, but let's see if we can hit each one of these. Yikes, this is just a mess. So we've got a couple tornado warnings here that are relatively new. This one looks like this rotation just to the north of Caw City, Oklahoma, has dissipated a little bit, so I'm not too concerned about that. We do have another rotation just to the east of that, just to the east of Foraker, and that was just the most recent tornado warning that was issued. And then that's also a radar indicated tornado warning. But so north central Osage County and northeastern Oklahoma, this is a new tornado warning that was just issued. It's pushing to the northeast. There is a tornado warning just to the north of that. So Sedan and Cedar Val, Hewins, you guys are in an active radar indicated tornado warning. There's a couple of areas of rotation here that I'm concerned about. Right here in Sedan and right here near Cedar Valley. Both of those areas, it could any of these could be dropping a tornado. And the problem is you have another storm just behind it that's going to move into your area in about 20 to 30 minutes. So don't let your guard down when the first storm moves past, because there is going to be another storm behind it that could possibly be dropping a tornado as well. So those are kind of the tornado warnings there, and this just looks like a complete mess of stuff. And this part of the country, actually, I think the last time we did Outbreak here had something similar, and it dropped a couple of big nighttime tornadoes in this part of the country. So that's something to know is just because this is a big mess like this doesn't mean you can't get a strong tornado to drop from one of these things. So take these warnings seriously, and kind of heed them. Oh man. Wow, I just saw a tweet from someone else that Dan, by the way, I'm looking on a tweet. There's visual confirmation of the storm in, I think this is this storm. Let's make sure. It's this storm. This storm has a big wall cloud on it, and it looks like it almost has a funnel. This is the Kingfisher storm, and it's just to the north of Oklahoma City. There is a massive wall cloud on this thing. Let me see if I can get a better radar. It looks like it's about to drop a big tornado. So folks in Oak, it looks like it almost took see what direction it's moving. Yeah, it's going just to the south of Okarche. So anyone in Okarche, there's possibly, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground just yet, but there could be a developing one. Definitely a wall cloud with this thing. Definitely a significant lowering from what I saw on Twitter. So please take this storm seriously. Dan, where are you in comparison? Do you know like what how far south are you? Are you south enough of El Reno? Are you almost El Reno, or are you north of that?
I'm not to El Reno. Actually, my location is should be updated.
Oh, you're on. Okay, let's take a look on the Chaser network. Yeah, Carly says on Raiders. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple things to note. That tornado warning near Hominy, is now a confirmed reported tornado.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And there was just an MD mesoscale discussion issued for central Oklahoma that covers that tail end Charlie that Ryan we've been talking about.
Yeah,
that Dan's been on.
Yeah, that was the phone call that I had to make.
Got it.
Yeah, this could be a potentially serious situation. So let's go ahead and see. Well, we're going to kind of bounce in between these two storms, one with the confirmed tornado, one with not. But let's just go ahead and take a look at where Dan is. So Dan, let's see, where's Dan?
Yeah, I'm a little out of position. I'm going to get back in the position where I was. I was trying to stay out of the rain so I could keep visual on it.
Brady, I think he's on 81.
You're right. You're right. Completely looking at the wrong thing. Let's see.
I jumped onto the Highway 4 for a moment. I'm headed back to 81.
Where is he? Dan, I can't find you. Wait, maybe it just updated.
It should update in a moment.
Okay. You said you're on Highway 4?
Yeah, I jumped on 4 for a moment. I'm getting back on 81.
Okay, let me zoom
There's
in.
a strong couplet on that hominy
yeah.
tornado as well.
Okay, let's
possibly a debris signature as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's maybe I don't know if someone else with GeoEarth could maybe find Dan for me. But whoops. Okay. Let's go over this hominy storm real quick and look at this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is you. Oh god.
Barnsdall, Avant.
Yep.
Towns in the path of this right now should be taking shelter.
Yep. Yeah. Anyone in Barnsdall or Avant, there is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground here. This is our first PDS tornado warning of the day. This is not a good situation. This is a damaging tornado. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground right now, just to the east of Hominy. We have a PDS tornado. Oh my gosh. God. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. I cannot emphasize this enough, that this is a massive and is a violent tornado. We have the bright reds and the bright greens is an indication of some very, very strong winds wrapping around. There's your tornado right in there. So Barnsdale and Avant, you're both in the direct path of this thing. And yeah, we've definitely got a debris ball. We definitely have a debris ball here. So the blue area, that is if we go back to the reflectivity or the velocity, that see how it's in the same spot as the couplet here, that is a debris ball. So that is a tornado that is on the ground, that is picking up houses, it's picking up trees, it's picking up cars, it's picking up livestock, anything that's in the path of this thing, and it's throwing it into the air. And that is just a very, very pronounced debris ball. So if you're on Highway 2130, or I guess Road 2130, 2240, the good news is it seems like this is a fairly rural part of Oklahoma, but still it's headed towards a pretty populated town, I think, in Barnsdall. And Gilead and Nichols, Oklahoma. You guys are all. It's raining right now where you are in these areas. Now that doesn't mean the tornado's not coming. This thing's coming right for you guys. It's pushing right up, and maybe even a little bit this way. Woloco, all of you guys are in the path of this dangerous tornadic storm that is producing a tornado right now, and it's on the ground. And it's going to be a problem for probably the foreseeable future. There is nothing to stop this thing from continuing to produce a tornado. It's in clean air that hasn't been touched today. I don't see anything that's really going to stop this thing. So once again, if you're just joining us right now, we have a particularly dangerous situation where we have a tornado that is on the ground. And it's just to the east of Homily, Oklahoma. Tulsa, it's about 40 miles to your east, or sorry, north. So this is a dangerous situation that we're dealing with right now, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better.
This Okarchi tornado is this has got to be a tornado at this point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ryan, great call here. Oh, yeah. Yep. It looks like we probably have a secondary, another tornado that might be forming just to the west of Okarchi. And this is pushing northeast at about, let's see, at about 30 miles an hour. So this is heading east northeast at about 30 miles an hour and is most likely producing a tornado. So Okarche, if there is a tornado on the ground, you're about to take a direct hit from this thing. So please, 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 if you are, and look at the lightning. Look at the lightning in this thing. All of this lightning is a sign of a strengthening storm. All of this lightning is a sign that we've got rapidly rising air that's pushing into this storm, which is only going to feed this possible tornado and make it stronger. So definitely, we're Dan. I don't. Are you out of the way of this? Are you due south of Okarche right now?
I am southwest of Okarche, or I'm sorry, southeast, and I'm looking northwest right now. I'm on 81 Oklahoma Street, and yeah, the lightning you're seeing now is that cell.
Okay, got it. Yeah, the camera looks a little out of focus, so it's a little hard to tell. But I think we it makes sense, right? Dan is. It looks like Dan is down here somewhere, I believe, on 81. It's looking kind of directly north of this thing. So, Dan, yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Bertie, just quick to mention too, there is a reported tornado in Iowa as well. It's kind of a long line of storms going in, but towns of Shelby, Tennant, and Harlan, Iowa, are in the path of this confirmed tornado.
Tornado warning for central Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
Ooh. And we just brought in MJ. MJ, we brought you on. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the first outbreak. We had a bunch of tornado warnings in Minnesota. Those are all gone now. I think they
yeah. Just as I jumped on, I headed to NWS chat for Sioux Falls, for the WFO Sioux Falls, and saw that they just moments ago expired those. So
yeah. And it looks like, and I think too, we have a tornado on the ground. Carly says there's an observed tornado headed directly for Harlan, Iowa. So this is,
what I just covered.
Yep. Good call, Phil. Sorry. So here, Harlan, Iowa looks like you've got an observed tornado. And let's look at when this was observed. So this was observed at 9:20 Central Time. So that's about seven minutes ago that we had an observed tornado on the ground. So if you're in Harlan, Iowa, treat this like you got a tornado coming right at you. So please get to your tornado shelters if you live in Harlan, Iowa, because you likely have or had a tornado on the ground. It's pushing right at you guys. Let's get back to our couple of storms down here, and let's first look at this Hominy storm, and then I'm going to go back to Dan here and see if he can see anything in this other storm. So, yeah, still a tornado on the ground. Definitely on the ground here. Definitely producing damage, and still, oh gosh, massive debris ball. Just a massive debris ball. You do not want to see that. And really looking on radar, look, there's your tornado right there. You've got winds feeding into this sucker. You've got winds sucking in this way. And this is not a good situation here for those that are Barnsdall. This thing is coming right to your right. It's going to come probably right to your south, but it could graze you guys, especially if it takes a little bit of a northward path. Nichols, Gillian, this is coming right for you as well. Woolark, this is your early warning that you've got a dangerous storm headed your way. That's not good news. We also have another tornado warning that Dan is on right now, and this is just to the south of Okarche. That this tornado warning actually it includes Okarche, and we may the rotation's looking a little bit more disorganized. It's not looking nearly as tight. But I just looking from what Dan is kind of showing on the screen, it's kind of hard to tell if there's anything on the ground there. But Dan, are you driving north towards on 81?
I'm driving west on 81. Currently, I'm going west, but it's been northwesterly direction.
Okay, got it. Okay, so Dan is driving. Dan is driving really right at that storm. He looks like he's a good safe distance away, because there's no rain. But Dan, keep an eye on that storm and make sure you're being safe here, because they just the rotation doesn't look as strong as it did, but it still looks pretty defined here, with winds kind of wrapping around this way and then wrapping into it. So gonna have to keep an eye on that.
Can I share something here, Brady?
Yeah, do it.
So this is looking at, again, using the Allison House data. And Ryan, you can, again, help me with the definition of this a little bit, but this is the NROT, or the rotation within the Harlan storm, that's got the hook on it that is northwest of, we're in Oklahoma. I had a brain fart all of a sudden. This is
Barnsdall.
Northwest of Tulsa.
Oh, Tulsa.
So this is the one that's heading towards Barnsdall. But you can see the look at the rotation level right within that storm. This whoops super high, and even look at the cloud base on that. And see the rotation. I'm going to dive in, and you can see, as I dive in here, you can see that you can see where the leading upward tilt on that is.
Yeah.
And you go inside the storm on that. Hit velocity radar here a little bit. If we jump in, we'll probably see some red there within lower levels of that with the spin.
Yeah, the NROT is probably the most accurate that you're going to get here, because you're getting normalized rotation, where it brings a lot of different aspects into the. It's an algorithm, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So you see more velocity and all that stuff, and so you can see it trying to form.
Yeah, and this is clearly a dangerous tornado on the ground. So just looking at this, right, you can even see. It's a massive. Actually, it isn't that tall. It's only 40,000 feet. That's a big storm, but that isn't actually as big as we've seen today.
No,
but you definitely can see that little kind of. That also might be debris, right? But just looking at the surface, you can definitely see the that ball at the surface. That is a debris ball. And that is an ongoing strong tornado that is and actually I think folks in Barndall, this has made a northward jog coming right at you. We had Scott was telling us that it made a northeast jog toward Barnsdall. So Barnsdall, this is a very, very serious situation. Very, very serious situation. This is a dangerous tornadic producing storm that is coming right at you, and is producing a extremely dangerous tornado that has a defined debris ball. This is as clear cut as it gets. There is without a doubt a massive tornado on the ground. It's actually pushing right towards you, Barnsdall. This was headed to the south, and it's now, if we look at this in motion here, actually just in the last couple of frames, taken. I think here we thought it was kind of pushing east. But just in the last couple of frames here, it just took a northward jog. So Barnsdall, you're in the direct path of a strong tornado that is coming right at you. The only saving grace with this thing is that hopefully this line can catch up to this storm, and it is making progress on it. So until then, though, I don't think this tornado is going to go up. So this has probably got another 20. This tornado's probably got another 20 to 30 minutes on the ground, and unfortunately, Barnsdall, This is headed right for you, and it's about to be right on top of you. So if you know anyone in Barnsdall, you need to tell them to get to an interior room without any windows or walls. If you have a basement, that's great. I don't think they have basements though in this part of the country. Oh man, I think I just saw lowering on Dan's screen. So we're gonna have to go back to Dan in just a sec. But Barnsdall, if you're in this area, you need to get to shelter right now. Get to your tornado shelter if you have one. If not, get to the most interior room in your house with no windows or walls, but as many windows as way in the way of you in the outside world if possible.
Yeah, no, that's clay country, so you're not going to get a basement there.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Oh gosh, I hate to see this because
that's not looking good.
That purple, that's not rain. That is debris. That purple is debris, and that is being lofted into the air. And wow, we're gonna come right back to this. I just want to check in with Dan real quick. Dan,
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for East Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, northern Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right, that's an extension of the tornado warning in Hominy. So we're gonna, or I guess in Barnsdall. So we're gonna look right back. Dan, I just want to check with you real quick. Are you seeing anything from that storm? It looks like you're pointed right at it. Do you see any like lowerings or wall clouds or anything from that?
I mean, it's hard to really tell if the cloud base or if it's a wall cloud. But I mean, it's a low base.
Yeah.
I kind of see a funnel maybe, but it's difficult to tell. We've got a lot of folks stopping around here. We're at a pretty high spot here on the side of the road, so we've got a good view.
I tell you what, Dan, we're gonna go right back to that cell about to move into Barnsdall, but you do have a couplet that looks like it's forming just to the southeast of Okarche. I mean, just a really, really strong winds push. I'm actually really surprised this isn't warned, to be quite honest. Right now there's no tornado warning for it, but you have a pretty strong couplet right here that could be possibly a forming tornado just to the east of Okarche. So folks there, take this, even though there's no tornado warning, I would treat this like a tornado warning. Just because, I mean, this is a very, very pronounced little couplet there. So, Dan, that's just good to know that's the northeast of 81. So that storm is starting to push off to the north and east. And we'll keep an eye on that as well. Let's go back to our Barnsdall storm because they just extended that tornado warning. Oh gosh.
Oh no, that.
Yeah, Barnsdall's taking a direct hit right now.
That latest scan is not good.
Barnsdall is taking a direct hit right now from this tornado. Barnsdall is unfortunately just right in the path of this, and this radar is a little delayed, so this tornado is right on top of Barnsdall right now. And currently they just extended the tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous tornado warning. This is extended all the way into Bartlesville and Dewey. So Bartlesville and Dewey, this is your early warning. You have a tornado producing storm that is producing a large and dangerous and destructive tornado. And this is moving right towards you guys. And the only thing that's going to stop this is if this line can catch up to it. If this line can catch up to it, it'll hopefully disrupt things. But as of now, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground here, moving into Barnsdall as we speak.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot to say about that. That is what it is, and that's rough to see. The thing is really wrapped up.
This is updated.
Oh gosh.
Updated rotation.
Yeah.
So you can see now how the spin is real tight on that, and it's going up higher into the atmosphere. So that's going 20, 30,000 feet down to almost the ground right there.
Yeah, at least as far as the radar can see.
Jeez, that is crazy. I mean, just so what we're looking at on the screen, that is literally rotation, and that is literally debris. Well, I guess it's a tornado that reaches all the way up into the atmosphere, and is probably within that kind of column of rotating air. It's probably pulling debris, other things up inside of it. Right. This is why, like, sometimes you can have a tornado that pulls debris and then it rains down for miles, because that rotating column of air goes all the way up into the cloud, and pulls debris and other things with it up there. So I don't know if I've ever seen a signature like this of that's because that is a swirling column of air that is literally pulling everything it can in it or with it up into the atmosphere. And I'm kind of lost for words here, because Barnsdale on the latest radar scan just took a direct hit. Yeah, wow. Yeah, there's not much you can say about that, because it just went right over the town. And I mean, it went right through the town. So Barnsdale, this is not good. You guys, if there's any emergency management or emergency, yeah, and they just oh gosh, they just upgraded this to a tornado emergency. This is the first time we've had this on our stream this year. This is the first time I've seen this all year. This is the highest level of tornado warning that you can have. This is actually an upgrade from a PDS warning. This is oh man. I mean, this warning is saying that there is a tornado on the ground that is producing significant damage, and is just went through a town.
Well, so obviously it's went through Barnsdall. We got to start letting Bartlesville and Dewey, even what's that town just on the outside southern edge of it, Ochalata. What is that, Ryan? Something like that.
Yeah, our Ochalata is probably not
okay
that big of a deal. big of a town, that is.
So yeah, so Brady, you're right. Like, if that line can catch up to it, maybe before it gets to Bartlesville or Dewey, but those individuals, those people need to take serious shelter.
Yeah, and I mean, something like this is just it's even, I don't know. It's hard because hopefully these houses have adequate tornado shelters, or but let me just quickly time this out for you guys. So if you do live in Dewey or in Bartlesville, this is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be and it did not. This is going to be in Bartlesville in about 20 minutes, probably a little bit less. Dewey, this is going to be on your doorstep in about 25 minutes. So if you live in Torpedo, Matatoka, Bartlesville, Dewey, Oklahoma, you have a dangerous tornado-producing storm that is producing a tornado that has the highest level, that has the highest warning the National Weather Service can give, a tornado emergency. And it is producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and it's headed right for Bartlesville. The only saving grace here is this line, which is catching up to it right now as we speak. And let me try a different radar here. Let me try to refresh it. The only saving grace here is if this line can catch up to it. And
MJ, are you seeing anything on NWS chat out of Norman or wherever? That's probably Tulsa.
Yeah, it's actually Tulsa WFO. I just see a report from the Pinehurst Fire Department that somebody, and I don't know, if they're a fire first responder or not, just confirmed a large wedge just went through Barnsdall.
yeah,
Oh, jeez.
that's exactly
So
what we saw.
yeah, exactly. That's and then reports some of the media reporting about the lofted debris that you were mentioning to 20 to 25,000 feet.
Weather
So
Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for eastern Crawford County in west central Iowa, northwestern Carroll County in west central Iowa.
All right, so
Looks like the line has caught up to it.
Yeah,
I think we're really fortunate here. I think it's probably caught up to it. Starting to show the signs of disintegrating into the linear.
Yeah, that's going to be the saving grace here if we can so this line of storms is about to catch up to this. And once this line can kind of catch up, and to Ryan's point, can overtake this, that's when this tornado will hopefully recycle. Now that's not a guarantee, but at this particular moment, we still have a large and destructive tornado that is on the ground and had just hit the city of Barnsdall. The city of Barnsdall took a direct hit from this thing, and I mean, we've got a clear debris ball with this. So a very, I mean, this tornado actually looks like it's grown in size a little bit, but this tornado just went through Barnsdall and has produced a ton of debris. Woolark, this tornado is about to be right on top of you. Manitoka, this tornado is going to be on top of you in just a second. And just in the latest scan here, we got a couple more frames of this. So I'm really hoping this line can just speed up and take this over, because right now there still is a tornado that's on the ground and it's going right towards Bartlesville. So Bartlesville, you need to prepare for possibly a destructive and dangerous tornado that could or that is on the ground and is going to do some serious damage. It already has done some serious damage, and I'm just hoping that this line can just disintegrate, at this point. But you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, Bartlesville and Dewey, be in your shelter. This is as real as it gets. This is as real as it gets. This is one of the first tornado emergencies I've seen issued of this year, and it is a destructive tornado that just has done some serious damage. And if you're in Bartlesville, don't plan on this line destroying it, because this line probably, it may not. And we saw in this previous frame, this tornado is still ongoing. This is still a destructive and violent tornado that is moving right at you, Bartlesville.
Brady, I'm just going to mention there still is a couple ongoing tornado warnings up in Iowa, Carroll, Crawford, and Shelby counties. There's a line of storms moving through Irwin, Defiance, Manila, Iowa. And so just kind of a heads up to some of the communities, Aspinwall, Manning, West Side, Vale, Denison, Iowa, and then moving towards Arcadia, Boyer, Breda, Iowa. Just also a heads up to those folks up there if there's anybody watching or knows anybody up there. So,
yep, that's a good call, Phil. We have I guess 3 tornado warnings. One of them is a tornado emergency. 2 are in Iowa. So we have 2 tornado warnings that are both radar indicated for basically the same storm. And if we look at the velocity, they're just not loading. we'll check in on these. They're radar indicated though, so our most immediate threat is the tornado emergency about to push into Bartlesville.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that it honestly probably got ingested, but it's being surged now by this line. It's taking everything in and still going.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, at this point, all we can do is pray and really hope that this line destroys it, because there's no doubt that there is a dangerous tornado that did some serious damage. Fuzzy's talking about Brandon Kopech having damage. Yeah, I think there's going to be some serious damage from this thing.
And Bartlesville is, as someone who's lived in Oklahoma for 21 years of his life, that is a large city. That is a Tulsa suburb. This is going straight towards a Tulsa suburb.
Yeah.
This is really got to be taken seriously, and everyone needs to be in their safe place.
MJ, you seeing anything else?
Yeah, I'm seeing now some media coverage of damage in Barnsdall, as well as, let's see, northeast of Barnsdall as well. Amateur radio spotter reports the tornado appeared to be about a half-mile wide from his location. What else? Multiple houses gone in Barnsdall, gas leaks from Brandon Kopech. Yeah, so we're starting to see, and I'm seeing the media report as well that you're talking about the fact that line catching up to it may cause it to, dissipate, and so far they're not seeing that, and what they're seeing in the field is not seeing that either yet. So
yeah, you're right, MJ. Once it caught up, I had hoped that it was going to ingest it and like take all of its moisture and just be absorbed. And all this velocity, you can see the winds are they're still going straight in. All the gray to like through Okolata and Ramona headed toward Bartlesville. This is not a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, and let's just track this thing, because I think oftentimes the history of what happened with this storm can give us an idea of maybe what's going to happen in the future. But this storm, started and they're right in Barnsdale, produced a big tornado that went right through the city of Barnsdale. Then the line caught up with it, and we thought it was going to kind of destroy the rotation, and it hasn't yet. There still is a pretty pronounced rotation here, and if anything, it actually might have made it a little stronger, which is not what you want to see. Still, and just looking at the debris ball, let's just see if that dissipated, because that can sometimes tell us. No, it's still there. It's definitely still there. So the debris ball can tell us, is there a tornado? Is there not? I guess the only, let's look at the reflectivity here as well. And yeah, I still think there's probably a tornado on the ground. It's going right towards Bartlesville. And it unfortunately, I mean, just if this line can just catch up, just push it a little bit further.
Or push it east before it gets to Bartlesville is the other maybe possibility, that it could be a strong enough line to steer it east. But I'll tell you what, the next I'm looking at the next radar rotation here, and it's not yet. It's still going towards Bartlesville.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely pulling north.
And this is just going back a little bit, this storm, we had talked about this about an hour ago. We had talked about this storm about an hour ago as being possibly a problem here, and we had seen this, and the first thing, this tornado or this storm up in produced a tornado just to the south of Foraker, and we had that was a direct result of the low level jet, right? So it produced a tornado right there that we had some tornado. I think we may have had a observed tornado warning here. And then we had said, okay, this storm to the south is going to be a problem. It's forming in the low level jet. And this could be our next supercell. And then just watch what happens as this storm really got organized over the next couple of frames. And then boom, right there is when it just everything consolidated, and when the tornado started to form. And then right in that frame is when it got on the ground. And at that point, it was pretty apparent on the velocity. Okay, we've got a tornado on the ground here, and then it just kept going, kept producing tornado, moved right through the city of Barnesdale. And now, I mean, just in the last frame, maybe this could be the start of it starting to get absorbed. It just in the last frame, it's looking a lot less discrete, and it's starting to get kind of absorbed by that storm. So hopefully this. I still don't like the look of that, Phil, to your point. Yeah, go ahead.
MJ just typed something. What'd you see, MJ?
NWS Tulsa is talking about that it is being absorbed into the line as it approaches Bartlesville, they say, but the tornado will likely be slow to wind down, likely bringing the tornado into parts of Bartlesville. So they are continuing to put high warning on this storm, especially for Bartlesville, which is a bit of a larger city.
And I'm also seeing on social media, there's a report, Bartlesville officers reporting approaching tornado over a mile wide.
Oof. Wow. The only thing here that gives me a little bit of pause in terms of or a little bit of hope is we had a very, very tight, concise circulation here. That frame, but then just as it's kind of starting to move into the southern portions of Bartlesville, it's starting the rotation's starting to spread out a little bit, right? Can you see there's a pocket here and a pocket here. So maybe this tornado is starting to break apart. I still think it's probably on the ground, but the hope is that it can just break apart before it gets into Bartlesville. And I don't like the look of that. We still have a pretty well-defined debris ball on the CC, which is a pretty good indication that they're because if the tornado had dissipated, I don't think you would see this defined circle here. I think it would be kind of spread out. Still a pretty defined circle of debris that's rotating around this point. So we probably still have a tornado that's on the ground moving into Bartlesville.
Yeah, honestly, it's notched and it's still trying.
Yeah, they did. So this is still a particularly dangerous situation. They just updated that warning to from a tornado emergency to a particularly dangerous situation. So that should not mean anything for you on the ground in Bartlesville. Anyone that's in Bartlesville, this is a dangerous tornado producing storm that probably still has a tornado on the ground. You might actually have a secondary tornado up here, or this is one big tornado. But
I think it's one big one, Brady.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think it's one big one.
Yeah. I'm trying to find some silver lining here, because this is still probably a dangerous large tornado that's on the ground in moving into Bartlesville.
Yeah. Looking at the en route, just I don't see Anyway, this isn't the 1 mile wide situation that MJ was talking about. How it got worse.
Mm. That's this, right?
Sorry, I was in the
pull it up quick.
Fort Payne and
Oh, okay, got
GRQ
it.
with NROT and SRV, CC. There's a debris ball.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
So that's still. So yeah, that's pretty definite there. On you can definitely tell with the rotation.
Yeah.
And that's this is southeast, and it's going northeast, correct?
Correct.
So yeah, it's heading right into Bartlesville.
Okay. Yeah. There's KTUL has a power flashes apparently on the tower cam. I don't think that's. I think that's a TV camera though. I don't think that's a traffic camera.
Ryan, any
Yeah,
idea what these artifacts would be here?
So I wouldn't call those artifacts. I think it's literally just we can talk about it later.
Okay.
I don't think that it's important right now.
Oh gosh. This is the correlation coefficient. Clearly, a big tornado moving through Bartlesville right now. It looks, at least from the debris, it looks like it's moving. It's moving through the right, I guess, the center of Bartlesville. So I think the west suburbs. It looks like this. You're right on the edge of this tornado. The tornado, though, is moving kind of directly through the center of Bartlesville. And I guess the only saving grace here, I don't want to say the saving grace, but just looking at the road network, it looks like it's kind of splitting the difference between these two neighborhoods.
Yeah, there's a large green area between those two sections.
Okay.
Separating the two parts of the city.
Okay.
And I also think it might have slightly dissipated before it reached the town.
Yeah.
But in that regard, it slightly,
Yeah. I mean, if we just look in the last couple of frames here, to Ryan's point, that screams tornado. That screams tornado. That screams possibly two tornadoes. And it's still maybe one here and one here, but it doesn't look look as pronounced. I mean, it still doesn't look good. It definitely doesn't look as pronounced as it did down in Barnsdale. So the hope is that this is kind of starting to line out a little bit. But I'm still really concerned because we still see a very pronounced debris ball. Still a very pronounced debris ball. That is, here's your debris. This is homes, cars, trees, anything that a tornado can get its hands on. But just because we have a debris ball doesn't necessarily mean that the tornado hasn't started to weaken or dissipate, but it is a sign that we still probably have something. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
So this is a camera north of Tulsa near, is it Owasso, Ryan?
Owasso, I think.
Owasso, okay, Owasso. Facing north. This is about as far north as we can get, but you can definitely see the storm in the north and lightning.
Yeah, not a good situation to be anywhere around that storm. And just, I mean, there's still lightning way out in front of this thing.
Yeah, and the debris ball north of Bartlesville is not going anywhere right now.
No, it's not. And you never like to see that because just if there wasn't a defined circulation, you would think the debris ball would start to dissipate and the debris would start to kind of fall out of the sky, but it's still, I mean, it's still very pronounced. It's still a pretty pronounced debris ball, which means there's still something keeping that debris up in the air, right? In a circle, no less, right? If the tornado had dissipated, you wouldn't really see that debris in a tight circle because it would kind of spread out and start to fall. But because it's still in this tight circle, that means there's probably still wind starting to whip around and keeping that debris inside of that tornado.
I think it got ingested.
Yeah.
Finally, and then I think that Dewey's still going to be really under the gun.
Yeah.
But moving beyond that, I see, a lot more farmland.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
a lot more farmland, because things are changing now. But
yeah,
of course, it went through Bartlesville and slightly went through Dewey.
Yeah, I mean the Ryan, I think the good point, the point you made is a good one. It there was definitely a tornado on the ground there, very apparent, very apparent, very apparent. The signal really decreased here though, right as it was going into Bartlesville. I think there probably the biggest tornado signal was probably up here in just to the northwest of Bartlesville. So there is a chance. There is a chance that this tornado could have maybe occluded to the north and pushed kind of, and that's why the National Weather Service just issued a new warning.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Central North.
Tornado warning for northern Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Okay, so this is a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated a tornado warning. This includes Copen, Caney, and I think Ryan, what you hit this right on the head. This tornado that was on the ground that possibly went through Bartlesville. I don't want to say for sure because it's a really close call, but it looked like it started to occlude and pool to the north. And here's another circulation that was kind of developing. And just in the last couple of frames here, Dewey, you still are under the gun. You still could have a tornado on the ground, but it looks a lot weaker than it did, and it does look like the tornado is starting to get kind of absorbed by the line finally, and this is still a serious situation though, and you still are going to want to treat this like a tornado is on the ground, and if it is right, they think the tornado is kind of occluding. Right, it's kind of pulling back, or it's kind of lifting to the north, and that's why the tornado warning that they issued is directly to the north of Dewey.
And MJ's got a chat update, I think, on that.
Yeah, go ahead,
Brady.
Go ahead, MJ.
No, NWS chat from NWS tells us the tornado had moved through parts of Bartlesville, continues northeast as the line continues to absorb the supercell. They're talking about it having made a bit of a left turn and perhaps starting to head north along with the line that was trying to absorb it.
Yep. Yeah, that's you hit the nail on the head there, MJ. You can really tell that with just looking at debris, right? Tornado. Just looking at the last couple of frames, pulls north and dissipates. So this is exactly what I was talking about when you can really tell when that tornado starts to dissipate because the debris, which was in a tight ball, spreads out. It starts to spread out and kind of fall. And you're probably, if you're in Dewey and maybe even Copen, you're probably getting some falling debris here. But that is a good signal. That's a good sign. That tells me that tornado has started, if not already dissipated, and now you've kind of got that debris starting to spread out, and so the debris, which was a ball, is now kind of spreading out into different parts of the atmosphere.
Yeah, this definitely looks like it's trying to bow out in a way that just kind of anything beyond this is going to be quasi-linear.
Yep.
and it's just going to be embedded. But I don't see it continuing as a meso unless it comes on the back end. But this should die off.
Yeah, and that's I think people in Bartlesville still could have taken Barnesdale and Bartlesville still could have taken a direct hit from this thing. So, and I think we actually have Scott or Fuzzy said we already have 2 people dead. So a pretty terrible situation that's unfolded here.
So just sharing Oklahoma transportation maps of Bartlesville and just noticing that on the west end of the town, really some traffic buildup there on the west end, and certainly wondered, knowing that that circulation was maybe on that side of the city, if that maybe has anything to do with it.
Yeah, it could. I wouldn't see at 11 p.m. at night. I wouldn't see any other reason why there would be a traffic jam.
So that's along Southwest Frank Phillips Boulevard.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good chance that we had something move through Bartlesville, and I can actually pull up Phil and maybe we can compare this side by side. So this was on which road? Southwestern Frank Phillips Boulevard.
Frank Phillips Boulevard. Yep. As it crosses 123 and 60.
Yeah, that's so here's let me just circle it here. So there in the center of the screen is that intersection that we were just looking at.
Yep.
And here's the rotation that kind of just went right over top of it. So yeah, I think we probably had our tornado occlude, and it probably shifted to the north and east, and we probably had maybe this is a sign that the tornado maybe just skirted the very western sides of Bartlesville. So
it looks like it's backed up into Bartlesville heading west. So that would tell me that west of 123 and west of that is maybe where the tornado went, and there's debris or something now in the highway preventing traffic from going west out of Bartlesville.
Yeah. And that would make sense because whoops, let me find the frame. Right there, it looks like, if I had placed the tornado somewhere, it would be like basically like right here, just to the west of Bartlesville.
Yep.
So
and that would make sense because traffic looks like right now on the map is backing up further and further into the city, heading west.
Yeah.
So they're stopping for something, having to stop for something.
Okay. Well, that's at least possibly a silver lining here. I'm really hoping that this tornado did in fact occlude and actually was up here. Now I still think we might. I mean, this is still probably maybe a small little tornado down here. But I'm hoping that means that tornado did in fact just miss Bartlesville. We definitely can't confirm that on the stream, but maybe a silver lining for the group here. Elizabeth just said new tornado warning. Just says radar indicated. Yep. Yeah. So this is a new tornado warning. That's it was kind of covering. I think it was kind of covering that occlusion of that tornado. And so if we look at the velocity here, the good news is, Ryan, to your point, this is really, really, the circulation really has gotten messed up. And yeah.
Yeah, honestly, this is like so tough to even be able to do this. Barnesdale was probably not Barnsdall. I'm not sure how to say it. Probably wasn't so lucky.
No.
Bartlesville definitely had a bit of a benefit when it when it came to avoiding the center of the town. Just completely started getting absorbed in that line, and obviously the National Weather Service said the same thing, as MJ pointed out. So
The latest NW chat local storm report is from Barnsdall. Multiple reports of structural damage and multiple chaser photos and videos of a tornado in and near Barnsdall at the time. So and from what I'm seeing on media reports, it does look like Barnsdall took a pretty direct hit or close to. Yeah, and that's been confirmed in those reports.
Yeah.
And the storm is not done either.
No. I mean,
No.
looking at the kind of the broad picture here, we've got really, really powerful line of storms. That's you've got this kind of line, this line. They all kind of combine to form a big mass. That's going to push east, and this is going to push east. And another thing that is slightly concerning is we've got these rogue cells out in front of this line. That's exactly how the Barnsdall and Bartlesville tornado formed. It formed from a rogue cell out in front of the line, getting fed directly from the low-level jet. So this is another storm. It's got a special weather statement on it right now, but it's definitely concerning. We still are in an area of high tornado parameters, and these cells that are forming out in front of it are trouble. The actual line itself is producing destructive 70-mile-an-hour plus wind. So Tulsa, you're about to get hit by a very powerful line of storms, and it's actually got I would bet we probably could pull up a traffic cam there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because
I will tell you what, I can do that, Brady. If you want to cover, there's a new tornado watch just issued for eastern Oklahoma and northwestern Arkansas.
Okay.
For those storms that you were kind of just highlighting that are starting to discrete storms that are forming out ahead of that line.
Yep. Wait, you said there was a new tornado watch?
New tornado watch. That's what I said. Yep.
For some reason, maybe my SPC is not. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know what's been going on with my SPC. Yes, we do have a new tornado watch that is issued, and this is not a particularly dangerous situation. I think this was actually just issued because they don't have any text with this.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Okay, here we go. So this is not a particularly dangerous situation watch, but this is still a tornado watch that was just issued, and it's to Phil's point, it's for this line as it pushes off into eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Fayetteville, Harrison, McAllister, Fort Smith, you guys are all in this tornado watch. And this line of storms, as well as this grouping of storms down here in southern Oklahoma, those are also just kind of came out of nowhere, and those are isolated still in a pretty untouched environment. This line is going to be a problem as it moves off to the east, and those cells that are forming out in front, right? If they continue to do that and continue to form, those are going to be problems as well. So, this thread is far from over. This watch goes until 5 a.m. Central. So, this is very clear. Even though this line, or we've started to kind of enter a new phase here where the storms are starting to line out, that is not saying the tornado threat is over. It's far from it. As we've just seen, things can change like that. So we'll try to stay on as long as we can tonight, but we may not be able to stay on for this entire threat. But this is pretty crazy. Go ahead, Phil.
All right. So this, as you were talking about, Brady, Tulsa, looking west, you can just see there on the right side of your screen. You can upper right, you can see the storm just west of Tulsa now. That line coming through, you can see the shelf cloud right here.
Wow. And it actually looks like the there's actually a shelf cloud way out in front of the actual storm, which is pretty interesting. So you'll have your shelf cloud that'll come through, and then maybe a couple minutes will pass, and then it'll start raining.
And I think when you had the radar pulled up down there, Brady, it looked like you could see that kind of the outflow boundary kind of coming out of that might be pushing that ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And that's Tulsa. You're not out of the woods just yet. So you're going to get hit by a pretty solid storm here. The good news is I don't necessarily see any telltale sign that there's like rotation forming, but you're going to get really strong winds and definitely some nasty storm with some lightning. So be prepared for the worst in Tulsa right now, but you guys are only under a severe thunderstorm warning. So I say only. Yeah.
I believe MJ said that the Washington County tornado warning has been canceled in Oklahoma.
Got it. So currently we only
that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, MJ. Are they MJ?
No, I just said yes.
Have they said anything about that storm at all? Are they talking about maybe it re-strengthening? Or are they thinking maybe it's just like it's been fully absorbed?
Give me a second. Let's see. They just say it's weakened below severe limits and exited the warned area. That's all I'm hearing from NWS right now.
Okay. Well, yeah, and that makes sense if we look at the actual thing. The rotation's pretty much completely gone. It's the merger's complete, and now it's just a line of a lot of storms. So we only have one tornado warning right now. Oh gosh, I don't like the look of these down here in Oklahoma. We only have one tornado warning. That is for this storm to the northwest of Des Moines, Iowa. And if we look at the velocity here, nothing too concerning up here. This expires in 8 minutes. I would think they're probably going to let it expire.
Is that a perfect triangle tornado warning? I haven't seen one of those in
I think it is.
Wow.
An equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow.
Now let's see if I can draw that. No, I'm terrible at drawing. I always like to give my tornado warnings faces so they seem less intimidating.
Oh yeah.
Look, now it's just like a little friendly triangle here.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on there. But the good news is I think this is going to expire in about 7 minutes here. So I wouldn't see a reason for them to continue. But still, a destructive night with 70-mile-an-hour winds up and down this line. And we're Des Moines, Iowa. You're going to have these storms on your front porch in just a little bit. And with all of these, we're going to keep. Up and down this line. Look, appendage. Like all of these things are trying to form little spin ups. So I would not be surprised if you're going to keep seeing tornado warnings in this line. Probably for the next couple of hours as this calms down. But then look at this as the line goes all the way down. We've got basically a line of storms from South Dakota all the way into Oklahoma City, most of the line is warned with severe thunderstorm warnings. So just a massive line of storms that goes all the way back up into South Dakota, even portions of North Dakota. We've seen tornado warnings in Minnesota. We've seen tornado warnings in South Dakota. We've seen tornado warnings in Iowa, in Kansas, in Nebraska, and in Oklahoma. We've seen dangerous confirmed tornadoes on the ground with a tornado emergency that was issued. So a wild night that we've had so far. We haven't had the number we haven't had a significant number of tornadoes, but we have had one, at least one, that we can confirm was on the ground and did do destructive damage.
So Brady, as you're looking at the whole thing, this is pulling up significant tornado parameters still using the Allison House data. But all of those storms, I mean, even those ones that you were just talking about moments ago down in southern and southwestern Oklahoma, still in very high tornado parameters here at 10:25 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah, just because it goes linear doesn't mean that it gets rid of the threat. It going linear with that storm out in front of it, north of Tulsa, that was beneficial in the sense that the line absorbed that so that it didn't do more damage, in my opinion.
Right. Still high dew points in all of Oklahoma here out front, still in the 70s.
Yeah, that tail end is still surging through all this. Fortunately, I believe because all this environment is polluted, you're probably going to see less involvement. But if you look at can you put on rot? Because I'd be curious to see what rot looks like. You had it.
Here it is.
Yeah, so these are trying to go south, but they're not going to be able to because this thing's just trying to move east. This whole line is trying to move east.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Greene County in west central Iowa, southwestern Webster County in central Iowa, Calhoun County in west central Iowa, eastern Carroll County in west central Iowa.
I guess that's not ready to die.
Nope. And they took away. I wish they would have drawn a triangle. Now it's a trapezoid.
So Glidden, Lake City, Lorville, Churchton, Summers, Rockwell City, all within this new tornado warning.
And we knew none of this was over. Like, we definitely were never suggesting that any of this was over with, but it was more the sense that once these go linear, this is when you have to have your weather radio, your multiple forms of ability to get warnings and be aware, even if you're asleep.
Yeah. Thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate you for joining. Yeah, we're gonna see all night these up and down this line. We're gonna see tornado warnings probably. That doesn't necessarily mean there will be tornadoes that occur with these things, but I think for the next several hours we're gonna see these tornado warnings kind of keep popping off here as we move into the overnight hours. So that's our newest tornado warning, and not necessarily looking at anything incredibly intimidating with this line or this new tornado warning, but still take this seriously. Now, I think what I'll be really interested in your guys' opinion on is, well, one, just looking at the Oklahoma City radar, we've got, to your point, Ryan, like you said, this little appendage. Well, there's not much rotation with it, but it's still trying to form these little appendages in this line. So, it's starting to surge around kind of like this. And if these winds can just keep wrapping around like that, that might be a problem in the short term. Where I'm also concerned about is these isolated storms down here in southwestern Oklahoma. This is relatively untouched air. Still's got plenty of stuff to work with, and just the fact that these are isolated, still in a high tornado parameter space, is worrisome to me. I mean, this almost reminds me of the initiation that we saw earlier today. And it's like we went back in time to 5 p.m. today, and we're repeating ourselves with these storms.
Well, and they're going into that new watch that was just issued as well, Brady Tornado Watch. So,
And this is what the SPC.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're
all
talking
day.
about those. I'm looking at the ones a little out front of the line. Further east, those ones. Yeah.
And this is what the SPC does the best, though. They know what they're doing. I don't think that there's any sense that this is going to stop for the night. This is going to continue on. The probabilities are still really high when it comes to the potential for tornadoes, and in that regard, it's nighttime. You can't see them.
No, you won't be able to see them. You won't be able to I mean, else than the warnings, you're not going to be able to get any visual cues that it's coming. And a lot of these people are going to start to go to bed here. So, I'm concerned about. I guess the couple areas I'm probably biggest concerned about right now are these cells out in front of our line. This is exactly what happened with the storm that went through Barnesdale and produced a significant tornado. Right, I'm almost like feeling deja vu here. The only saving grace is if these storms can catch up to these cells before they go tornado. The second area I'm concerned about is just to the southwest of Oklahoma City. This is like I'm looking back in time and I'm looking at initiation here, because these storms are, especially this northern one, is starting to get that look. It's really starting to get organized. It's really starting to the cells of the south are still kind of forming, but this cell to the north, all it needs to do is ingest a little bit of inflow here, and it's going to start wrapping up.
So I'm gonna let me show you this as well, just so you can see, Brady. There's still plenty of shear down in eastern Oklahoma going into Arkansas. Plenty of strong wind shear. As you go north and you start getting into Missouri and Kansas, Iowa, a lot less shear up in these areas. But I'll tell you what, you still get to those storms you're just talking about. Still plenty of shear here, southern and eastern Oklahoma going into Arkansas. That's pretty strong stuff still.
Yeah, and I believe that's the RAP model that does that. So that's updated hourly.
Okay.
So that update probably just came out.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So here's your 850 millibar. Brady coming kind of out of the south, and real strong. Strong winds, and then put on top of that the 500 millibar. Going almost due northeast.
You've got your low level jet just absolutely screaming out of the south, and then you've got winds at the upper levels of the atmosphere that are also, I think this takes me back to my school days, but I think the flag is like 50, and then the bars are like 30, 40, 50 knots. So we have just plenty of conditions to be able to keep these storms going. It's just a matter of can they stay isolated. Another interesting thing is I pulled up the kind of the satellite here. And this isn't actually the visible satellite. This is the shortwave satellite, shortwave radiation, which kind of can show you exactly like where the clouds are without being able to see them. Look at this southern area of initiation that's just exploding, right? That's along a boundary, that's along the dry line, and not a good sign down here, because this honestly, this type of signature is what it would have expected at like 5 p.m. today. So the fact that we're still seeing explosive initiation like that along a dry line, moving into, like Phil said, an area of ripe conditions, that's not good. It's not good at all. And it's already, that storm's already severe thunderstorm warned. So we already have a severe thunderstorm warning with this. So we probably will see a severe thunderstorm warning following closely. And I do want to check in with Dan Wallace here. Dan, I wanted to check in and see, where are you now? Are you driving south? Are you going back home?
So the plan was to go back to Dallas. I am south in Oklahoma City,
Okay.
but I'm watching the cell that y'all are talking about as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you in the actual, like, are you in downtown Oklahoma City, or are you just south?
I'm on I-44, coming up to the kind of the south side of town.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you're basically almost in like the Newcastle area, probably, right?
Give me just a second to see exactly where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah, that cell is. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I was just saying,
Or
while
MJ,
he's doing
sorry.
that, I got to bug out, you guys. So,
Okay.
well done. Hope you don't have too much else to report on. Right?
Yeah, thanks for joining, MJ.
Yeah.
You bet,
Thanks for
guys.
the help, MJ.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
you killed it. I love the
No
National
problem.
Weather Service chat was awesome. So thank you. And
Yeah, we'll do it again if we need to.
thanks, MJ.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm northwest of Moore.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, he's northwest of Moore, so he's like basically right here. So that severe thunderstorm warned cell is let's see, that's about 40 miles away from you, about 40 miles to your west, and it's moving to the east at about it's moving east at about 60 miles an hour. So this is moving quick. This has got some wheels here. So it'll be in downtown Oklahoma City with probably within the hour. Now it still is looking pretty ragged. It's trying to get its act together, but it's it's still like, until we can see, we've got kind of our structure here, but just with a excuse me, a little bit of an appendage on the backside. Until this kind of backside can start to wrap around like this, there's no immediate danger just yet. But if this thing can wrap around just a little bit, as it gets into some of this shear and some of this this low level jet, which I guess is probably more coming out of this way. I think if I put this in motion, I think you can actually see the low level jet here. Yeah. So see this moisture kind of streaming to the north. That's your low level jet that's moving basically this way. And then watch it go north to Oklahoma City, and then start to get pulled. The inflow is literally sucking this air in. Look how cool that is.
You can look at that. Yeah, you can really see that.
You've got your inflow here, and then it just starts to turn, and then just starts to get pulled right into the storm. That is wild. And then you've got kind of your outflow here that's pushing out here. That is fascinating to see. That's why when you have a storm system like this, it's going to keep going. There is nothing that's going to stop this, because you have a constant. That's like you're playing Pac-Man, right? So if I were to draw this, right, that's like, how do I get this to stop? What the heck is going on? That's like you're playing Pac-Man, and this is How do I draw a Pac-Man? Oh, that's terrible.
That was
That's
a good
terrible.
try.
There we go. Maybe let's do like a tilted pack. Oh no, hold on. Let's do like, there we go. There's your Pac-Man, and then the air is your your fruit. So this is like your fruit. That's just like the Pac-Man is just going to keep eating as he goes to the south. And that's why this storm is going to keep, as it pushes off to the south, as it pushes off to the east, all of these storms are going to have plenty of energy to move as it pushes off to the east. So Dan, we'll keep an eye on this storm for you. It still is trying to get its act together. It does not. It's a severe thunderstorm warned. It does not have a possible tornado tag yet. So, and that does not surprise me.
Yeah, it feels like all the storms to the south side of it are taking in a lot of moisture.
Yeah. Yeah, and this was that other storm that's kind of flowing in it's kind of riding along the low level jet and pushing to the north. It's trying to get its act together and develop something on the backside here, right? See how it's clearly kind of bending. It's kind of bending and it's trying to start bending around here. That is not necessarily a good sign. And just watching the last couple of frames here, watch the tail end of this. See that it almost starts to grow a tail here. That could be a sign that we're starting to kind of develop a hook on it. This is how the other storm began. This is how the other storm started to form. And then before we knew it, that storm was dropping a strong tornado. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that this storm is going to do that, but this is kind of how that first storm started. So this is something to keep in mind here, that we're going to have to watch this storm for at least a little bit here just to make sure it doesn't plant anything. Let's just check back in on our tornado warning up here in Iowa. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. Calhoun, Carroll, Webster, and Greene counties. Pushing off into Fort Dodge and Rockwell City. I don't see any strong indications that there's anything on the ground with this, but still possibly a tornado. So take that warning seriously. Now, while we're kind of waiting for these storms to initiate, we did get a comment from Scott. He wonders if the SPC will expand the tornado watch after this expires at 11. Scott, I would not be surprised if they do after the way tonight's gone and the tornado emergency that we had. I would not be surprised if they did extend that tornado watch to the east. So Scott's talking about possibly extending the tornado watch into this area. So we'll have to see. Phil, one thing I did want to pull up was tomorrow's outlook. Now, I don't think they've updated this, but this is it's going to be another possibly impactful day here. This is, and let me just quickly go to. Let me just quickly go to full screen here. So this is going to be another impactful day here, and it looks like some of the cameras aren't updated because it's clearly not day anymore. But this is going to be another impactful day, possibly tomorrow. And this is right now it's an enhanced risk centered around really Ohio again, right? Which is, Phil, I don't know if you can recount, but
I don't actually at all.
Yeah. I just cannot remember us having this active of a severe weather season in recent memory.
Nope.
And
we still have Wednesday too.
Yeah.
Day 3
Wednesday's
is enhanced too.
And and they've even talked about making that more. And I've seen some models that have had some more, higher risks in there. But this is tomorrow, 10% hashed. Columbus, Fort Wayne, Dayton, Springfield, you guys are all in this risk. This 5% goes into Indianapolis, Louisville, Evansville, and Bowling Green. So tomorrow we may, it's going to be another possibly impactful day for severe weather. And then Wednesday, also another possibly very impactful day for severe weather. It's a huge area of enhanced risk. So this is a 3 out of 5. And they've talked about the possibility of upgrading even more, right? To maybe whenever I see an enhanced day 3, I always know there's definitely the possibility of a moderate. Like tomorrow, like I look at the enhanced, I wouldn't expect that to be upgraded to a moderate. I don't think so. Wednesday, I could see is going to be another possibly big day, just like today was. So this is going to be a multi-day severe weather threat. We'll kind of evaluate in the morning to see what we're looking at, to see if we're going to go live or not. I think Wednesday will probably definitely, it's a great term. We'll definitely go live on Wednesday. Tomorrow is probably 50-50, but another impactful day tomorrow and then Wednesday.
Yeah, as the dry line tries to retreat each night, we're going to deal with the outcome the next day.
Yep. That we are. And tomorrow will be very interesting. Just because of it's in my backyard. So if I'd have to lean one way to go live or not, I would probably lean to go live because like you said, Ryan, when it hits home, your home area, could be much worse.
Yeah. I had multiple calls that I had to make tonight just to make sure people were on their toes.
Yeah.
Everybody's good, Ryan.
Everybody's good. So
good news.
Good.
Gentlemen, I'm going to sign off as well. Brady will be in touch about tomorrow.
Okay.
And again, Ryan, thanks for everything. It's great to use that.
Thank you, Ryan.
Great to use that data and your expertise on stuff. So thank you both. But
thanks, Phil.
Good night,
I'm hopping off as well. So
okay.
Brady, it's all you now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on for as long as I can here, and hopefully we won't have anything more pop off. But thank you guys so much for joining. Love you guys a ton.
Yep, and if you're watching, please subscribe and like and help the world know about Stormcat 5.
Yeah, and Stormfront Freaks, and check it out. We got a couple. We got I think at least 10 plus, maybe 12 new subscribers. So all we need is one, right, Phil? All we need is one new one, and it's all worth it.
Man. We enjoy doing this stuff, and if we can help people in the process, and you viewers watch it, enjoy it, then hey, it's win-win.
Exactly.
So, all right, see you, Ryan. See you, Brady.
All right, you all have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Phil.
Hi, guys.
All right, Dan, it's just me and you, brother.
Yeah, you can keep me awake.
Yeah, exactly. That's gosh. 898 or 18. Wow, 182 KFW says, "Where's Trollbot?" Great question. Is a great question, my friend. We'd have to ask Phil because Phil knows where Trollbot is. Just looking for some cameras here. Dan, did you make a final decision on whether you're headed back?
This storm needs to get its act together quickly to keep me around.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It just hasn't really it does not really get going, which is I guess probably a good thing, right?
Yeah, I'm sure the folks around here are appreciative that it's just staying severe warm.
Yeah.
I'm coming through more. Actually, I'm just now coming through Norman.
Oh, really?
Leaving more. Yeah.
Okay, so Dan's basically right here, and this storm is, I mean, still severe thunderstorm warned. The storm is pushing this way. There's not, I'm gonna be honest, there's not a lot of lightning with it. I mean, maybe a little bit of a notch here starting to develop, but it doesn't look overly impressive from a rotation perspective. The cells to the south all look pretty scattered. You know, the probably this one to the north is probably the most intimidating. But the fact that we haven't really seen explosive development and these things ramp up quickly, you know, that's hopefully a good sign here. We're still in a potent environment, but you know, the fact that these storms, that this storm here that Dan is kind of close to, hasn't really kind of ramped up in a significant way yet is good news. Let's see what I got here. So let's check back with our traffic cameras real quick. So at the beginning of the day, we talked about our wow, yeah, my brain's starting to go. We talked about the different areas that we were kind of under the gun today, right? We had Oklahoma City, we had Tulsa, and we had Wichita. Those areas that got hit or that had, you know, the most significant impacts, thankfully, were none of these. It was Oklahoma City. You haven't actually gotten hit yet. You're about to get hit with a severe thunderstorm, but you have not gotten hit by any significant tornadoes. Wichita, Kansas, thankfully, you had a line of storms go through, but you have not gotten hit by a significant tornado outbreak. Tulsa, your main event is coming right now. You had Tulsa, close to Tulsa was probably the most impacted here because we had a significant tornado that did pretty, a ton of damage in Barnesdall. I'm seeing a lot of debris, a lot of damage pictures that came out of Barnesdall, and I think we actually have Fuzzy, I believe, tweeted us some of the stuff here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so this was from Barnesdall. This was a tornado that was on the ground in Barnesdall. This was that wedge that moved through Barnesdall. So thank you for sharing that with us, Fuzzy. And just a heartbreaking situation there that was just moved through Barnesdall and destroyed and did a lot of damage. So thank you for sharing us with that. Thank you for sharing that with us, Fuzzy. But it was not a good situation. So Tulsa, you're about to get hit right now with a line of storms, and you can see it on the cam there in the center of the screen. It's the good news is it's only a severe thunderstorm warned right now. So we have a strong kind of line of storms that are about to impact the city of Tulsa, areas to the south. I don't see any sort of like call outs that yep, this is rotating. Yep, this is going to be a problem. Although maybe down here in Kearney, That's the one part of this line that that possibly could have some rotation with it. And we do have an inflow notch here. So Carney, that's possibly going to be a problem here as we go throughout the night. But the good news is we're kind of entering a new phase of this. And yeah, thanks Ginger Ninja. I appreciate that. Love the 7 hours and we're still kicking it. Yeah, it's been a long stream, but a good one. I'm glad we're able to be on for this. And the event itself has well, I'm not solo. I got Dan, baby. I got Dan still with me. That's the great thing about Dan, man. He sticks with you till the end. Everyone needs a Dan in their life where they're just loyal, dependable. He's always going to be there. That's Dan. Dan is that guy. So a lot of love from the chat for you, Dan, if you can't see it, but let's all give Dan some nice love. He's a great guy, and he's done a lot. And I'm excited. Hopefully Dan, you'll get to chase with us this year. I'd really love to see you there.
I've carved out some time to chase with my friends.
Yes, love to see that, baby. That'll be at the end of May. So it's we're gonna go chasing there. Scott says, "Way to go, Dan."
And a shout out to well, watch out! Here goes this guy flying by me. Big shout out to everyone that tuned into the stream today. I mean,
yeah,
those are true loyal folks.
Oh yeah, that's our core, right? I think we had great representation from our core today. So all of our followers and people that have watched us, you guys are amazing, and I can't thank you more for joining the stream. As always, please give us feedback. What did you like? What did you not like? What do you want to see more of? We're trying to make this stream as good as we can, and we're just getting started here. And this is, I think, show 6 or 7 of Outbreak. So we're going to keep making this better and keep doing this over time, and hopefully build this into a big thing. So. All right, so let's just quickly do a quick overview here. And I'm actually going to put the Oklahoma City cam here on this. All right, let's copy this. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second here. Basically, wow. I am trying to edit my thing, so okay.
And everyone watching, I just want to give a big shout out to Brady as well. I mean, he's been here all day long talking. His voice is his throat is probably hurting because he's been talking so much.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone on meetings tomorrow is gonna be like, "Why is your voice so weird?" And I'm gonna be like, "Well, let's just say I was yelling a lot last night." No, I don't know. But thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. And just ask, hey, is that cell west of OKC Metro surface based? I actually. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. But it's this. So Jess is talking about this storm right here that's about to push into downtown Oklahoma City. There's not a lot of lightning with this, to be honest. Which I think is maybe one of the saving graces here. But this storm is still pretty linear. Even though it's an isolated storm, it's really kind of struggling to get going. and you can definitely tell there's a little bit of like a notch behind it, right, or right here about at Spring Creek, and so that's an indication to me that there's some
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Clinton County in northwestern Missouri, northwestern Clay County in west central Missouri, northeastern Platte County in west central Missouri.
Okay, so this is a new tornado warning, and we're gonna have these probably all night. So I wouldn't necessarily get too take all these seriously. Okay.
has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for
Uh-oh.
central Lincoln County in central Oklahoma.
I don't like that. I really don't like that. So that is a new tornado warning. I guess we have two new tornado warnings. One just in to the north in Missouri, and that is for this kind of couplet right here. That's pushing into Missouri. That's like we said, we're just going to keep getting spin ups probably on this line. So all night long, we'll keep getting these tornado warnings. These are definitely you definitely want to take these seriously, but I don't think that as this line pushes off to the east, the tornado threat's going to diminish as we go throughout the night. So we should have less and less tornado warnings here as we go throughout the night. And then we also have this tornado warning still. This is that polygon that was issued a while ago. Not too worried about that at this particular moment. The most recent tornado warning that is fairly concerning is this cell just to the northeast of Oklahoma City, and that's for this notch right here, this inflow notch right here, and this is kind of a lot like what that one cell looked like earlier. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this isn't necessarily a incredibly strong. And maybe let's maybe look at the local radar. Let's look at the base velocity. Okay, so I'm not incredibly well. Right in there, yeah. That's probably where your tornado would be if you have one. So that just latest kind of signature here. You probably could have a tornado on the ground with this, or maybe a forming one. Because that's a fairly concerning radar signature. You've got your green and red right next to each other. It's pretty strong red with pretty strong green. This is possibly another tornado that could be about to drop at any point.
Yeah, and that looked like gate-to-gate rotation.
It definitely is. This is definitely gate-to-gate. To Dan's point, gate to gate is when you have a rotation. Whenever you have your green and red touching each other like this, and whenever you have bright red next to bright green, that's gate to gate rotation. So that's what this is, and that's what probably prompted this tornado warning. I'm actually going to put this on full screen real quick. Sorry, guys. I was just stretching for a quick second. The good news is the most recent scan does not look as bad. I am not as concerned as I was just a second ago. The notch doesn't look as defined. The velocity doesn't look as defined. Still, I mean, this thing is definitely still rotating, but it's that looked pretty intimidating. That looked pretty intimidating. That looked like the rotation is really spread out. So, if there was a tornado, it may have kind of dissipated quickly, which is good. You still kind of have a couple different areas of rotation. I mean, look, you had a pretty central area of rotation here, right? That's what prompted the warning. And then this was 11:57, about 7 minutes ago. And then just look at kind of spread out. See it kind of spread out like that? That's a decent indication that maybe the rotation broke off and weakened. So that's good news for those in Chandler and Stroud. We still have an active tornado warning, but I'm not as worried as I was a couple frames ago about this storm. Jess says there's a new mesoscale discussion, so we'll have to check that out in just a second. Just doing a little downward dog right now. Try and get some good stretching in. Ooh. I hope I don't have like blood flow problems. I don't know, Dan, if you have any sort of research or any insight on that, but I know like there's a couple other streamers. I know Ryan Hall has a standing desk, so I may have to get one of those.
Yeah, that might be beneficial.
Wow. I'll tell you what, it's getting a little hot in this room. I think I need to turn down my air conditioning because it's getting a little warm. And I'm not liking it one bit. This is the part of the night, Dan. I think this is the best part of the show is when you get deranged Brady start to come out.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, Dan, are you stopped? Okay, never mind. I'll let you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the 360 off the top of the car.
Okay, good call. All right. Everyone watching, give me 1 second. I'm going to go turn down my air conditioning because it's getting a little warm in this room.
All right, and I am back. It's fun having a $500 camera on the roof of the car, but when it's not needed out there, we pull it back in.
All right, I'm back. Gosh, I'm not going to lie. I was like on my way to the bathroom there. And I, on the way back, I was like, I looked outside and I thought there was snow for a second. I looked at the ground and for some weird reason, my mind like went, oh my God, there's snow on the ground. And I don't know what happened, but I think I'm starting to have some sort of hallucinations. And it's probably from staring at a screen because at my day job, I stare at a screen for 8 hours. And then I come stream at this for 7 hours and I stare at a screen for 7 hours. That's gotta be not good for you, right? There's no way that's actually, and I usually sit in my chair all day when I work. So it's like, I'm sitting in my chair today for about 15 hours. That's probably not good.
Now you could probably get a blood clot.
Probably. Maybe I'll
like in your legs.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna have to keep standing up. Maybe do some jumping jacks or something. Ooh, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take my headphones off. I'm getting some weird feedback.
Yeah, folks, give Brady some love. He's putting himself in harm's way.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I'm glad to do it though. I'm glad to do it because someone needs to. We got to bring a little. We got to bring a little love, and we got to bring a little personality. And we got to bring a little joy to the weather fields, because I feel like there's a lot of hate. There's a lot of kind of drama, and I just try to bring joy, happiness, and friendliness and positivity, and a little bit of jokes here or there to kind of lighten things up, because sometimes what we do is pretty serious. Like tonight, it got pretty serious there for a while, and we had some hard, and sorry Dan, we didn't bring you in during that. It was a pretty hard rare loop to watch, to be quite honest, as we knew what was going on, but I try to bring some fun and joy into things too, so it's not all doom and gloom, right? But
Yeah, and I grew up in the Tulsa area, so I'm familiar with Hominy and Barnstall, and glad that Bartlesville appears to, kind of steered clear for the most part.
yeah, we'll see. I think we won't probably know until tomorrow morning, but it's definitely not looking as it didn't look as bad, I think, as Barnstall.
Yeah, that's really sad. Prayers,
yeah.
Go out to all of them.
Yeah, there definitely is ongoing search and rescue going in Barnstall. I'm just seeing a couple of pictures and from other people of pretty devastating damage there. So definitely, if you're watching this, keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers, and because it was a pretty tough day, I think, for them. But for Dan, what do you think was the of the chase? What do you think was your like a highlight or something cool you saw, or anything that you saw that caught your eye?
I'm probably gonna go back to that area just west of Kingfisher, where we got a chance to take a look at that cell as it was ramping up.
Yeah. I mean, that I just remember that shot that you had of the possibly the tornado, or sorry, not the tornado, but with the light shining through. That structure was so cool, and the sun was starting to set, and it was a really cool shot that you got, and it was pretty wild to be able to see that, and just it was cool. It was really cool to see. And I mean, I thought we thought it was going to kind of plant there for a little bit too. We thought a tornado was going to spawn from that.
Yeah, it had me, not concerned, but because I was in a fairly safe place, but it was, something that I thought may happen. And that's another thing. That time of day, you kind of want to be in a position to let the sun shine through, so that it helps with visibility.
Yeah, agreed. And it helps with just general well-being. You got to get your vitamin C, even when you storm chased. You got to get your vitamin C, and you got to get your, you got to make sure that you, get those vitamins and minerals, because if you're chasing and you're having gas station hot dogs, like, you can't live on that. You got to make sure you get your vitamins and minerals, and the sun plays an important part of that when you're chasing.
Full disclosure, I packed a lunch.
Fantastic. That's even better, Dan. See, that's a smart chaser right there. He knows that the food you're going to get on the road is probably going to be pretty not great. So Dan, you're one smart cookie.
Well, yeah, I'm on a diet, so I've got to try to stick to it.
All right. I love that. I need to go on one of those. Thank you guys in the chat. Thanks for sending some love my way. Yeah, and Scott says, I was looking at the 3-day forecast and it was a bit fuzzy. Wah, wah, wah. Thank you, Scott. It was very punny of you. I would like you to come up with 10 more of those. Take it from a Youper. I'm not sure what a Youper is. Do you know what a Youper is, Dan? I am not sure that I know what that is. And I just said that on the stream, so.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with that term.
Yeah, I got you, Scott. Vegetables, oil, fur, antioxidants. I'm with that there.
You want to have a fortified chase.
What'd you say?
You want to have a fortified, like a vitamin fortified chase.
Yes, I agree with that. The more vitamins and minerals you can get, the better. Especially if you can get it in a shake form. I'm trying to find some sort of traffic cam that you can see the.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for eastern Cherokee County in southeastern Kansas, northwestern Jasper County in southwestern Missouri.
That's this cell, just to the northwest of Joplin. The good news is this does not include Joplin, Missouri. But this is another tornado warning in this line. We're going to have probably this is going to be a common theme here. We're going to have tornado warnings that just kind of spawn here. This one's just to the west of just to the east of Columbus. This is not Columbus, Ohio, which is where I'm from. This is a Columbus, Kansas, Carl Junction, Missouri. You're in this tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for this cell right here. And this is why. Here's kind of your little bit of your couplet that you got. Let me see if I can find a better radar. The Springfield radar, little bit there. Let me see if I can find actually a different radar. There's got to be a better radar that shows this. No. Okay. Well, Springfield radar is probably the best radar we're going to get. This is just maybe a little spin up here. I'm not too worried about it. Could be a tornado though, so take that seriously. Our tornado warning here, just to the west or just to the east of Oklahoma City, still continues. If we look on the velocity here, not incredibly impressed by this. So still a radar indicated possible tornado with this, and still's got a pretty classic structure here. I mean, looking on the radar structure looks a lot better than the actual velocity. Let's just look at this. Yeah, so I mean, we could have a developing one. You definitely have your inflow winds kind of wrapping in here, and then you've got it this way. So you've got a broad area of rotation here. I'm not too concerned about it planning anything like in the immediate, like right now, but still, this is a continuing tornado warning, and will probably continue for the next, until it expires. So. Right now, we only have we have 3 total tornado warnings. One in Missouri. I guess really 2 in Missouri. One kind of crossing that border. And then one also still in Oklahoma City. And let's check in on our cell here, pushing into Oklahoma, just to the south part of Oklahoma City. Yeah, Dan, I think you made a good call. This storm that you were kind of debating on whether you were going to go and chase. It looks pretty linear. It's
bowing out.
Yeah, it's a bow. And with the biggest risk out of this is probably some definitely some strong winds. Wow, 70-mile-an-hour winds.
and I'm getting some of that right now. And I'm south of it, but I'm getting some what feels like outflow.
Oh wow. So yes, you're just south of Norman, aren't you? Right. Going down
Yeah,
Highway 35.
South on I-35. I'm fairly well south of Norman.
Okay. Yeah, so Dan, you're actually in the low level jet then. That's some of the wind that's pushing up there. And I mean you can kind of tell with this storm it's rotating a little bit, especially on the it's like right in here. Here's your it's all kind of rotating around this way. But this is a bow. And that's not saying this could change, but this is not necessarily a supercell at this point. But this is probably going to combine with this storm above and probably form kind of a massive line as it goes. Guys, if you see any other pictures or any video, go ahead and tweet me and I'll put it on the stream, just like Fuzzy did. We'll probably continue streaming here for a little while. Got a supercell headed for more. Yeah. This is it's a ragged one, right, Fuzzy? I will say this: the lightning has really upticked. So that's an indication to me that it's probably strengthening. But yeah, I'm actually trying to find a better camera for this to be able to find that. Dan, do you see any lightning? I'm assuming you probably see some lightning with this as you're going to the south.
I'm not seeing
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southwestern Creek County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Okfuskee County in east central Oklahoma.
Okay, so that's actually really close to Tulsa. That's south of Tulsa.
Yeah, that was essentially an extension of this is a big box. But they've extended the tornado warning just to the north, I guess, southwest of Tulsa, northeast of Oklahoma City. They've extended that tornado warning, and I mean, not seeing any incredibly threatening signs just yet. The actual radar, the reflectivity looks a lot worse than the actual base velocity, and I've checked that from actually two separate radars. You definitely have inflow working its way into this, and then you definitely have outflow pushing around this way. So you've got a general area of rotation here, but nothing that screams to me that there is a tornado on the ground, right? But with something like this, I wouldn't be surprised if it dropped something or tried to drop something. Nothing that screams imminent though. But there's always a chance when there's that kind of inflow notch right in there. The winds are just gonna, the low level jet winds are gonna keep cranking in there, and if they can wrap around enough, then that's when you could get your tornado form. There isn't. I don't think there's necessarily a tornado just yet, but there is definitely the possibility that you could get one just to the south. I guess Stroud, you're about to be in the direct path of this thing, but Stroud would be kind of the town or city that I'd put at most risk right now of getting anything if there would be something. Thank goodness, though, our kind of rogue cells didn't end up materializing into big tornadoes, because that was what I was worried about. these are now about to get absorbed by our line here, and shouldn't be. We'll probably make this line a little stronger, but shouldn't be necessarily too big of a concern. All right, so Jess sent us a video that she saw on Twitter. I think this was from Barnesdale. Let's take a look. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that? Hold on. We're going to replay this again. This was near Barnesdale. Oh my goodness. There it is. You guys see that? There's your giant tornado. So that's official confirmation. I know. Thanks, Jess, for sending that in. That is, not that we needed official confirmation to know there was a tornado, but that was the tornado that was hitting Barnesdale. Just a massive wedge that did significant damage. Kopik says the east side is gone. Yeah, that does not surprise me. Seeing what we saw on radar and seeing this, just a very, very unfortunate situation in Barnesdale. Oh, yikes. I mean, that is a large, horizontal tail wrapping. Yep, right there. That is a large, extremely dangerous tornado that hit Barnesdale. Oh, my goodness. Not a good situation there. All right, well, let's look at this storm over here. Okay, so we got 3 active tornado warnings right now. Up and down this line. I just want to quickly look at let's look and see what we had in our chasers today. So we still have a lot of chasers around the area that are some are pushing. Looks like some have given up. Some have gotten their hotels. But we still have looks like a lot of them stayed in Tulsa. We still have a decent amount of them still going in Oklahoma City. Looks like a lot of them got back to their houses in Norman. That's kind of funny. I'm sure there's a huge area, or there's a huge group of storm chasers that live in Norman, and that's pretty hilarious to see. But they're about to get it by a big storm, so they won't need any help. Dan, how's your drive coming along?
Oh, it's coming along. I'm about 72 miles from the Red River.
Ooh, that'll be a nice fun drive.
Yeah, I've got to pay the bills tomorrow. So,
yeah, same, man. Yeah, hopefully you don't have to show up early to work tomorrow, do you?
6 a.m. Not too bad.
Oh, 6 a.m. Central at least, right?
Yeah, Central.
Okay. Well, that's at least a little better than 6 a.m. Eastern. You like to sing any good songs while you drive, Dan?
I don't really sing well. I've had people pay me
Hey,
to stop
me
singing.
neither. Me neither, my friend. But, you know, you can always, everyone can always sing, you know, Country Road. Wait, I don't actually know if that's the name of the song. Country Road, take me home to the place I belong. Ooh, yikes. We don't want to get, we don't want to do that. Never mind.
Well, I mean, you gave it a good effort.
Yeah, I really did. Well, you know, my voice is you know, it's a little dry. Yeah, Jess, I've heard that at Fallout as well. Guys, thanks to our loyal everyone's still watching us. You guys are the best.
Yeah, and Jess is always there with the Mesoskills.
Oh, she's always there. Wow. This is a camera just south of Oklahoma City. So, oh, Dan, you know what? I should have tried to find you on the traffic cams, Dan. That would have been actually really fun. Where actually maybe see if I can. Let's see.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Central Barton County in southwestern Missouri.
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for South Central Ray County in west central Missouri, West Central Lafayette County in west central Missouri, East Central Jackson County in west central Missouri.
Interesting. Yeah, so that was kind of a continuation of these two different warnings, and I'm actually seeing a sign that we might have to. I would not be surprised if Joplin issued a tornado warning. Currently, we just had a radar indicated tornado warning for this kind of little appendage here moving through Waco and Ashbury. And then the second tornado warning you heard was just an extension of that into Missouri. So they've extended this. This is that same kind of little appendage that has continued to produce rotation. And it looks like they've just kind of extended it. This is probably two different warning areas in the handoff. So really, that's just kind of one. We can think about that as one big tornado warning pushing off into Missouri. Nothing that's too concerning just yet. It's probably enough to issue a warning, and then we may have something issued for Joplin here. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a warning there. And then just a pretty strong line of storms about to move into Moore and Norman, Oklahoma. Just a severe thunderstorm warned with some destructive winds of about 70 miles an hour. Not too concerned right now about the possibility of a significant tornado threat with these. Looking at the base velocity, it's pretty linear. Just a really, this storm's going to pack a punch. I tell you what, this storm's going to have really strong winds. But I'm not too worried about a tornado threat with this group of storms that's moving into south of Oklahoma City. I'm going to try and find a better camera here to capture this. So this moves into, there's not really many cameras. Dan, where is Dan? That's what I want to find out. So Dan, you're on Highway 35.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning
there
for
it is.
southeastern Barton
There's
County.
that Joplin. There's okay. There's
Central
that Joplin storm.
County in southwestern Missouri.
We called it. We had thought they were going to issue a tornado warning here for the Joplin storm, and they just did. So we just gave a little bit of an early warning here to Carthage and Webb City. We have a possible, I mean, you got two kinks here. You got this kink, and you've got this kink. So possibly a tornado, possibly another tornado. If there is one, it would be, it's going to be one of these spin-ups, right? So that's not saying those can't be strong, but generally they're short-lived, and you'll probably have these kind of couple. These two storms continue to try to spin up here. So
the National Weather Service has issued a
another
tornado
one.
warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Cass County in west central Missouri, northwestern Henry County in west central Missouri, northeastern Bates County in west central Missouri, south central Johnson County in west central Missouri.
All right, so that's going to be a continued theme here throughout the next couple hours. We're going to have these. We're going to have these tornadoes, or we're going to have these tornado warnings probably continue for the next several hours. As you know, this is the latest tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning. There's your kind of couplet here. I'm not too concerned about this just yet, but as always, I think the approach to warning these is you warn what you think you warn for the worst, right? So there isn't necessarily like anything that screams tornado on the ground to me, but as oftentimes with you, we have these MCSs. It's very hard to tell whether or not there is a tornado. So I think the approach is rather be safe than sorry here.
Yeah, and also they're looking probably also at speed shear and having, knowing that, in their area you could have a spin up out of just some small speed shear. So
Exactly. Exactly, Dan. And I mean, you can see that little excuse me, I'm losing my voice. You can see that little speed shear here, or I guess these okay, that actually doesn't look great. But you can see the little notch right here and the little notch right here. So you can tell that little perturbation here, could be a tornado. And I'd say of all the little notches I've seen, this one probably has the most impressive. The one that just moved through Joplin that we kind of gave the advance warning for. This one has the most impressive signal. So this camera is just to the south of let's see. Actually, just to the north of Moore. Let's see if I can get a better shot. That's a terrible shot. This camera and Moore is about to get hit pretty hard. Moore is like, yeah, you guys are about to get pretty strong winds here. So we're going to watch pretty strong destructive winds just to the south of Moore, Oklahoma, just to the north of Norman, Oklahoma. You guys have a pretty strong straight line windstorm that's about to be on your doorstep here. So we're gonna try to follow this camera, and then we'll probably you said power flashes in Norman, Fuzzy. That's got to be just from straight line winds, right? I mean, if I look at the reflectivity, the velocity, that's got to just be straight. I mean, these are strong winds. These are 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. I mean, if we put the tracker on it, 90. I mean, granted, that's not the surface, but News 9 has a tornado on the ground. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe Fuzzy link me in that so I can look at that on maybe Twitter or something. But I would be hard pressed to think there's a tornado on the ground just yet. Not seeing any necessarily like telltale signs. But I mean, I could be wrong. Let me see what we got too, if I can find a good camera here. Because this camera's looking west. And if I would map this, this is, let's see, there's Norman, there's Moore. So this is looking west and more. Let me see what this camera looks like to the south. Oh yeah, they're in the thick of this. This is just to the south of this is looking south towards Moore and Norman. But oh wow, that's a ton of lightning. So checking back on our gas station. Okay, they're getting some pretty heavy rain. It doesn't really look like it's too bad. Joplin chatter. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Joplin got a little spin up. Let's just quickly look at Joplin real quick. Yeah, you could definitely have something on the ground. Oh wow, that's observed. Radar confirmed. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, I'm glad we looked at the Morse or the Joplin tornado. We were able to give a warning for that before it actually happened. So we had an observed tornado moving through Carthage. So if you're in Carthage, just to the northeast of Joplin, Missouri, we do have we had at some point a confirmed tornado from radar. So a damaging situation here moving into Carthage. Oh gosh, I'm like falling asleep doing this. I can't even imagine, Dan, what you're like.
Yeah, I may need to stop and get some caffeine. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So yikes. Yeah, this is a very destructive. Storm here in Norman. 80, 90 mile an hour winds possible with this. It looks like. News 9 says there's a tornado. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But I think
they may be looking at power flashes, which can be caused by straight line winds.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this is probably just a case of straight line winds.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southwestern Lincoln County in central Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma County in central Oklahoma, north central Cleveland County in central Oklahoma, northwestern Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma.
Interesting. So they did just issue a tornado warning then for downtown Oklahoma City. This is interesting to me because I'm not seeing necessarily anything that indicates to me that there's a tornado, but there could be.
Check the radar product or the warning product and see if it's for straight line winds. Sorry, not telling you.
No. That's good.
Not that I'm bossing Brady around.
You know what? I need to be bossed around. Oh my god.
Tornado warning for northwestern Johnson County in west central Missouri.
Yikes. So that's another QLCS possible tornado warning here. But going back to our Oklahoma City tornado warning, this is interesting because this was just kind of issued. This is radar indicated. Dan, I didn't see any. I did not see any indication of a possibly a straight line winds. It didn't mention anything like that. But let me just look at Carthage, Missouri, real quick, and just you've got a tornado here. Just north to the north of Carthage. This is an observed tornado. This is a really dangerous storm. Probably some debris here.
Weather Service has issued a
Oh my
tornado
God.
warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri, western Dade County in southwestern Missouri.
Wow. Okay, so that was an extension of this tornado warning that was just in Carthage. Yeah, we've definitely got a tornado ongoing here in north of Carthage, Missouri. If we look at the correlation coefficient, yeah, there's definitely some debris there. Here's your tornado moving to the north and east. Golden City, Lockwood, and Greenfield, you're all in this tornado warning. Going back down to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it looks like they're saying there's a storm capable of producing a tornado. So radar indicated.
Yeah, it's radar indicated. I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing anything that I'm like is like glaring to me that says there's a tornado warning maybe right there. Maybe right here near Del City and Oklahoma City, maybe.
Yeah, and I drove right through there earlier.
Wow. Yeah, there's a little bit of a couplet there. It's tiny, but it's there. Let's just see. Yeah, there could be something there. Let's check the terminal radar. Maybe. I mean, regardless, we've got just a destructive straight line winds with this storm. So looking at the winds there, we just had a really powerful storm just make its way through more. So widespread wind damage is probably going to be expected from this. That is a wild radar loop. Just wild. I could probably watch that for hours here. Oh my God. I don't know how much longer I can do this, guys. Oh, I'm getting pretty sleepy. Oh, I gotta get up early in the morning too.
National Weather Service.
Oh my God.
Tornado warning for
Tornado warning for central Ray County in west central Missouri.
It won't let me end. The weather is just saying no, you're never getting off. You're never ending the stream. Yeah, so you could have something up here. Definitely worth a warning. I mean, regardless, anywhere in that tornado warning, you're gonna have destructive straight line winds. I don't
definitely take that seriously as well.
Oh yeah. I don't see anything that says yep, there's a tornado on the ground. But I don't think it's really going to matter here. I think it's definitely going to be regardless, you're going to have a straight line winds, destructive straight line winds for this.
Yeah.
All right.
And the Norman Forecast Office is really good. I mean, they deal with this stuff all the time. So if they think that it's capable, then definitely take it seriously through the past.
Yeah, I would agree. With that. And regardless of if there is or if there isn't a tornado warning, This storm's producing destructive straight line winds of 70, 80, maybe 90 miles an hour. I think really the biggest chance for a tornado is this storm up here that is almost certainly producing a tornado right here in Carytown. Maybe another one trying to form. Or I guess that storm also is warned up there. But it's kind of crazy how when it seems like all of these holy, I didn't even realize this because we had so many notifications. We have a total of 9 tornado warnings right now. 9 tornado warnings up and down this line. From just east of Kansas City, we've got 2 kind of clustered here. Right in there would be your possible tornado. Right in here would be another possible tornado. Going down the line, we have another radar indicated tornado in Holden, Missouri. We have another radar indicated tornado in Creighton, Missouri. We have another radar indicated tornado just to the north of Joplin, Missouri. We have a confirmed tornado that was confirmed by radar, and that's just moved through Joplin, Missouri, and just moved through Carthage. It's about to be in Golden City. Lastly, we have 2 tornado warnings down in Oklahoma. One which will probably expire. One just to the southwest of Tulsa, and then one just on the southern suburbs of Oklahoma City. And if there would be a tornado, it would be near Del City. Del City, Midwest City, that would be where your tornado is. So definitely take that warning seriously. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, but it's still could be a problem. Regardless, you're going to get damaging straight line winds with that storm. Oh man.
Sorry, I yawned.
What'd you say?
I said, sorry, I yawned, if you heard that.
You close your ear yawn too. Man, look at the camera feed up in the top right-hand corner of the screen. That they're getting shellacked up there.
So are there still folks watching the stream?
Yeah. We've got 5 people left. So, well, at least on YouTube. I don't know about Twitter. I don't think we have 386 people watching us on Twitter. But what I probably would say is I may call it here because I think tomorrow we're going to have possibly another day. And then on Thursday or Wednesday, we're probably going to be streaming again, possibly. So I'm probably going to go get my Z's and make sure I get my sleep, so I'm rested for tomorrow. But it's probably going to be another big day. Tomorrow's going to be in the Ohio Valley. Thursday or Wednesday is also going to be in the Ohio Valley, probably just a bigger area. But possibly a big day for severe weather the next several days. So wow, looks like Oklahoma City is getting hammered in this frame. Let me just put this full screen here.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see how many of the people that are around maybe do a quick roll call if they could just drop their name in the chat.
Oh yeah.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for eastern Barton County in southwestern Missouri, southwestern Cedar County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Vernon County in west central Missouri.
There's another one.
Missouri's ramping up.
Missouri is popping off. That's a total of 10 tornado warnings right now. Look at this. Look at this camera right now from Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma City. This is where we'll probably leave it with the group. But Oklahoma City's getting a pretty strong little cell here. Oh my goodness. is courtesy of the. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, going back to the folks that are still left watching, that's true loyalty right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't thank that group enough. You guys are why I do this, right? You guys are why I do this, and just if I have one person watching, that's all. That's all. I don't even need one person to watch, but I love you guys a ton, and you guys mean so much to me. Hanging around with me this late into the night. I know you guys have stuff to do too, so you guys are truly amazing. Each one of you are amazing people, and I just feel blessed to be able to do this and talk to you, Dan, and talk to the people in the chat. I feel like I know all of you guys, and you guys are the OGs. You really are, and I can't wait to see where this goes. And with your guys love and support, it's amazing that you guys are here, still sticking with the group. That is an amazing thing to have a group like this. So please be safe wherever you guys are tonight. And if you do get a tornado warning, take this seriously. And really, I want you guys to know from the bottom of my heart that I hope you guys are all safe, and hopefully I see you tomorrow if we do stream. And Dan, any final words for the people before we wrap up?
It was a big day. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it was as big as everyone thought it was going to be, especially for the Pacific area. But thoughts and prayers go out to folks in Barnstall and Albany and the other towns that have been affected tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan, I couldn't echo you more. Thoughts and prayers are out to everyone that was affected by the storms tonight. And to be honest, it's probably going to be a long night. We have 10 active tornado warnings, and we're going to keep probably getting these spin ups along the line all night long. So, definitely heed those warnings, and everyone in Barnsdall, please pray for those folks. Because they had a destructive tornado that probably uprooted a lot of lives. So please pray and help. Please pray and keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers, because ultimately, I'm going off to an apartment and a warm bed tonight, but those folks in Barnsdale probably aren't. So.
Yeah, lives were changed, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. It definitely it puts a somber attitude with what we do, because ultimately, we try to have fun and everything. But yeah. Oh, awesome. We had our Jess. We had our first official donation. Thank you, Jess. That wow. Thank you so much, Jess. That's amazing.
Just donated? Well, that's awesome.
Just donated. I didn't even know we could do that. I actually didn't even know that we could do that.
Maybe Jess created a donation button and then pressed it.
Maybe she did. I didn't even know we could do that. So Jess, thank you so much. Because I apparently that's the thing now. So yeah, I know. I didn't even know that until apparently I think we had to cross 2,000 subscribers. Once we crossed that, I think we can make it available, but I didn't make it available, so I don't know how that happened. But anyway, thank you, Jess, and thank you,
Jess
Scott.
Is amazing.
Yeah, Jess is amazing. Fuzzy, you're amazing. Scott, you're amazing. Thank you guys for hanging around. And 182Q, you guys are all amazing. And hope each of you have a lovely night, and hopefully see you guys tomorrow. And Dan, you know what? Dan, you're amazing too. Dan is an OG. He's been streaming, driving all day, and now he's got a long drive ahead of him tonight. So everyone give Dan some love, and Dan, I love you a ton, and drive safe. Okay.
Well, I appreciate it, and shout out to Brady because he's been here all day. He started the stream.
And well, thank you, Dan. I think our Facebook actually just ended because we've been streaming too long. So that's hilarious.
That's pretty bad when Facebook cuts you off.
I know. Anyway, guys, have a wonderful night, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace out.
Good night, y'all.